Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Return of Carnation Charlie.
Well, Warden, good to see you. But to what do I owe the honor of this visit?
Time to go, Charlie. Ready?
For the chair? Sure, I'm ready.
I brought the chaplain. I thought you might change your mind about repenting.
No, I haven't. But did you bring the carnation?
Yes, Charlie. Here it is.
Good. Maybe it's not too late for it to work. I'll just fasten it to this here snappy prison outfit.
I don't think it'll bring you good luck this time, Charlie.
You don't, huh? Well, now that carnation of mine has never failed, Warden. All my life I wore a carnation every day, and I always had good luck. But the day I come to trial for the murder of that rat Colucci, your Commissioner Weston says I ain't to wear it. It's against the court etiquette. And what happens? The jury says first-degree murder.
Superstition, Charlie. That carnation isn't going to save you from the chair.
Maybe and maybe not, Warden. Maybe you think I'm nuts. Well, all I know is I've beaten every rap when I had my carnation. But the first time I don't have it, they slap a death sentence on me. But remember, I said I'm coming back, and I will. I got my carnation. Nothing can stop me now.
Calm down, son.
First of all, I'm going to get that florist. The stupid boob made it easy for Weston by never sending me my carnation once during that trial. Yeah, I'm coming back. And that florist is the first guy I'm going to get.
Once you're dead, Charlie, you won't...
I ain't through, Warden. Then I'm going to get Moley. Bo Moley. There's a guy supposed to be my best friend, my right-hand man. And what does he do? He rats on me. He waits till I'm in a jam. Then he moves in and takes over my gang. No, I mustn't forget him.
Haven't you any other thoughts than revenge, Charlie?
Not a one, Warden. I'm coming back. And I'm going to get that guy Weston. He put the screws on me, that Commissioner Weston, and he twisted him. You see, I don't like that from a cop. I don't have to...
You deserved what you got, Charlie. You know that. You're not dying for the murder of Colucci alone, but for the murder of many others.
Yeah? They couldn't pin a thing on me, and you know it.
You're a killer, Charlie, and you deserve to die.
Okay, so I'm going to die, ain't I? But remember, I'm coming back. And I'm going to get first that florist, second that rat, Bo Moley, and last the Commissioner Weston. Just remember that. And now, let's go and give the newspaper boys a thrill, huh?
All right, God. Like the prisoner on both sides. Chaplain, whether he wants it or not, if you will.
Certainly.
All right, Charlie. Let's go.
Wait and see, Warden.
Pater Noster,
I'm coming back. Just remember that. I'm coming back.
Advenit regnum tuum. Aminat regnum. I pronounce this man, known as Carnation Charlie, dead.
Oh, Lamont, how wonderful to think that we're actually going to see Gone with the Wind.
You sound excited, Margot.
Well, I am. After all, I read the book, and I'm so anxious to see what they've done to it.
You'll find it to be a now very faithful adoption, Miss Lane.
Oh, have you seen it, Shrevey?
Yeah, hey, last night, hey. I kind of cabbed in and took my wife out. I made a big now social event out of it I made. I bought her flowers, hey.
Flowers, hey? Well, remind me, hey, Lamont. What about it, hey?
What?
Flowers for me, hey. Oh, I just love some orchids.
Orchids, no less.
Why don't you break down and get us some, Mr. Cranston, hey? Hi.
Bravo, Shrevey there. Lamont speaks a true gentleman.
Look, Mr. Cranston, if she wants a course at orchards, get her one.
Shrevey, you stay out of this.
Hey, there's a place right there, and whether you like it or not, Mr. Cranston, I'm pulling up. I'm pulling.
Shrevey, this is playing right into the little lady's hands, but go ahead. Well, Margot, my dove, await us here, and we shall return from yon florist laden. All right, Shrevey, let's away.
Hey, you know, Mr. Cranston, you're an all right guy, all right, but sometimes I don't think you speak so good.
That's so, Shrevey. Well, I'll have to be more careful in the future. Shop seems to be empty. Hello? Anybody here?
Gee, don't it smell elegant in here with all the posies and stuff? Smell of carnations.
Yeah. Well, overpowering odor. Carnation.
I never seen so many flowers, I never. Hey, look at that showcase back there, just full of them. Ain't they beautiful, hey?
Well, they're more than beautiful, Shrevey. They're downright interesting. And let's have a look.
Trumpet Jiminy, look inside the showcase. It's a corpse. A dead corpse.
And let's get that showcase open.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Cranston, this is gruesome. That's what it is, gruesome.
Gruesome is right. Must be the florist, Shrevey, the man who owns this place. Lying in state in his own showcase with flowers banked all around him.
Gee, they're all carnations.
Carnations?
What is it, boss? What is it?
Carnation, Shrevey, of course. Now I remember. This is the same florist who neglected to send flowers to Carnation Charlie during his trial. Charlie swore he'd come back and get revenge on this fellow.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Wait a minute. There's something in the corpse's hand. Looks like a card. A visiting card. Yes. And the name engraved on it is that of Carnation Charlie.
Come on, Commissioner Weston, open up. We've got to get a story for our papers on this Carnation Charlie case. What are you doing about it?
Now, why don't you boys give me a break? You know everything I know. Carnation Charlie was executed over a month ago. Whoever killed that florist must be a pal of Charlie's. Couldn't be Charlie himself.
What about the fingerprints found on that visiting card?
Well, fingerprints have been duplicated before.
Well, you've got to admit it makes a swell story, Commissioner. First, the ghost of Carnation Charlie kills the florist that double-crossed him on the flowers. That's according to schedule.
Ah.
Then the next on Charlie's list will be Bo Moley, his former henchman who took over. And after that, it will be you. He swore to get you, Commissioner, and he will if you don't get him first.
Fellas, the whole thing is a...
May I come in?
Cranston, for the first time in my life, I'm glad to see you. Hello, Miss Lane. It's good
Hello,
to see you,
Commissioner.
too.
Well, Commissioner.
Goodness, think we're in the right place, Lamont?
All right, boys, all right. On your way.
Right.
And listen, give me a break in anything you write, will you?
We'll see. Sure, you know us, Weston. Anything for a pal.
Well, Commissioner, you look pretty tired. Carnation Charlie giving you sleepless nights?
Cranston, I've seen some screwy ones, but this is the most impossible case I've ever come up against.
Which means, Commissioner, that you're in a spot.
Well, I'm not worried.
No?
Well, not terribly worried, anyway. Never have believed in ghosts, and if it's something human I'm dealing with, I can handle it.
Yes. But I wonder if it is.
What do you mean?
I don't know exactly, Commissioner. Just a feeling I've got that... Oh, say, I almost forgot. It's a package for you. Man at the desk asked me to bring it in.
Oh, thanks. Excuse me, will you, while I open this?
Oh, go right ahead.
Wonder what it can be.
Take away, Commissioner.
It feels like a box of some kind. Might almost be a... Cranston.
What is it?
A miniature coffin, Margot.
Coffin. There seems to be the smell of it. Let me get this lid off.
Good heavens. It's filled with carnation. White carnation.
There's a card. Visiting card on top. It says, after Moley, you come next.
Yeah, and then Moley's got the jitters.
Well, why shouldn't he? He got that little coffin of carnations. Didn't he? Carnation Charlie said he'd come back, and he has. He got that florist, and now my brother's next on the list.
What did Moley call this meeting for anyway? You gonna take a run out?
You got me. All I know is Bo's scared to death. He shouldn't have ratted on Charlie because...
Oh. I shouldn't have ratted on Charlie, eh, Loop?
Now, don't get me wrong, boss.
I call you guys together because we got to choose a new leader.
New leader?
What do you mean? The Loop was right. I shouldn't have ratted, so I'm leaving town.
Anyway, something important's come up out of town. I got to attend to it as soon as I can.
That something wouldn't be a small coffin full of carnations, would it, Bo?
What do you mean? That's the matter, Bo. Afraid Carnation Charlie's going to get you.
Maybe I am, smart guy. Maybe I'm afraid that... No, I'm off of my nut. Sure, Charlie, he's dead. He's 6 foot and under, ain't he? He can do me no harm. Think that me, Bo Molly's afraid of a dead guy? Because if you do, you got another thing coming.
Hey, boss. Look over there.
Huh? Charlie. Carnation Charlie.
He looks like he was just dug up.
Maybe I was just dug up from the grave, but I come back.
Hey, Charlie. Now listen, pal,
I come back to get you, Bo. But I want to tell you a little story about the death house first. They put me in the chair and strapped me in. Then they put electrodes on my leg and on my head.
Yes, I know.
Then a priest started to intone so as I could go without anything on my mind. And then they threw a switch. See the picture, pal?
Sure, I see it.
2,000 volts go through my body. 2,000 volts. Then the motors die out. And a slow voice. I pronounce Carnation Charlie dead. But they forgot one thing, pal. I had on my carnation.
Hey, what do you want, Charlie?
You, Molly. I'm going to get you now.
No. Now listen, Charlie. I can explain everything, see?
You got nothing to explain, pal. I'll do the talking from now on. Well, boys, any of you got reasons why I shouldn't knock off Molly?
Hey, please, Charlie. Be reasonable, will you? Put down that gun.
I'm talking to your mob now, pal. You see, I don't want to kill you if any of them should tell me why I shouldn't do it. How about it, Joe?
You can kill him for all of me, Charlie.
Joe, you're that.
Shut up. How about you, Loop?
If you're after him, I guess I can't stop you, can I?
Guess you can't, Loop.
In the name of heaven, have a mercy, Charlie. I'm sorry for what I've done.
Are you, Molly? Now, ain't that nice? Okay, Louie. That leaves only you. What are your feelings about my knocking off our friend? I said, what are your feelings about knocking off our friend?
What do you want? I should vote for my own brother's death? Even you, Charlie, wouldn't expect that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Silly of me to have forgotten that you and Bo were brothers. Well, now that makes it easier.
What's on your mind, Charlie?
You'll find out, Bo. Louie, I don't particularly like bumping rats off, so I'm going to let you do this job for me.
Hey, what do you mean? No, Charlie, you don't want me to kill my own brother.
That's exactly what I want. Pick up that Tommy gun at your side.
Oh, no, I can't. I can't do it. I won't.
You'll pick up that Tommy gun or I'll blast it from here to Kingdom Come.
All right. All right, Charlie. Louie. Now what? Louie. No, you fool. You're going to do that to me.
And Louie, pick a good spot so it'll be over quick and let him have it.
Louie, please. Okay. Listen, Louie. Here it comes. Sorry, Bo. I didn't want to do it.
This, I think, Al, is the picture of the chap with his fingerprints and record.
Yeah, that's the monkey. Well, thanks, Hal. Sorry to disturb you at this hour of the night.
Oh, nothing at all. I must say, though, when you officers work on a case, you work night and morning.
It seems that way. Well, so long, Hal. Go back and get your beauty nap.
Beauty nap. Oh, I see what you mean. No, well, I've got about 300 pictures to file away yet. The commissioner had quite a lineup today, you know.
Oh, I sure did. Well, so long again, Hal.
Goodbye. So long, Al. My, what a job. I'd give anything to be tucked in my bed right now, but man's work is never done. 3 o'clock. Well, I better start filing those pictures. Huh?
Just a minute, Harold.
Who said that?
Don't be alarmed, Harold. This is the shadow.
The shadow. Oh, I think I'm going to faint.
Not now, Harold. I need you. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've merely cast a hypnotic spell over your mind which prevents you from seeing me.
I see. I mean, I don't see. What do you want?
I want a picture out of your files. A picture of a small-time gangster named Slim Bannister.
Slim Bannister?
Yes. Get it for me at once, if you please.
Yes, of course. Let's see. Slim Bannister. Oh, no. Slim Bannister. Oh, gosh, I'm trembling all over. B-A-N. Sam Bannister. Saul Bannister. Sarah. Slim Bannister. Oh, good. Here it is.
So this is Slim Bannister. Well, Slim, maybe you're the answer to the riddle of a dead man returned to life.
You all going out again tonight, Miss Bannister?
Sure, Virginia. Why shouldn't I? Slim never gave me any good times, did he? Always sick like he was.
If that man loved you, Miss Bannister, he sure did.
Oh, you talk too much. Get my mink wrap. I'm going out.
Yes, ma'am, I'll go and... There's another thing, that mink wrap. Where'd you get the money to buy you a mink wrap? You never had no money when Slim was here. Just as soon as that poor man ain't here, you got all kinds of money. Where'd you get that money, Miss Bannister?
Where that money comes from is my business, see?
On the contrary, Mrs. Bannister, I think it's my business as well.
Who said that? Who's in this room?
It's the shadow, Mrs. Bannister.
Longsy, this is the end. I'll leave it.
The shadow, huh? So it's true. You can be right next to a person, and yet they can't see you.
A matter of hypnotic control, Mrs. Bannister. And now I'd like you to tell me where you got that money.
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I know that your husband, Slim Bannister, disappeared several months ago and was never heard of again. I know that shortly after that, you came into a large sum of money. I also know that a few weeks before he disappeared, Slim paid a visit to a well-known heart specialist. What was wrong with his heart, Mrs. Bannister?
He was a doomed man. The doctor gave him a month to live.
I see. Then he disappeared, and someone sent you a large sum of money. How much money, Mrs. Bannister?
That's none of your...
How much?
$50,000.
I see. Who sent it?
I don't know. It came in an envelope. There was a note that said, "This money belongs to you. There are no strings attached to it. Use it any way you like." But it wasn't signed by anyone. You gotta believe me.
Thank you, Mrs. Bannister. I'm indebted to you. You've told me what I wanted to know.
All right. There must be a clue or a bit of evidence somewhere, Reynolds. I'll look into it and call me back in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll be waiting for your call. Goodbye.
That phone may ring in 10 minutes, Commissioner.
What?
But you won't answer it. You'll be dead.
Who is...
Don't turn around. It's me, Carnation Charlie Weston, and I'm standing right behind you. And incidentally, that piece of cold steel you feel pressing against the back of your head is a gun.
You're not Carnation Charlie. You can't be. You're dead. You were executed.
I'm Carnation Charlie, all right. Turn around and take a look.
Yes, you're Carnation Charlie or his ghost.
No, not his ghost, Commissioner. I'm very much alive. You see, I never was executed.
You must have been. The records prove that
The records prove that a man who looked like me, a man who answered to my name, went to the chair in my place.
That's impossible.
Is it? It happened before. His name was Slim Bannister. He was my double. Poor fool served many a sentence for me in the big house. Why not? He was well paid for it.
You can't tell me he was willing to die for you.
No, he was dying anyway. The doc gave him a month to live. Funny, Commissioner. He was kind of in love with that wife of his. And since they didn't have any money, he jumped at the chance to leave her $50,000. And she... I'm talking too much. Let's get along with this.
Impossible. How could you have changed places with Slim Bannister?
I'm here, ain't I? Money can do a lot of things, Weston. But there's one thing that money can't do. It can't buy back your life for you. I'm going to kill you, Weston. And I'm going to do it right now.
Wait a minute, Charlie.
I'm waiting for nothing. I said I'd get you. Now I'm going to do it.
All right, Charlie. Go ahead. Get it over with.
Don't answer that. Okay, Weston. Give my regards to the other rats I've already taken care of. Who knocked that gun out of my hand?
I did, Charlie.
The Shadow.
The Shadow, huh? Why,
You do nothing. I've got your gun, Charlie, and the game is up.
Yeah? Oh, Shadow or no Shadow, I'm... Ow! Oh.
You'll do what, Charlie?
Okay. I'm smart enough to know when I'm licked.
Sensible of you. Oh, by the way, Commissioner, I think you can answer that phone now.
Yeah. Hello. Weston speaking. Oh, hello, Reynolds. Never mind, he's right here. Yeah, that's right, Carnation. Charlie's here in my office. Well, he came in and tried to hold me up, and
You needn't mention me, Commissioner. Tell him you did it all yourself.
Well, that is,
Go ahead. You can use the publicity.
Oh, thanks, Shadow. You're all right. Hello, Reynolds. Sorry, I just had to smack Charlie down again. How did I do it? Well, it was the greatest fight you ever saw. Came for me with a gun, but as he fired, I ducked and let him have it, straight from the floor. But he comes again. This time I gave him everything I had.
Lamont, how did you find out about Slim Bannister?
Well, Margot, I knew that if Carnation Charlie really was at large, that he must have gotten one of his own kind to substitute for him. And that substitute had to be someone who had lost his interest in living.
And you looked for that kind of person and turned up with Bannister.
Exactly. Step on it, will you, Shrevey?
Yes, sure, boss. Full speed ahead. Full speed of... Okay, boss.
May I ask where we're going?
To see Gone with the Wind.
But our tickets were for the show 3 nights ago.
Well, we'll have missed the first 3 nights, Margot, but that's still only the beginning of the picture. Step on it, Shrevey.
Of men. The Shadow knows. Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. There is enough anthracite for all the lucky householders whose homes are heated with hard coal. These homes are enjoying healthful warmth in every room. Even though winter winds blow, there is no need to cut down heat or close off rooms in homes heated with dependable hard coal. Yes, sir. When you have a supply of hard coal in your basement, you're the boss of heating your house. You are absolutely independent of any outside service. Be glad you heat with anthracite, the home heating fuel that never fails. And remember, blue coal is the finest anthracite money can buy.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. The Shadow uses his hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Laughing Corpse.
So
So when I see you come into the bar, I says to myself, there's a nice guy, I says. I'm a very keen judge of character. Yes, sir. So when you offer to buy me a drink, I accept. Say, by the way, mister, you ain't told me your name. What kind of a place is this you took me to? Looks like a lab or something. You know what I enjoyed? When we got into the taxi cab. Yeah, I sure enjoyed that. Driver, take us to 31 Blackwell Place. 31 Blackwell Place. Gee, it's been a long time since I had a taxi ride. 31 Blackwell Place, just like that. Sure was nice of you to bring me here. I've been sleeping in the park for, gosh. Say, what did you mean when you said we was going to conduct a little experiment? What did you mean, huh? Why aren't you talking to me? You ain't sore, are you? Well, don't talk if you don't want to. I don't care. What are you making in those test tubes? What kind of stuff are you making? Say, why are you looking at me like that? What have I done? Don't look at me like that. Hey, don't come any closer. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Lock. Please, let me out of here. Let me out. What are you going to do with me? Go away. Go away, will you? Hey, let go of my arm.
Margot, look, I do enjoy this lovely cab drive with you, but would you tell me where I'm going at this hour of the night?
Well, Lamont, if you knew, you'd get angry.
And not knowing makes me angrier. Shrevey.
Yes, sir?
Do you know where you're driving us to?
Let me see now. What was the number of that place again, Miss Lane? What was it?
31 Brackwell Place, Shrevey.
Oh, yeah. 31 Blackwell Place. Oh, I'm such a stupid. We've been there twice today, and all the time I keep forgetting the number. I got to get a new memory system I got to get.
What was the old memory system, Shrevey?
Oh, the old one was easy. You see, like, take, for instance...
Which way are you going, Shrevey?
Oh, excuse me. You take, for instance, the digits 3 and 1, which is the place we're going to now. I hooks the 3 up with my kid, which is 3 years old, and the 1 I remember is by thinking how in 1 year he's going to be 4. Simple, ain't it?
Elementary. How could you possibly have forgotten the address for that system, Shrevey?
You know how? I got myself all mixed up with my other kid, which is 6. Oh, I'm such a stupid.
Shrevey, I feel just as stupid as you do. I still don't know where we're going, why we're going to this place at 11:30 at night.
Well, if you wait till tomorrow, the apartment may be ready.
Shrevey, now you've given it all away.
Margot, are you taking me apartment hunting at this hour? You know I hate that.
Oh, but Lamont, don't you see? I wouldn't take it unless you thought it was all right.
I know, but...
You know how I value your opinion.
Well, why didn't you tell me sooner?
Well, I wanted to surprise you.
Okay, I'm hooked. What are you laughing about, Shrevey?
Well, I was just thinking, Mr. Cranston. I was thinking how dames could twist guys right around their little fingers. They could twist them.
That'll be about all from you, Shrevey. Don't talk so much.
Yes, sir. All right for you, Mr. Cranston.
You're pretty jumpy tonight, Lamont. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing, Margot. I'm just bored, that's all.
I know. You haven't had any to keep you busy. No criminals to track down.
That's... Shrevey, why'd you stop? Shrevey!
Shrevey, why don't you answer?
Mr. Cranston said I shouldn't talk. I shouldn't, so I ain't.
Now, you see what you've done, Lamont? You've hurt Shrevey's feelings.
I'm sorry, Shrevey. I'm in a bad humor tonight.
No, you ain't, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, yes, I am.
Oh, here we are. This is the building, 31 Brackwell Place.
Yeah, it's 31 Blackwell Place. That's why I stopped, 31 Blackwell Place.
Wait for us, Shrevey.
Okay.
Come on, up the flight of steps, Lamont.
All right. This certainly is a weird-looking place.
Well, that's just because it's dark. Looks all right in the daylight.
Yeah.
Ring the superintendent's bell, will you, Lamont?
Yes, right. Margot, won't he be angry at our disturbing him at this hour?
Oh, no. He told me I could come back tonight to look at the apartment.
Oh. Well, what's so exceptional about this apartment, Margot?
Oh, Lamont, it has these high, old-fashioned ceilings and the most glorious view of the river.
Well,
What do you want?
Oh, you remember me. I'm Margot Lane. I put a deposit down on one of the apartments here.
So what?
No, he won't be angry.
Well, you said I could come back tonight to look at it.
I said you could come back this evening. It's 11:30 now, young lady. You got me out of bed.
Well, what did I tell you, Margot?
Oh, please, Mr.
My name is Lascom.
Please, Mr. Lascom, I know it's very inconsiderate to bother you at this hour, but couldn't we please see the apartment?
Oh, well, come in.
Thanks.
It's down the end of this hall.
Aren't there any lights?
The bulb just burned out this evening.
Oh, I see.
Here we are. Just a minute now till I find the light switch.
Nice bright place.
There. How do you like it, Lamont?
Like it? I think it looks terrible.
Well, of course, the place needs redecorating.
Yes, and badly. Well, look at the holes in the wall. What caused that?
And the previous tenant was Dr. Destrup. He's a chemist. He used this apartment as a kind of a laboratory. The holes are from some of his apparatus.
Oh, I see.
Well, what do you think, Lamont?
Well, if you wanted quiet, you certainly got it here.
Yes, and it's always like this. Always nice and quiet.
What's that?
I don't know.
Someone thinks something is funny, all right. Well, listen to him.
Lamont, that doesn't sound like...
Come on, Margot. I'm going to see what this is all about.
There, Lamont, across that door sill.
Dr. Lorenz.
Here, give me a hand. His body's so tense. As if he's had a convulsion or something. Let's turn him over. There we are.
Oh, his face. His face, Lamont.
Margot, get hold of yourself.
Oh, but his face, Lamont, it's all twisted up as though we were laughing.
Well, don't look at it, Margot.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing we can do now. This man is dead.
What makes you think Dr. Lorenz was murdered, Cranston?
I don't know, Commissioner Weston. Just a hunch.
Well, there's not a mark of violence on the body.
Well, if you'd heard that terrible laugh, Commissioner, you'd think something was wrong, too.
Miss Lane, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the laugh. But even if I had, there's still not a bit of evidence here. Not a single clue to indicate murder.
Well, Commissioner...
All right. Now, you...
Lascom is my name.
Oh, Lascom. Now, what do you know about this?
I told you nothing. I was showing Mr. Cranston and Miss Lane that apartment when it happened.
Did the dead man, Dr. Lorenz, have any enemies, Lascom?
No, not that I know of.
Who was the man who occupied that apartment Miss Lane was thinking of renting?
Dr. Destrup, but I told you that, Commissioner Weston.
Destrup and Lorenz. Yeah. Now I remember those names. They're partners. They own a big chemical laboratory. Didn't you know that?
You didn't ask me.
I didn't ask you.
Why did Destrup move out of his apartment?
He had a big argument with his partner, Dr. Lorenz, about 2 weeks ago, and he moved out the next day.
Then he's the one who must have done it.
Done what, Miss Lane?
Murdered Dr. Lorenz.
Miss Lane, as yet I'm not convinced that Lorenz has been murdered. In the second place, from what your cab driver, Shrevey, says, no one has come in or out of this house.
Well, maybe he's still here then.
Miss Lane, my men have searched this house from top to bottom.
Well, I still think...
Cranston, please.
I understand, Commissioner. Come on, Margot. You're going home.
Commissioner.
Huh? Oh, yes, Doc. What is it?
How long ago was this man supposed to have died?
Well, we heard the laugh and then the sound of a body falling about an hour ago.
From my examination, you couldn't have.
What?
Are you trying to tell us that we're hearing things?
Well, all I can say is it's all pretty strange.
What do you mean, Doctor?
Well, the body was as stiff as a board when I examined him. Rigor mortis is so far advanced, you couldn't possibly have heard him laugh tonight.
What?
According to my examination, Dr. Lorenz has been dead for 24 hours.
The way the medical examiner talked, you think we didn't know what we were doing, Lamont. How could the man be dead and laugh?
The laughing corpse. It is pretty strange, Margot.
I think Commissioner Weston ought to get a new medical examiner. That's what I think.
Well, Margot, you remember when I went to turn Dr. Lorenz over, I remarked that the body was stiff? And it does look as if he'd been dead for some time.
But that terrible laugh, Lamont. What of that?
I don't know, Margot.
And Lorenz's face was contorted as though he'd been laughing.
Margot, I believe it was Lorenz that we heard.
Why do you say that, Lamont?
And look at this.
Why, it's a little box. Looks like a jewel box.
Yes. Read what's written inside the cover.
You will laugh, but not from joy. You will laugh, and the laugh will be the laugh of death. Lamont.
I found this little box lying in the floor near Lorenz's body before Weston came.
What do you suppose was in it, Lamont?
I don't know, Margot. But I'm going to find out. The Shadow is going to pay a visit to Dr. Destroff's laboratory tonight. Perhaps there I shall find the solution to the mystery of the laughing corpse.
Who is there?
Yeah.
I thought I heard the door open. It must be my imagination.
It is more than your imagination, Dr. Destroff.
What? Who is it? I can't see you.
No man has ever seen the Shadow, Dr. Destroff.
The Shadow? Oh, yes, I have heard of you. What do you want of me?
Have you ever heard this phrase before? You will laugh, but not from joy. You will laugh, and the laugh will be the laugh of death.
Where did you hear that?
The Shadow has ways of finding things out, Dr. Destroff. You'd better tell me what you know of the Laughing Death.
The Laughing Death? Here, tell me, Shadow. Has it already happened? Is Lorenz dead?
It won't do you any good to pretend innocence. Lorenz was murdered earlier this evening.
How did he die? Tell me, I must know.
You know how he died.
Yes, I know. I know how he died, just as the notes warned us.
The notes? Then you, too, have received a note?
Not since last year. So he has made good his threat.
Who, Destroff?
I'd better tell you everything, Shadow. 7 years ago, there was another partner in this laboratory besides myself and Destroff. A man named Vitor. He was incompetent, a drunkard. When Lorenz and I perfected a new formula, we refused to give him a share in the profits.
Go on.
After heated words, we dissolved the partnership with Vitor. Then Lorenz and I opened a new laboratory by ourselves.
You threw him out?
Call it that if you will. He only hindered us. He was ruined. No money, no credit. And he was really a brilliant chemist, but undependable. It was impossible for him to get work.
What happened to him?
That we do not know. He came to us and begged to be taken back, but we refused. Lorenz laughed at him, and I suppose I did too. He was so ridiculous.
Vitor threatened you?
Yes, with the Laughing Death. Each year a note has come with the same words. He will laugh, but not from joy. He will laugh, and the laugh will be the laugh of death.
I see. Why did you and Lorenz quarrel? Why did you move from your apartment?
Oh, you know that too.
Yes, Destroff, I know.
Well, you see, Lorenz took the threat seriously, and I did at first. But after nothing happened for so many years, I thought it was just, a means of annoyance. And this year, no note came. And Lorenz was very much upset and worried. He believed it meant that Vitor would strike.
And you?
Well, I laughed at the whole idea. I told Lorenzo that if he wanted to go the rest of his life fearing a foolish threat, he could. But I refused to bother about it anymore. Just led to words, and I left in anger.
I see. Where does this other partner live?
Oh, why, I think that he... Oh, what is this? Oh, I did not notice it before. A small package addressed to me. My assistant must have put it on my desk earlier, and I had not noticed it.
Don't touch that box.
Why, it looks like a little jewel box.
A tiny box similar to that one was found next to Lorenz's body.
Oh, yes? What was in it, Shadow?
Nothing, Destroff. Except that threat written on the inside cover.
Oh, now, surely the words cannot hurt me.
There may have been something in the box when Lorenz opened it.
Oh, now, Shadow, my scientific curiosity will not permit me to allow this box to go unopened. I have rubber gloves on it. If it contains some strange type of poison, it cannot possibly hurt me.
Destroff, I'm warning you.
Oh, now, Shadow, I must open it. There seems to be a little push button here. There. It's empty. Oh, wait. Here's a message written on the inside.
You will laugh, but not from joy. You will laugh, and the laugh will be the laugh of death.
The same note that Lorenz received.
Yes. Destroff, your life is in danger. You must tell me where Vito lives.
Yes. Before he can complete his revenge. I think that he lives... I think... Where should I put these bundles, Miss Lane?
Oh, just set them down anywhere, Shrevey. I'll put them away when the rest of the furniture comes.
Okay, Miss Lane.
Well, don't drop them right in the middle of the room, Shrevey.
Well, you said just to put them down anywhere, you said.
Well, I meant out of the way, over there in the corner someplace.
Okay. Hey, what do you got in these packages? Handbills?
Just odds and ends, Shrevey.
There, how's that?
That's fine. Now, is there anything else in your cab?
Yeah, Miss Lane, a few more odds and evens. Mr. Cranston's bringing them up.
Hey, open the door a little wider, someone. I can't get through.
All right. How's that?
What have you got in these bundles, Margot?
They ain't handbills, they ain't.
What?
Put them down, Lamont, before he drops them.
Got not in the center of the room, Mr. Cranston. Out of the way, in the corner there.
Shrevey, will you stop giving orders and do some work around here?
Certainly. What could I do? What could I?
Well, there isn't anything else to do until the rest of the stuff gets here.
I should have been here an hour ago.
Hey, you want I should go back to the old apartment and get them moving faster, you want?
That might be a very good idea, Shrevey.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll tell them a thing or two. I'll teach them a lesson they'll soon forget.
Well, don't get too rough with us moving men, Shrevey. Remember the iron hand and the velvet glove.
Well, I'll look... What?
Oh, never mind, Shrevey. Hurry them up.
The iron hand and a velvet glove. I guess that's a puzzle.
Well, Margot, you thought of everything except one thing.
What?
What are you going to sit on while you wait for the movers to get here?
Oh, I'll be too busy to sit down, Lamont. But you know, now that I'm here in this apartment, I'm not very keen on it.
You're not?
No.
Well, isn't that just like a woman? What about the high ceilings and the glorious view of the river?
Oh, that's all right, Lamont, but... Well, this place gives me the creeps. I can still hear the sound of that horrible laugh. First you tell me you don't like the apartment, and then you persuade me to move here.
Well, Margot, the reason I wanted you to rent this apartment is I believe that the solution to the laughing corpse may still be here.
Well, that isn't going to make me feel any better about living here. Has the police found anything new, Lamont?
No. A report from the medical examiner on Destrop's death was the same as for Lawrence. Death from causes unknown.
And there was nothing in the little box when Destrop opened it?
Not a thing, except that note. Here, look for yourself.
Oh, yes. It's exactly like the little box you found in Lorenz's apartment. How do you open it, Lamont?
Here, give it to me. See, you press this little button here in the center. Oh!
What's the matter, Lamont?
I pricked my finger on something sharp when I pressed the button. That's it, Margot.
What?
That must be the way the poison was administered. After Destrop pressed the button to open the box, he started to laugh.
Oh, Lamont, then you...
Yes, a drug. Now I've got it, too.
Oh, no, Lamont.
Well, nothing's happened to me yet.
Why did you break the box open, Lamont?
See here, Margot. A tiny hypodermic needle concealed in the cover. When the button is pressed, the person pushing the button is given a dose of poison in the fingertip.
Oh, Lamont, come on. I must get you to a doctor.
Wait a minute, Margot. That won't be necessary. I'm going to be all right.
But you...
The needle must have been empty, Margot. Destrop got it all.
Oh, thank heavens. You're all right.
Margot, where's your phone? I've got to call Commissioner Weston immediately.
The phone? Well, it hasn't been installed yet, Lamont.
Oh, well, I'll go to the corner to phone.
Come in.
I just came up to tell you, Miss Lane, that the decorators are coming in tomorrow.
I'll see you later, Margot.
All right, Lamont.
The decorators want to know if 8 o'clock will be all right for funeral.
Oh, yes, that'll be fine, Mr. Lascombe, thank you. Oh, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. The plumbing in the kitchen doesn't work very well, and do you think that... Or, Mr. Lascombe, what's the matter?
Where did you get this little box?
Well, I don't see that that's any business of yours.
Perhaps it is. More than you know. Tell me.
Let go of my arm.
What do you know?
I'll scream for help.
Go ahead. Scream. No one will hear you. We're quite alone here.
You're the killer. You killed Lorenz and Destrop.
Well, suppose I did. You know now, but it won't do you any good to know. You're going to die.
Lamont!
Oh, go ahead. You're frightened, aren't you? In a moment, you'll think it's very funny, yes. Very humorous.
Please.
You'll laugh, yes. You'll laugh.
Oh, no.
And you will die laughing.
Oh, please, Mr. Lascombe. I've never done anything to you.
No, you and your friend, Mr. Cranston, know too much, Miss Lane. You wanted to catch me, make me pay for my crime.
I would never have suspected you if you hadn't given yourself away.
That's most unfortunate for you, Miss Lane.
What do you mean?
You see, I brought you down here to my laboratory in the basement to kill you.
Oh, no.
Don't be unhappy. You laugh as you never laughed before.
Oh, you can't.
I'm preparing my secret formula. The laughing death.
Oh, no,
now.
please.
One for you and one hypodermic for your friend, Mr. Cranston.
Please, I promise I'll never say anything.
Too bad I can't believe that. It won't do you any good to try to get loose. I took the precaution of finding you very tightly. Now everything's ready.
No, don't come any closer.
Prepare yourself, Miss Lane. It won't hurt very much. And you'll be so happy. So happy. You will laugh and laugh and laugh, and then you will die. What? Something knocked the hypodermic needle from my hand.
This is the end of your evil work, Lascom.
That voice.
The shadow, thank heaven.
So you were the third partner, Lascom.
Yes. I was in partnership with Lorenz and Destrov. Now I'm the only one alive. They ruined me. They took everything from me.
You're out of your mind, Lascom. You blame them for your own faults.
No, they caused my downfall, so I killed them.
You vowed to revenge yourself. You came here, got yourself a job as superintendent in the same building in which they lived.
Yes. I disguised myself. They never recognized me.
You have a brilliant mind, Lascom. It's a great loss to civilization that you couldn't have used it for good instead of evil. The police will soon be here.
Will never get me.
Shadow, stop him. He has another needle ready with the poison.
Stop, Lascom. Stop, I say.
Too late, Shadow. I've already administered the drug to myself. At least, I have the last laugh.
So you see, Margot, the plan was devilishly well executed.
Well, how did you know where I was, Lamont?
When I came back to the apartment after calling Weston, you were gone. I figured you were with the superintendent. You remember he came in just before I went out.
Yes, Lascom, or whatever his name was.
His real name was Vitor.
Well, Vitor disguised himself and took the job here as superintendent of the building so he could watch his enemies, Destrov and Lorenz.
That's right, Margot.
Then he sent them the little boxes with the hidden hypodermic needles filled with the laughing death.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lamont, just the memory of that terrible laughter makes my blood run cold. And the look on Lorenz's face when we found him. Ooh.
Margot, we didn't really hear him laugh.
What? Well, if that wasn't a laugh, what was it?
Well, you see, the poison in the hypodermic needle was very potent and worked very rapidly. It caused a sort of convulsion that sounded like laughter.
Well, if you're trying to tell me that the victims didn't enjoy themselves, you needn't go any farther. Is that why the medical examiner thought that Lorenz had been dead for some time when he examined him?
Yes, the poison caused a sudden contraction of the muscles, a sort of pseudo-rigor mortis.
What?
Pseudo-rigor mortis.
Oh. If you think I understand what you're talking about, you're crazy.
I'll answer it, Margot.
Hello, Mr. Cranston. Hello.
Hello, Sweetie.
Oh, Sweetie, is everything all set?
In the bed. Yes, Miss Lane, all set.
Oh, come on, Lamont, let's go.
Go where?
We're going to look at a new apartment for me.
New apartment?
Well, you don't suppose I'm going to live in this place after what's happened here?
Yeah, we're moving.
What, again?
That's the same thing I said, Mr. Cranston. Ain't women...
3B?
Oh, Miss Lane, I was only about to comment, ain't women wonderful? I got out of that one all right.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
In just a moment, the Shadow starts his thrilling adventure. But first, a word about this invisible enemy of the underworld. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, he is the mortal enemy of all those who would work evil upon their fellow men. Cranston is gifted with the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. This hypnotic power is the result of years of research in the mystical Orient. The Shadow does not bear a charmed life.
yet he defies death in all its forms to aid mankind. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the shadow belongs. Today's story, Ghost Town.
Well, there it is, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston. Right there below it. That's the famous old gold mine in town of Bad Creek.
Well, it certainly looks authentic, Guard. See, Lamont, it's just like the movies.
Yes, Margaret. That howling coyote's probably wrecked the Wonder Dog.
We better be traveling down the hill if you want to visit the town before dark. Here, get your boy.
Come on. Come on. Guide, I understand that there's quite a story to be told about Bad Creek.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Toward the end of the last century, Bad Creek was the rip-roaringest mining town west of the Mississippi. Man and boy, there ain't never been another place like it. Easy, boy.
Say, is the path this narrow all the way down the cliff?
Pretty near.
Quite a sheer drop.
But if you just keep your horse close up to the side, ma'am, there ain't no danger of falling much.
That's encouraging.
Yeah. I reckon the thing Bad Creek's best known for is the time Alvarez, the Mexican bandit, shot his dance hall sweetheart, Carmencita. They wrote a song about that.
Oh, yes, I know the song. It's almost as famous as Frankie and Johnny in American folklore.
Yeah. Well, we better be getting down faster. It'll be dark soon. Oh, boy!
Look out, Lamont!
Oh!
Easy. Oh.
Sorry, partner. Didn't mean to bump you. My horse just swerved there.
Lamont, you almost went over the side of the cliff.
Oh, don't be alarmed, ma'am. Man and boy, I ain't never seen no one go off here yet.
Well, man and boy, there's always a first time.
Yeah.
Come on, boy. Come on. Is there anyone living in Bad Creek now?
No, sir. Bad Creek's a ghost town. Ain't been a soul lived there for over 45 years. Except, of course, old Pop Evans.
Who's Pop Evans?
He's an old crackpot who run a hotel when Bad Creek was really operating. Then when the gold give out and the miners deserted the town, Pop just hung on. Man and boy's been there ever since.
Waiting for the town to be revived?
Yeah, something like that. He's a bit petched now. Thinks his hotel is still thriving like it used to. Well, here we are in the town.
Oh, boy. Oh.
So this is Ghost Town. Gosh, look at those buildings, Lamont. They're almost falling to pieces.
Yes. The deserted streets. So quiet.
We'll just take a quick run down the main street, folks, and get up to the hills again.
Oh, no. Let's really stay and explore the place.
Well, of course. Give us a chance to look around.
Oh, no. You can't stay here. No, sir.
Well, why not?
Partner, when I told you Bad Creek was a ghost town, I didn't just mean it was a deserted village. It's really a town of ghosts.
What? Well, what do you mean?
I mean that the ghosts of them who lived in Bad Creek when it was a gold mine and camp have been seen here at night, reliving their days of glory. There's been shootings and even dead bodies that weren't so pretty to look at that have been found in these lonely streets.
Well, that's all right, Guide. You can't scare us. I can think of nothing more enjoyable than spending an evening with the bandit Alvarez and his sweetheart Carmencita.
Yeah, there's been others who said the same things you're saying, ma'am. They spent a night here, too. The next day, they was found raving mad or dead. Why, if you'd seen them folks like I'd seen them, their eyes popping, their faces all twisted like with fear, and them that we found alive wasn't like humans at all. You wouldn't believe it unless you'd seen it.
Well, how do you feel about staying now, Margot?
Lamont, are you afraid to face the ghosts?
Well, I was thinking of you.
Well, if you're thinking of me, you'll agree to stay.
Then it's settled. We stay.
And you're staying alone, partner. I'll go up to the hills.
Well, where is this Pop Evans hotel?
That's down the street a ways, ma'am. You'll see a sign. But look here, ma'am, won't you change your mind? Man and boy, I've
never met a ghost, and I'm not passing up the opportunity.
Well, there's your answer, Guide.
All right. I'll be back here in the morning. I must say that I'm expecting to find that both of you will have met up with the same fate as them others who dared to face the ghosts of Bad Creek.
Well, this must be the place, Margot. Oh, fella. Can you read that sign?
What there is left of it. Evans Imperial Waldorf Grand Hotel. I wonder why I left out the rib.
We'll tie the horses to this hitching post.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Down you come.
Thanks. Lamont, hasn't it gotten dark quickly?
Not changing your mind about staying here, Margot.
No, of course not.
Well, then, shall we enter the Imperial Waldorf Grand Hotel?
Definitely. My lorgnettes, if you please.
We're fresh out of lorgnettes, but I can give you my extra flashlight. It might be more useful.
I wish one of the ghosts would fight in that coyote.
Might as well get used to it. Watch these steps.
Oh.
Boards are all caved in.
And just imagine now what the rooms are like.
Yeah. Well, here's the door. You first, madame.
Thank you. Oh, Lamont.
I'm sorry, Margot. I neglected to notice that there were no hinges.
I don't see how any self-respecting ghost could live in a place like this.
Well, you know how ghosts are. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, I guess this is the lobby.
Yes. From the looks of things, we're the first guests to arrive since the gold miners left.
Look at the pictures on the wall. They're so covered with dust you can't even see them.
Mm-hmm.
Lamont, what are those shadows? Those shadows moving on the wall.
Those are bats, my dear. Nice, playful bats. We're attracted by our flashlights.
I wish that coyote would howl again. He sounded so friendly compared to this.
Not frightened, are you, Margot?
Frightened? No, of course not. Why, Lamont, someone over there standing in the corner.
Where?
Right there by the desk.
Margot, do you know what that is?
No.
That is one of the last survivors of a vanishing race. A cigar store Indian.
A cigar store Indian?
Yes, tomahawk and all.
Well, you can't blame me for being... Well, I've never met a cigar store Indian before.
Well, I'll see if I can arrange a formal introduction.
Well,
Big Chief Snaggletooth.
Come on.
Huh.
If that's another cigar store Indian coming down those stairs, it's the first one I've ever seen that walked.
Well, it's an old man. That must be Pop Evans.
He's such an old man. Long white hair and wrinkled whiskers.
Good evening, partners.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome to the hotel.
Thank you.
You wish rooms, I presume?
Yes, we do.
Well, step over to the desk, please.
Thank you.
Watch out for that hole there in the floor. I've been telling the porter to fix it up, but he's just forgetful, I guess. Just forgetful.
Well, watch your step, Mom.
Don't worry.
Here we are. Well, dust on the register. I'll have to speak to that clerk. He's getting careless, too. That's the way it is in the hotel business, you know. You got to watch him all the time. Blow this dust off. Excuse me. More dust than I thought. I'll spin the register around and let you sign in. Needs oil. Sign right below that last name, please.
Look, Lamont. That last registration was in 1895. 45 years ago.
Yes, well, you see, ma'am, business has been kind of slacking off lately.
Yes, I would say you've been experiencing a lull.
There seems to be a slight difficulty here, Mr. Evans. No ink in the well. In fact, there's no point in the pen either.
No? That's funny. I told that bellboy to always keep them pens in shape. Careless. We're all careless.
Here, here's my pen, Lamont.
Thank you. We'd like our rooms to be on the same floor, please.
Same floor? Yes, let me see. Yes, I think I can accommodate you. You just come this way, please.
All right. Oh, Mr. Evans, I understand that there are ghosts to be seen here in Bad Creek.
Oh, yes. Alvarez, Carmencita, all the old-timers. They're very good friends of mine. Up these stairs, please.
You seriously believe that their spirits are still around, Mr. Evans?
Believe? Why, ma'am, I've been seeing them for years. But I wouldn't be too curious about them if I was you. They ain't foreign to strangers. No, sir, not one bit. Now, this here room can be for you, ma'am. And your room, sir, is just down the hall.
Oh. Well, is it all right to go in? I mean, has the room got a floor?
Huh? Oh. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Go right in.
We can open our packs and have our supper in your room, Margot, if you don't mind.
Mind? If you think I'm going to stay here. What's that?
Well, it's a piano. And a woman singing.
Yes. Sounds like they started their evening's business at the Crystal Saloon.
Well, who are you talking about?
The spirits. That's Carmencita singing now.
Carmencita?
Hey, if it disturbs you, I'll send word to the sheriff to have him tone it down.
He's serious, Lamont. He honestly believes that those are spirits that we're hearing. Ghosts of people who've been dead 40 or more years.
Oh, she's got a sweet voice, ain't she? No wonder Alvarez is so loco about it.
Mr. Evans, where is the Crystal Saloon?
Just down the street.
Come on, Margot.
Where are you going?
To the Crystal Saloon. This is our chance to learn something of Mr. Evans' ghost. Oh, singing and playing have stopped. Come on, Margot. We may still be in time to see them.
Well, I guess they've gone.
Yes. Peculiar behavior for ghosts. Well, there's the piano over there. Let's have a look at it.
Lamont, this place is just as it must have been long ago. Why, there's still glasses on the bar, and the chairs are still set around tables. If it weren't for the heavy dust, you'd almost believe that they were open for business tonight.
Well, that's odd.
What?
The same heavy dust that you speak of is covering the keys of the piano. And yet we heard it play.
Was there another piano?
No. Not here in this.
What was that?
Let's find out. Stop! Stop!
He's riding up toward the hills.
Did you see him as he went past?
Not distinctly, no.
He was dressed in the costume of old Mexico.
The ghost of Alvarez.
Or someone pretending to be the ghost of Alvarez. Come on. We better see what happened at the hotel.
All right. Look, Lamont. On the hotel steps, there's a man lying there.
Yes. Let's hurry.
Lamont, he's writhing in pain. Those shots he took.
Yes. This man was the victim. I'd rather you didn't look at him, Margot. He's been shot through the head.
Oh, but he's still alive.
Yes. We'd better go in and find Pop Evans to get some water and some bandages. Come on, Margot.
Oh, he certainly isn't one of the ghosts.
No. Ghosts never bleed. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans.
Yes?
Oh, you're right here. Mr. Evans, there's been a man furiously wounded right outside your door. We must have some water and bandages quickly. Do you hear me, man?
Yes, I hear you. But don't get excited. Them's just my friends, the spirits, having a little fun.
Listen, Mr. Evans. If you'll just step outside and look, you'll see that this is not a spirit this time.
Sure, I'll come out and look. I've seen the same show 100 times. But I'll look again. Sure, anything to please the customer. Now, where is this mortally wounded individual?
Right. But he's gone.
Lamont.
Well, are you satisfied?
No. No, I'm not a bit satisfied.
I suppose you'll be wanting to check out after this little scare.
Quite the contrary, Miss Evans. We're more determined than ever to spend the night here. And before morning, I personally guarantee you that we will have exploded for all time the legend of Bad Creek.
What do you make of this whole thing, Lamont?
Well, Margot, one thing is certain. We're not dealing with ghosts. But who these Halloween artists are and what the purpose of their exhibition is, I still can't figure out.
Our friend again. You suppose he's part of this thing, too?
No, just a voluntary helper.
They have a woman working with them. The one we heard singing in the Crystal Saloon.
Yes. I presume she's supposed to be the spirit of the lovely Carmencita.
And the man on horseback was dressed as Alvarez.
Yes. Say, Carmencita, Alvarez. Margot, why didn't we think of this before?
What?
The events so far this evening had coincided with the verses of the song Alvarez and Carmencita. Remember it?
Yes. Yes, in the first verse of the song, Carmencita is singing to the gold miners in the Crystal Saloon.
That's right. And in the second verse, Alvarez rides through the town and shoots his rival on the steps of the hotel. Now we have something to work on. All we have to do is wait for them to begin to enact the next verse.
Well, let me see, Lamont. What is that next verse? Alvarez and Carmencita. Wait a minute.
That's it.
Later on that very evening, down the main street he did ride.
That's
you
it.
remember? Well, that's it. And in the third verse, Alvarez rides back to the Crystal Saloon and shoots the girl.
Yes. And in the fourth verse, it's funny, I can't remember a bit of it now.
Well, is that where the sheriff's posse hangs him?
No. That's much later in the song.
Dear, then I don't remember it either.
Oh.
Well, at least we know what's going to happen next.
You mean happen now?
Shall we go to the Crystal Saloon?
No, it's too late for that. They can stop before we get there. I'd rather investigate this thing. You wait right here in this room, Margot.
Here? Oh, Lamont.
I'm sure that nothing will happen to you, so please stay. I must do this alone.
Well, where are you going?
To Pop Evans' room. He's going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
Mr. Evans. Pop Evans.
What?
Wake up, Mr. Evans.
Who's there?
You have company, Mr. Evans. Wake up.
No, wait till I light this lamp. Find time for callers. There we are. Now. Say, where are you? Didn't someone speak to me?
Yes, I spoke to you, Mr. Evans.
But I don't see you.
I'm standing right beside you, Mr. Evans. But you can't see me because I've clouded your brain with my hypnotic power.
You mean you're invisible?
Invisible.
A ghost, huh? A real ghost has come at last, eh? I told him that. I told him that someday a real ghost would come along and spoil their little game. Well, I'm mighty glad you come, Mr.
Men call me the Shadow.
Yes, Mr. Shadow. I'm mighty glad you come. They're going to be sorry now, ain't they? You real ghost is going to give them a tussle, huh?
Who are they, Mr. Evans?
They? Why, they's the ones that's been scaring folks with their pretending to be Alvarez and Carmencita. Murderers, that's what they've been. Plain murderers.
But who are these people? What are their names?
Their names?
Yes.
Why, you should know that. One of them is...
Mr. Evans.
Oh.
Mr. Evans.
It shocked me.
Who was it?
Must have been.
He's dead.
Is that you, Lamont? Lamont. Why didn't you answer me?
You little fool. It is useless to struggle, senorita. You are coming with me. We are living here.
Just hold me. Lamont.
Stop biting me, you little spitfire. Now I shall take you for a little horseback ride, senorita, and make the most of it. It shall be the last ride you will ever take. Steady, Santo. Now, up we go. There you are.
Lamont.
Shut up, you. Come on, Santo. Hey.
Lamont.
Hey.
Where are you taking me?
Well, right now, senorita, we are in one of the tunnels at the Single Ace gold mine. And I don't think that you should hope anyone will find you here. This mine has been abandoned for almost 50 years. Through this door, please. Step in the room.
Hello, Alvarez. You brought back company.
Yes. I brought up one of the guests from the Evans Hotel.
Oh, this the Dane that's been nosing around all night?
She's the one.
That's the guy she had with her.
We'll return for him later. Where's Eddie?
I'm right here.
That man. That's the one who was shot in front of the hotel.
That's right, sister.
But that wound in your head.
That was a little trick we learned from some movie folks that was here once. Pretty good, huh?
Not too good. And I suppose this woman was the one who sang as Carmencita.
Yeah. How'd you know?
I'd recognize that off-key voice any place.
Say, another crack like that, and
So I'm finally meeting the ghost of Bad Creek.
I guess you could call us that, senorita.
Well, why don't you take off your mask, Alvarez, so I can see you, too?
I never take off the mask.
Now, why did you bring me here? What do you want of me?
We have decided, senorita, that you should become one of us.
Just what part would I play in this ghost business?
Well, we have always felt that our performance would be more effective if we only had a corpse. A real corpse.
You mean that I would be...
Yes, senorita, you would be the corpse.
No.
And I think that you will give your first performance this very evening. We will exhibit you for your companion back in Bad Creek. Now, have you any preferences?
Preferences? What do you mean?
Well, would you rather have a bullet hole perhaps in your head? A real bullet hole this time, of course? Or would you prefer a knife?
No, let me out of here. You can't do this to me.
Since you won't make your own choice, senorita, I shall make one for you. A knife would be much more effective.
No.
Eddie, you will use your knife, please. You do those things so artistically.
Okay.
No, let me go. Let me go.
Now, it'll be all over in a second, sister. Steady now.
Drop that knife, Eddie.
Huh? What?
Let go of that girl and drop the knife.
Who was that?
I don't know.
Since you won't drop the knife, I'll have to knock it out of your hand.
Well, the knife was knocked out of my hand. I didn't see no one do it.
What is this? What's going on?
That voice is right here in this room.
The voice is still here in the room. You needn't look around for me. I've used my hypnotic power so that you cannot see me.
Who are you?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? I've heard of him.
Now, Mr. Alvarez, we shall remove your mask.
No. Take your hands off me.
There. Now we see what you look like.
How do you like it?
Why, you're the guide who led Mr. Cranston and me to Bad Creek.
Well, what of it?
Why have you tried to frighten people away from Bad Creek? What secret have you here that you've been willing to resort to murder to protect?
We like to be alone, that's all.
It wouldn't be gold, would it? Answer me. Is it gold?
Why don't you find out?
On my way in here, I saw that there'd been some recent diggings in this mine. When I examined it, I saw that you'd struck a vein of pure gold. That's why you've tried to frighten people away. You're stealing this gold from a mine that does not belong to you.
Yeah? What can you do about it?
I can turn you over to the authorities, all of you, on charges of larceny and murder.
Listen, Shadow, you've gone far enough, see? You ain't telling us what to do. Nobody is. We've been prepared for just such a happening as this. Well prepared. There's enough dynamite planted in this mine to blow the whole works higher than a skyrocket.
No, don't use the dynamite.
Shut up, Eddie. Maybe we can't see you, Shadow, but when I pull the switch, you'll die just like the rest of us.
Hey, he don't know what he's saying, Shadow.
I don't, huh? Well, let's pull the switch and see.
No, stop him.
Don't touch that switch.
Let me go. You hear me, Shadow? Let go.
Look out, you're knocking over the lamp.
Well, you can't see me now either, Shadow. The fight is on even terms. Come on, where are you?
Margot, come with me quickly.
Can you hear me?
We're going to try to get out of here.
Well, where are you, Shadow? Are you afraid of me? Are you?
Cut it out, will you? If you pull that switch, you'll kill all of us.
Shut up. Why don't you try to stop me pulling the switch now, Shadow, huh? Wait a minute. Where's that girl?
You must have made a break. And I'm going to do the same.
Me too.
Oh, no, you don't. No one is getting out of here alive.
Lamont.
I'm right here, Margot. Well, I made it just in time. Are you all right?
Yes, but those people we left in the mine.
They're buried in there. There's nothing we can do.
Oh, how awful. Lamont, how did you know where to look for them?
Very simple, Margot. You remember how we followed the movements of the ghost by recalling the verses of the Alvarez and Carmencita song?
Yes.
Well, I finally remembered the fourth verse. It tells of how Alvarez fled to the single ace mine on the hillside. I played the hunch that they were sticking to the song and came here.
Lamont, from now on, man and boy, that's my favorite melody.
friends, you want to hear next week's unusually thrilling shadow story, when Lamont and Margot venture into voodoo land to solve the weird mystery of the tropics.
I wonder if you can help us. We're looking for the Nesbitt plantation.
Nesbitt.
Yes.
Nesbitt plantation.
Yes, yes.
Keep away. Keep away from there. Keep away.
Come back here. Come back.
Lamont, did you see his face? Do you suppose he was a zombie?
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine, whose plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Isle of the Living Dead. Margot, Lamont, and Margot's aunt are on a cruise of the West Indies. It is early evening as their ship sails into the harbor of the little island of St. Jude. In spite of the thunderstorm that is in progress, Margot insists that they go ashore. Her aunt refuses. So only Lamont accompanies her as they walk down the ship's gangplank to a waiting loft.
But, Lamont, you told me yourself that these tropical storms never last long.
But this is the rainy season, Margot. Look out. One more slip and you'll swim to St. Jude.
Well, I don't see why they don't put escalators on these gangplanks. After all, they have them at the best department stores.
But the best department stores don't float. Well, yeah. Let me help you into the launch. There we are. All right, pilot.
Yes, sir. Cast off your line.
Well, let's go into the pilot's cabin. Get out of this rain.
All right.
Go ahead, Margot.
Thanks.
That's it. Good evening. Kind of a rough night for you, isn't it, pilot?
Maybe.
Well, we'll get to shore all right, won't we?
Maybe.
Jolly fellow.
Are you a native of St. Jude?
Yes.
Well, it certainly looks like a beautiful place.
You think so?
Well, yes.
You have been here before?
No, we haven't.
Then wait and see before you talk.
You must be a big help to the Chamber of Commerce.
What's wrong with the island, pilot?
One half of island good. Other half belong to devil.
What do you mean?
Look through window. You see big hill over there?
Oh, yes. I can just barely make it out.
That plantation belonged to devil lady, Mrs. Nesbitt.
Devil lady?
Yes. No one go near her place.
Why not?
You ever hear of zombie?
Zombies?
Zombies, Margot, are supposed to be dead men here in the tropics who walk about with no mind or soul. Native superstition. What about these zombies, pilot? Are there supposed to be zombies on the plantation? Well, answer me.
Now talk to pilot when he steer boat.
You must have read that on a streetcar someplace. Come on, Lamont, let's go out on deck.
Yes. Yes, all right.
What do you suppose he meant, Lamont?
About the island? I don't know. Say, isn't that the young girl that played bridge with us on the boat?
Where?
That's sitting back there in the stern.
Yes, of course. Betty Fulton. Lamont, she's crying. I wonder what the trouble is.
Well, let's find out.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Margot. Lamont.
Oh, anything wrong, Betty?
No. No. That is... I'm leaving the ship.
Why, Betty?
I'm going to the island to look for my fiancé, David Belmont.
Well, that shouldn't be an occasion for sadness.
I'm afraid that something's happened to him. That's why I'm here. That's why I've come to this sinister, terrifying island.
No, Betty. How do you know that something's happened to him?
Well, 6 months ago, he went to New York to find work. I heard from him regularly. And then one day I received a letter telling me that he secured a job on the island of St. Jude.
And what kind of a job?
Something to do with a sugar plantation.
Sugar plantation? Lamont, isn't that the place at the pilot?
Well, there must be more than one sugar plantation, Margot. What happened next, Betty?
I never heard from him again. I wrote to the steamship company and learned that he had definitely come to St. Jude, so I came to New York and booked passage on the first ship.
But, Betty, there might have been a mix-up in the mails or any number.
No. I've heard too many strange things about the island of St. Jude. Now that I'm here and I feel the mystery of this tropical night, I'm sure something has happened to David.
Lamont, listen. What is it?
It's probably a native celebration. Why, of course. Look up there on the hill. See that faint line of lights bobbing along?
Lamont, that's on the plantations the pilot told us about.
Come on, Margot. We'll ask the pilot what all this means.
Oh, Lamont, do you suppose it can be zombies?
I don't suppose anything, yes. Pilot? Pilot, those lights moving along that hillside, what are they?
Lights?
Yes. And what are those drums we're hearing?
I hear no drum.
No drums, but...
I see no light.
Now, wait a minute. Are those zombies? Are they?
Ask Johndy. He know. Johndy know everything. He say drum means death.
Johndy? Well, who is Johndy?
Well, we'll never learn from this fellow.
Lamont, Margot, did you find out what those lights are?
No, Betty.
Oh. Now you know what I mean about the island. It's taken David from me.
Betty, Margot and I have a day and a half to spend on this island. If it leaves your mind, we'll help you look for David. And believe me, we won't give up until he's found.
Lamont, perhaps we should have gotten one of the natives to guard us to the Nesbitt plantation.
I couldn't find anyone who'd take the job. All full of superstitious fear. Won't go near the Nesbitt place. I even had trouble hiring these saddle horses to make this trip tonight.
Has Mrs. Nesbitt the only plantation on the island?
No, Betty. There's one other. If we don't find David tonight, we'll visit there in the morning. Well, look. Look ahead there. Isn't that someone standing in the road?
Yes. Perhaps he can tell us the way.
Get up. Get up there. Come on, we'll talk to him.
This little speed job I'm riding certainly must miss the old milk wagon.
I say there. I wonder if you can help us. We're looking for the Nesbitt plantation.
Nesbitt?
Yes.
Nesbitt plantation?
Yes.
Keep away!
Hey, come back here. Come back.
He ran into the underbrush. Did you see his face, Lamont? That weird half-dog face.
Yes.
Do you suppose he was a zombie?
No, please, both of you. Let's not have any more talk about zombies. It's... The drum. The same drum.
Oh, David.
Look, over there through the trees. There's a light.
And there's the plantation.
I hope so. Come on. Get up, boy. Come on.
Lamont.
Yes, Margot.
While you were hiring the horses, I asked one of the natives about the zombies and the drums.
Yes?
And he told me that when the tom-toms played, that meant that another body has risen from its grave to wander about the Nesbitt plantation.
Of course, that's a native superstition.
Yeah, I wonder.
Look, there's a house right there.
Oh, boy. Oh, yes. Oh, we better leave the horses here. There.
We'll always find Dave. Will he be here? Now, Betty, David's all right. We'll find him.
Grim-looking place, isn't it? Here, we'll tie the horses to this tree. There we are.
It looks like the front door right over there, Lamont.
Good. Well, let's see what happens.
Lamont, I don't like any part of this business. Quiet here. It's almost like a graveyard. Isn't that what you meant to say? Well, no. Well, it is. It is like a graveyard. Maybe David's graveyard.
I better knock again.
Maybe they just don't
Quiet,
want...
Martha. Oh, good evening. We'd like to see Mrs. Nesbit, please.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Nesbit?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Well, thank you. This is Miss Lane, Miss Fulton, and I'm Lamont Cranston.
How do you do? Well, I'm happy to meet all of you. Won't you come in the study?
Well, thank you very much.
Lamont, she isn't at all like
no.
I'm not at all as the natives told you I'd be. Wasn't that what you were going to say, Miss Lane? Yes, well, the islanders love to talk about anything or anyone. And as I'm a white woman living alone, well, I suppose I'm a good target, that's all.
Mistress, ma'am.
Well?
You need me more?
No, Mondo, you may go.
It's bad night tonight. I keep watch.
Go, Mondo.
I go.
The natives are always uneasy in this rainy season.
Yes. Mrs. Nesbit, I'd like to explain the reason for our late visit tonight.
Yes?
We called on you to learn if you had ever heard of a young man here on the island named David Belmont.
David Belmont? No, I'm afraid I don't know.
Oh, I hope
well, there's another plantation on the island. Have you looked for him there?
No, we came to you first.
Well, I wish I could help you, but I'm afraid I can't.
I see. Well, it looks like...
What was that?
It sounds as if it were in this house.
No, couldn't be.
Now, listen. That seems to come from under this room.
Now, don't be alarmed. I'll find out what the disturbance is. Mondo?
Look! Over there at the window. Someone's looking in. That face, it isn't the over.
Quiet, you little fool. There's no one at the window. Beg your pardon. But look, all of you. Do you see anyone there?
No, I don't.
I know. I saw someone. I know I did.
Now, Betty, don't, please.
You call mistress, ma'am?
What was that noise, Mondo?
I find John D. outside. I chased him away.
But what was the noise beneath the house?
Noise? Beneath house?
Yes, those moans.
That was horses. Rain makes them restless tonight.
Oh, of course. I'd forgotten. In this rainy season, we put the horses in the cellar under this room.
Mistress, ma'am, that the pen to horses?
Yes. I'm afraid you must excuse me.
Well, of course. We were leaving anyway.
Sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Nesbit. Quite all right.
Mistress, ma'am, that attend to horses?
Quick, yes, Mondo. Good night, Miss Lane, Miss Fulton, Mr. Cranston.
Good night, and thank you anyway for...
Well, that's where I come from. That's known as the Bum's Rush.
They almost pushed us out there, too.
Lamont, did you hear that servant speak of John D?
Yes?
And the pilot on the boat spoke of John D, too.
Yes, that's right. He said, ask John D. John D knows everything.
Why do you think Mrs. Nesbit was so upset about the horses?
Because they're most unusual animals, Betty.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Well, do you remember those moans we heard in the house?
I don't see how I could forget them. Why do you ask?
That was the first time, Margot, I'd ever heard a horse moan with the vocal cord of a human being. I believe there's an inn just down the street. We can rest there before we go to the other plantation in the morning.
Well, it's almost morning now, isn't it, Lamont?
No, it's only 2 o'clock, Margot.
I suppose it would be too much for us to go to that other plantation tonight.
Well, it'd be quite a journey on a night like this.
But I've got to know something about David soon.
If David isn't at the other plantation, I'd like to pay another visit to our friend, Mrs. Nesbit.
Why, Lamont?
Oh, boy. Whoa. And we'll leave the horses here. Well, someone's awake at the local inn.
Lamont, Why do you want to go back to the Nesbitt place?
Well, for one thing, I'd like to learn more about those moans that came from her cellar.
They did sound human.
They were human, Margot.
What about this man, Johnny? The one who knows everything.
I'd very much enjoy meeting him, Margot. Well, shall we go in? Coming, Betty?
Yes. Well. Nightlife on St. Jude.
It seems to consist of one large bar and piano, two small tables, and some local barflies.
At least we're out of the rain. I don't know whether I want coffee or a clothes wringer.
Margot, I don't know how to thank you both for practically risking pneumonia just for my sake.
Oh, that's all right, Betty. But here, let's not stand here and drip all over the floor. If we must make puddles, let's do it at the table. What's going on over there?
I don't know. There seems to be a crowd gathered around someone at the end of the bar.
Watch him do this one.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Come on, Betty.
Look, Lamont. Center of attraction seems to be one of the natives.
Yes.
What's he up to?
Eyes closed, swaying back and forth in rhythm.
And a stupid grin on his face. He's saying something, isn't he?
Well, I can't, old boy. I really can't. Don't you know? I really say.
Why, he talks like a cultured Englishman.
So sorry it all went.
Go on, give us some more. That's not enough.
Look, he's holding out his hat and they're putting money.
Money? More money? Write them up.
That's odd. Now he's talking in a native voice.
And just a moment ago, he spoke like an Englishman.
Let's find out about this. I beg your pardon, sir. Yes? Who is this man? Oh, just one of the natives. Yes, but his speech. First he spoke perfect English, and then he reverted to a guttural native voice. That's why we're throwing money in his hat. Now, this man is sort of half-witted drunkard. He's a character around these parts because he's been gifted with a remarkable talent for imitating any sound he hears. No, I see. I've been told of such cases. It's rather uncanny when you first hear it.
Yes, I should say it is.
Look, he's working up in another imitation. You see, he sings. Hey, I just stuck in here for a quick pick-me-up. Now, don't, for heaven's sake, tell my wife. He just impersonated Cranston, his storekeeper. It was perfect, too.
Isn't he amazing, Lamont?
Money for Jandy?
Give him some money, Lamont. Let's see what happens.
All right. Johnny, here's some money for you. Johnny, listen to me. Can you talk like Mrs. Nesbitt, the plantation owner?
Mrs. Nesbitt? Mrs. Nesbitt?
Come on, Johnny.
Lamont, he's closing his eyes. Swaying back and forth.
I think he's going to talk.
Listen closely to me, do you hear?
It's Mrs. Nesbitt's voice. Exactly.
From this night on, you're my slave. You must obey me. You have your orders. Now do as I command.
Lamont, who do you suppose she was talking to?
Quiet, Margot. He hasn't finished. Yes, mistress. Yes, mistress, I do as you command.
Oh, no.
Lamont.
Betty, what's the trouble, Betty?
Young lady there.
Where is he? Where is he? Who, Betty? That man, Sunday.
Why, where did he go? He just ran out.
No, find him.
Well, what is it, Betty? Why do you want John Day?
Because that voice. That voice that answered Mrs. Nesbitt was my fiancé, Jason.
Mondo?
Yes, mistress, ma'am.
What's that lantern you're carrying? Keep it dry?
Yes, mistress, ma'am.
Rain or no rain, they're going out into the fields and work. Crop will be ruined if they don't. Swine, eating my food, carrying for them. Mondo, what's that lantern?
Yes, mistress, ma'am.
All their false arrange have come, and they'll suffer for it. They'll be punished. We must hurry, Mondo. Drug will wear off. I don't give each another injection.
No. Mondo, no like to be around when you stick needles in men's arms.
Mondo, open that cellar door.
Oh, no, make me go in with them.
I said open that cellar door.
No, mistress, ma'am. No, not be with ma'am. I hope.
Close it quickly. Quiet, you fools. Now listen to me, all of you. I don't expect you to know what I'm saying, but listen anyway. You understand that you're no longer men, you're swine in chains, bound together. Filthy cattle who labor in the cane fields under my command. For 2 days now it's rained. Because of that rain, you haven't worked. You've eaten my food, you've gotten my hair, or my crops rotting in the fields.
Please, I can leave here. Mistress, ma'am.
Quiet, Mondo. I only keep all of you alive because I save money using you to labor for me instead of native help. Fortunately, the silly superstition of zombies has kept all people away. And now you've dropped this rain, so I'm going to punish you for it. Before you go to the field, you're going to feel the lash of a whip across your back. You'll see how the sunlight...
No, keep them. Something bad may happen.
You idiots, come here. Come here.
They do not obey.
They must obey. Come here to me, I command you. What was that?
That voice.
They no longer obey your commands, Mrs. Nesbit.
Who speaks? Who talks to me? Has one of you broken the spell?
I spoke, Mrs. Nesbit, but I'm not one of your slaves.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
I see no one. He speaks. I see no one.
I'm standing right beside you, Mondo.
No one beside me.
My hypnotic powers make me invisible to your eyes.
What do you want? Why are you here?
I've come to free these men from the evil spell that you've cast upon them.
No, you have no business here. Get out! Get out!
My power frightens you, Mrs. Nesbit. Frightens you because it's far greater than yours.
No one has greater power than I. Mondo, seize this man. Listen for the location of his voice and seize him.
Yes, Mondo. Come on. Seize me. If you dare.
No, Mondo no like voice. Mondo no want to be near voice. Mondo, run away from voice.
Mondo, come back here.
Your faithful Mondo has deserted you, Mrs. Nesbit. He's not only deserted you, but he's also locked you in the cellar with the slaves you've so cruelly treated.
Oh, no.
And they're becoming restless, Mrs. Nesbit. Perhaps they feel that the power you hold over them is not as strong as you've led them to believe.
No, let me out of here. Mondo, open that door.
That door will remain locked until you tell me the secret you've used to turn these poor creatures into living dead men. Slaves who move and act like animals.
I can't tell you that.
The men are becoming more restless, Mrs. Nesbit. Soon your power will wear off altogether. And when it does, I must warn you, it would be futile for me to attempt to save you from their mad rage.
No.
Hear them? You haven't much time, Mrs. Nesbit.
You can't keep me locked up in here. You must let me out.
I cannot release you till you tell me what you've done to these men.
All right, I'll tell you. I've been feeding them a drug. A secret drug that I discovered here on the island.
I thought so. Is there an antidote for that drug?
No, it's not necessary. Unless it's administered daily, the effect wears off. Now, please, let me out of here.
Not yet, Mrs. Nesbit. First, you must tell me who these men are.
Some of them are natives. The others are white men that are hired in the States.
And you gave them this drug and put them to work in your fields as slaves, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you created the superstition of zombies and the tom-toms just to keep away anyone who might be curious about your activities.
Yes, well, let me out of here.
I must learn one more thing. Is one of these men David Belmont? Answer me. Is he among them?
Yes. Please, open the door. You promised me, please. Shadow.
I keep my promise.
Shadow. You come to see me in the door. Get out in my way.
Well,
Shadow. Shadow, are you still there? Shadow. Shadow.
Yes. I want to thank you again, Mr. Cranston, for all that you've done for Betty and me.
Oh, don't mention it, David. Goodbye, Betty.
Goodbye. And remember, we'll see you soon in the States.
All
right, Betty. Bye-bye.
Watch your step, Mark. I'm
All right,
getting into the launch. That's it. All aboard, sir. We're watching the ship now.
Well, Lamont, I
can't say that I'm sorry to be bidding farewell to the dreamy little Isle of St. Jude.
It wasn't dull, Margot.
Oh, I'm glad that the authorities cleared the men of any responsibility for Mrs. Nesbitt's death.
Well, it was easy to prove that she died of shock. A shock induced by fear of the living dead men that she herself had created.
Yes. Well, I've settled one point in my mind anyway.
Oh? What's that?
The only zombies that I ever want to see again are the kind they serve in a nightclub in a long, cool glass.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Oracle of Death.
Hey, we just missed that car, hey? We just missed it.
Shrevey, you should know better than to speed around corners in this cab when we have the police commissioner with us.
But, Mr. Cranston, that is just why I'm speeding, that's why. Get it, hey?
There, now, you see, Commissioner Weston, we really had you with us just to fix tickets.
Yes, and if I didn't feel so darn good-natured after that, after that dinner you folks fed me, I'd resent it very much, Miss Lane.
Dinner be done, Commissioner. Can't we persuade you to change your mind and come along to the theater with us?
No, I'm sorry, Cranston. I've got to get back to headquarters.
Oh, now, Commissioner, please.
No.
Pretty please?
Not even with sugar on it. I have to be on the job. We've been taking quite a beating lately. Been a series of petty crimes all over the city. When our percentage of arrests is too small to please the mayor's committee, I'm always the first target.
They're hard on you, are they?
Yes, like some of the so-called first citizens of our city, they want to clean everybody's house but their own. You know, you fall into that category too, Cranston.
I do? Well, how?
Well, that new servant you hired, Rodney. An ex-con just out of prison. You know nothing about him. Yet you'd kick like a steer if you came home some night and found the place cleaned out.
Oh, Commissioner, Rodney would never do that.
How do you know?
Well, because Rodney's perfectly harmless. Besides, I know for a fact that he was falsely convicted of the crime that he went to jail for.
Oh, you do you?
Yes.
Who told you?
Why, Rodney.
Well, now, that's... he told you. Of all... Rodney told her. Hey, stop this cab. You're passing headquarters.
Okay. The headquarters make me nervous, they make.
He's a real fine, that hack driver. He is a real fine. Well, thanks for the dinner. And look, Cranston, get rid of that servant, will you?
Commissioner, I'll have to report you to the mayor's committee.
You dog. Good night.
Okay, let's go, Shrevey.
Off we go in a twinkle of an eye in a twinkle.
Lamont, you shouldn't tease poor Commissioner Weston like that.
You shouldn't tease him. Why, way down deep, Margot. He loves to be teased.
Shrevey, look out! Oh.
Hey.
Say, did you see that boob step right in front of our hack?
We hit him, Lamont. We hit that man.
He walked right in front of the cab. Come on, Shrevey.
Yeah, I couldn't help it, Mr. Cranston. You saw what happened.
I know. I saw it. Well, you didn't run over him. That's one good thing.
I couldn't help it, Mr. Cranston.
I know you couldn't, Shrevey. Wait a minute. He's been knocked unconscious. Come on, give me a hand. We'll get him medical attention at once.
His eyes are open. The doctor must have brought him around.
Yes. Let's see if we can learn who he is, where he lives. Hello there. You feeling better?
Huh? What happened? Where am I?
Oh, take it easy, old man. You're all right.
I'm all right, am I? Who are you?
Well, I'm Lamont Cranston. I took you here to my apartment right after the accident.
Accident? What accident?
Don't you remember being hit by the cab Mr. Cranston and I were riding in?
Hit by a cab? I don't remember nothing like that. Now, look, buddy. How long have I been in this joint of yours?
About 24 hours.
24 hours? How do you like that? That makes today Monday. And I had an important date, Sunday, last night.
Now, take it easy, my friend. This is not Monday. It's Sunday.
What? Sunday? You're crazy. This is Monday.
No, truly, today is Sunday.
Wait a minute. Who got hit on the head, me or you? I know that yesterday was Sunday, and I can prove it by the newspaper extra they were selling on the streets before I was hit.
What was the extra?
It was about that young society dame that got murdered.
What young society dame?
All right. Play dead, dog. So I'm talking about Ann Clay, the one who was pushed off a penthouse balcony and fell to her death.
Well, you must admit, Lamont, our friend has quite an imagination.
Yes. I'm sorry, old man, but Ann Clay is very much alive. We saw her at dinner just about an hour ago.
Look, mister, let's stop fooling. Ann Clay was killed last night.
Lamont, it's really amazing. That man actually foretold the future.
Yes. Yes, there's no denying that. I've never heard of anything like it.
If you'll pardon me, sir.
Oh, yes, yes, Rodney.
It's dangerous, sir. Dangerous having someone like that man around.
Are you afraid of him, Rodney?
Oh, frankly, Miss Lane, I am. That supernatural power he seems to have can lead to anything.
I wouldn't let it worry you, Rodney. Come on, Margot. I want to go in and have another talk with our psychic wonder.
He's still dangerous to have around. I know he is.
Don't worry, Rodney.
Yeah, remind me not to worry, too, will you?
Hello there.
Hello.
Feel any better?
Sure.
Now, look, by the way, what is your name?
Spud.
Just Spud?
Yes, Spud.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, Spud, something quite extraordinary has happened that I feel you should know. First, you've got to believe me when I tell you that we were telling the truth when we told you that last night was Sunday, not Monday.
What about it?
Just this. You told us about the death of young Ann Clay before it actually happened.
So?
Well, how do you account for it, Spud? What do you think made you do it?
I don't know.
Well, have you always done this? Have you always been able to foretell the future?
You think I'd have looked like I did when you found me if I could, lady?
Then what's caused this thing?
Now, look. I know you think I'm nuts. But that makes us even because I think you're nuts. Now, tell me, wise man, what day do you think this is?
Well, Monday, of course.
Yeah, Monday. Well, I say it's Tuesday.
Uh-oh. Here we go again, Lamont. Well, look, can you prove it, Spud?
Sure. Yesterday, that's Monday according to me, at 3 minutes past 6 at night, the Continental Bank was knocked over.
Lamont, do you think that's another prediction?
I don't know. Now, let me see. It's 5 minutes past 6 now. Well, just to be on the safe side, I'll call Commissioner Weston and pass the word along.
Still don't believe me, huh?
No, I haven't said I don't believe you, Spud.
But you'll forgive us if we do hope you're wrong. You can understand that.
I'll tell you this much, Spud. If you think...
Police headquarters.
Oh, hello, Commissioner Weston, please.
Who's calling him?
Lamont Cranston.
Yes, sir. Just one moment. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioner.
Yes?
This is Lamont Cranston.
What's on your mind, Cranston?
Look, now, I don't want you to think I'm crazy. And please don't ask me where I received my information. But I have reason to believe that the Continental Bank will soon be robbed. So get some men over there quickly.
Cranston, you're a very smart guy. The Continental was robbed 5 minutes ago.
All right, come on in, Margot. Come on in.
Well, you needn't be sure it was me, Lamont. You did your best to prevent the Continental Bank robbery.
And I succeeded in...
Is that you, Mr. Cranston?
Oh, yes, Rodney.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, while you were gone, that man, Spud, he disappeared.
Disappeared?
He got away?
What happened?
Well, just after you and Miss Lane went out, he called for his clothes. When I wouldn't give them to him, he took one of your suits.
Oh, well, didn't you try to stop him?
Oh, yes, I did, but he overpowered me and left.
Where did he go?
Well, I saw him take a cab in front of the door, and when the driver returned, I learned the address he was taken to. I jotted it down on this piece of paper, sir.
Good work, Rodney. 160 South Street, the lower end of town.
Oh, I did my best to keep him here, sir.
Yes. I can tell that by the condition of your left eye.
He landed a lucky right hand. I wasn't looking, sir.
Oh. Margot, we've got to locate this man at once.
Why, Lamont?
I've done a great deal of thinking about those psychic powers of his. And I've come to the conclusion that this whole thing has been a gigantic hoax.
What do you mean?
I believe that our friend Spud has been acting as a tool for a devilishly clever crime ring.
You mean his predictions were all planned, sir?
Yes, Rodney. Planned in advance. That's how he was able to foretell the future. Come along, Margot. We're going to the South Street address. See you later, Rodney.
Yes, sir, but do be careful, sir.
Well, don't you think you ought to tell Commissioner Weston all about it first?
No, Margot. My visit to our friend Spud is a job for the Shadow.
Who's there? Who's in this room?
Why don't you put on the light and see?
Yeah. Put on the light. There now. Hey, what is this? Nobody's here.
Yes, there is someone here, Spud.
I can hear you, but I can't see you. I don't get it.
I'm standing right here beside you, Spud.
Then why can't I see you?
You can't see me because I've clouded your brain and made myself invisible to your eyes.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
No. I'm hearing things. That's what's happening. There ain't nobody here. I'm going crazy just like they said I was.
Who said you were? Whom are you talking about?
A guy by the name of Cranston. Him and his girlfriend and his stupid butler. All of them said I was nuts. Maybe they're right.
Why did they think you were crazy?
Because I predicted things to them. Things that hadn't even happened. And they come out true.
How were you able to predict the future? Answer me, Spud.
No.
I insist that you tell me.
Why don't you tell me why I can't see you? And maybe I'll tip my hand, too.
I've already explained that.
Yeah?
I have reason to believe, Spud, that all your predictions of the future were carefully planned. That you knew they were going to happen.
I see. Then if you're that smart, Shadow, why don't you tell me what I'm going to predict next?
I'd rather let you tell me.
Okay, I will. You heard me speak of this guy, Lamont Cranston?
Yes?
Well, he's dead.
Dead?
Yeah. Cranston got killed last night at 8 o'clock.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, here we are at your apartment. Here we are.
My apartment? Oh, yes. Fine, Tweedy.
And I must say so, if you will pardon me. For a man who was on the gabby side usually, you've been very ungabby all the way home. Is it trouble that's bothering you, is it, hey?
Trouble that? Oh, no, Tweedy. I was just thinking about the appointment I have at 8 o'clock tonight.
Mr. Cranston, you got something on your mind, you have. Look, can I help you out here?
No, Shrevey, I'll take care of this myself. But in case anything should go wrong, I want you to wait outside the building and watch everyone who enters and leaves.
Like a hawk, I will. Like a hawk. Hawk, sure, that's me.
Shrevey, if I don't come downstairs by 10:15, you come up and get me.
I didn't know you were in here, Mr. Cranston, sitting in the dark.
That's all right, Rodney. I'm waiting for someone. Call at 8 o'clock.
I see. Well, it's almost that now.
I'll take it, Rodney.
You'll excuse me, then. I have some work to finish in the pantry.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Hello?
Cranston?
Yes?
This is Commissioner Weston.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Look here, man. I want to find out how you knew about that Continental Bank stick-up.
Why?
Well, because of your call telling us about it before the news broke on the street. You're suspected by the mayor's committee of having pulled the job yourself.
Now, Commissioner, you don't believe that, do you?
I don't know what to believe at this point.
Look, Commissioner, all I can tell you is that I received my information from a man that I picked up who claimed to have psychic powers.
Huh?
He foretold the murder of Anne Clay, the looting of the Continental Bank. And right now, I'm waiting for the third crime that he predicted to happen.
Well, what is it this time?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you.
You can't. Listen, you're obstructing justice. You're interfering with the law.
Good night, Commissioner. Sorry, Weston. I couldn't tell you any more. Oh, Rodney, I forgotten that you were still here.
Yes, sir.
I shan't need you any longer tonight. I'm expecting a caller at 8.
But, sir, it's 8 now. I can wait and show your guest in.
I'll attend to it myself. Good night, Rodney.
Well, good night, sir.
Yes, good night.
You're sure you're all right, Mr. Cranston?
I hope so.
Good night, sir.
Good night, Rodney. 8 o'clock. Well, you'll soon know. Oh. Sure, nerves certainly are on edge. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, this appears to be one time that our young man's prophecy didn't work as he thought. Well, I could use a good night's sleep. Yes? What do you think you're doing? Oh!
That's for luck, Cranston. So you see, Commissioner Weston, I was frankly worried about the whole situation. And when I heard Mr. Cranston speak to you on the phone tonight, I felt it my duty to reveal to you just who this man who made the prophecies is.
Yes, you did the right thing, Rodney.
Thank you. This must be his room right here, sir. Wretched-looking hovel, isn't it? Incidentally, it might be wiser not to mention that you're from the police.
Not from the police? Oh, sure, yes.
Who's there?
Come on, open up.
Remember, not from the police, Commissioner.
Well, I only said that... yes, I see what you mean.
Who are you? What do you want? It's Rodney, Mr. Cranston's butler. Don't you remember me?
Oh, yeah. Who's this guy?
He's a friend of mine who's interested in your case. He wants to talk to you.
Okay. Come in. I suppose you're going to ask me a lot of crazy questions, too.
No, I'm just very curious to learn more about this psychic power you're supposed to have.
You a cop?
I said I was here to ask about your psychic power.
Well, I don't see nothing wonderful about it. I just don't agree with the rest of you people as to what day it is. That's all. Everyone else is a day behind me. Was that screwy?
No, not if you're telling the truth.
Sure, I'm telling the truth. I'll prove it to you. Now, what day do you say this is?
Tuesday, of course.
You see? And I know that it's Wednesday.
How?
Because last night, Tuesday, half of this town was blown up by bombs.
What?
Sure. The railroad station, hotels, theaters, every place in the east side of town.
You are crazy.
You can decide that later. I ain't finished. They got the power plant over on the west side, too. Blew it to pieces. Killed everyone in the joint.
What time did all this happen?
About 10:30 last night.
That's the maddest thing I've ever heard.
Okay. I ain't asking you to believe it.
Oh, look, Mr. Weston, whatever your personal reaction may be, I must beg you to believe me. Everything else that he's foretold has happened right to the minute.
This is too fantastic.
But you can't lose anything by taking precautions. Suppose the power plant should blow up. Would you want to be responsible for all those deaths?
No, of course not.
And he's always been right before. You know that from the call you made to Mr. Cranston.
Yes, that's true. Well, I guess I'll have to take the gamble. If this prediction doesn't come off, I'll be laughed off the force. But if it proves to be right, well, it's worth a try. What time is it now?
5 minutes past 10.
Then I have exactly 25 minutes to evacuate that powerhouse and send every armed man in the department to the east side to protect it from those bombings. Duffy, call the power plant and order all workers to leave the building until further notice.
Yes, sir.
Edwards, I want officers posted at every theater, hotel, and public building on the east side.
Right.
Cardona, post a cordon of men around the railroad station. Have them pick up any and all suspicious characters they find. And hurry, man, hurry.
Mr. Cranston. Mr. Cranston. Holy smoke, what's happened? Mr. Cranston, what's the matter with you? I had to bust the door in.
Shriv, I'm glad you're here. I've been shot.
Oh.
Flesh wound in the shoulder.
Oh, my gosh. Are you all right, are you?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Who done it? Where is he?
I'm not sure who did it.
You gotta tell me.
Did you see any strangers come out of the building?
Oh, I was watching, too, I was. I didn't even hardly pay no attention to all them police alarms that was coming over the radio.
What alarms? What were they about?
They sent a bunch of riot squads over the east side of town. Sent every cop over there. Something they was expecting to happen. And they moved everybody out of the west side powerhouse, too.
Why did Weston do that, the fool? Shrevey, you've got to get word to the commissioner at once.
Hey, something wrong, is it?
Plenty. Find Weston and tell him to order his police back to the west side. And he must send a squad to the power plant, too, right away.
Okay. But what about you?
I'll take care of myself. Go ahead now. Hurry.
I'm gone. Tell Weston get men back to west side. I'm gone.
Oh, if I can stay on my feet long enough, the shadow will play a part in this thing, too.
Well, how do things look, Spud?
Well, I've been all through the powerhouse. There ain't a soul around.
You've done a good job of scaring them, Spud.
Oh, I don't take no credit. The chief was the one who thought up the whole scheme. That's working perfect. All we have to do is cut the main switch here in the power plant, and boom, the town's dark.
Boy, I'd love to see you pull off that predicting stunt. It was Spud.
Yeah, they fell for it good. Nobody but that dope Lamont Cranston tumbled it was planned like clockwork. And he's been taken care of. You should have seen that wise guy, Police Commissioner Weston. He went for it bigger than any of the others.
Well, I got everything all set to cut off the power. As soon as the chief gets here...
Hey, wait a minute. There he comes.
Everything set up?
Yeah, perfect. They didn't even leave a watchman.
Good. I got the rest of the men posted at every worthwhile store and money center on the west side. When we pull the switch and the lights go off, they begin working.
Isn't that a copper to bother him?
No.
Right.
No, they're all over on the east side, waiting for the bombs that will never explode. Well, we might as well get things started. Where's that main switch?
Right here, Chief.
I'd like the honor of pulling it myself.
Okay.
This is it. The city goes dark. Who knocked my hand off that switch?
What do you mean?
What was that?
Sorry to spoil your plans, gentlemen.
Who's that talking? I don't see nobody.
Sounds like he's right here beside us.
I am right here beside you, gentlemen. And don't try to look for me. You won't see me.
Chief, who is
Who are you?
I am known as the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Oh, so you've heard of me.
Yeah.
That's the guy that came to call on me before.
That's right, Spud. I called on you to learn more about your power to foretell the future. And I learned enough from you to know that you were planning just such a haul as this.
What's he going to do to us?
I don't like it, boss. Shut up, you fool. Don't let him frighten you. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, but I can't see him. I ain't scared of somebody I can see, but...
Well, I have no fear of anyone I can't see. You hear that, Shadow?
Yes, a very brave statement. Especially from such a meek man as yourself, Rodney.
How do you know me?
I know that you're the valet of Lamont Cranston, a man whom you tried to murder just 2 hours ago.
Oh, I see. You're pretty smart, aren't you?
I'm smart enough to know that you and your gang of cutthroats murdered Ann Clay and robbed the Continental Bank. And that now you're planning to loot and terrorize the entire city.
All right. What are you going to do about it?
Don't worry. I've already taken care of things.
How is that?
You hear that, gentlemen?
The cops. Hey, we got to get out of here. Come on, let's try.
See, Rodney, you didn't frighten them away after all.
But you forget that I can...
Take your hand away from that switch, Rodney, or shall I shoot it away?
You're not scaring me, Shadow.
Let's get out of here, boys.
Yeah, before the cops get us...
I'm afraid it's too late.
Wait a minute, men. We can't get out now. But the officers of the law are going to have just as tough a time getting in.
Yeah, but Chief...
I'm making a break. The first man that makes a break will get it from me.
You're 3 against 1, gentlemen. Are you going to let him tell you what to do?
Shut up!
You guys in there coming out quiet over we have to smoke you out.
Come and get us!
Okay.
Oh, Chief, no, come on.
Hey, what's that?
Well, you're being treated to tear gas, gentlemen.
Kick that thing out of here!
I ain't touching it.
I think that will make you all change your minds. There's the second bomb.
I can't stand this.
Give up. Come on.
Going to quit, Rodney?
Not till I get you first, Shadow.
I'm not a very easy target. Try again.
Why, I'll get you yet.
Sorry, you missed again.
Come on, I can't breathe, Chief.
Okay, Shadow. Come and get us.
How does your shoulder feel, Lamont?
Oh, it's healing nicely, Margot.
You'll be happy to learn, Lamont, that your man Rodney and his entire gang have been rounded up and put behind bars.
Good work, Commissioner.
Oh, it was nothing, really. I was wise to those birds right along. Just played with them like a cat with a mouse. And then when I was ready, I set my trap for them by purposely pretending to put all of my officers on the other side of town. Just routine police strategy.
Why, Commissioner Weston, you know that Lamont...
Yes, Margot, he knows that I'm very proud of him. Besides, we mustn't forget that election, eh, Commissioner?
Huh? Oh, the election, yeah.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's story, The Mark of the Black Widow.
Suppose we have our coffee in here in the study, Margot.
Oh, I'd love to, Dr. Grant. In fact, I've been waiting for years for an excuse to see the inside of this room. Haven't you reminded?
Yes. If I'd anticipated this opportunity, Dr. Grant, I'd have brought along my camera and notebook.
I see. I think you have an exaggerated idea about the contents of this room.
Oh, but it's fascinating. Just look around this place, Lamont. Mummy cases and statues and old stone carvings.
Yes. I presume that most of these pieces are Egyptian, aren't they, Dr. Grant?
Yes, that's right. I did a good deal of work in Egypt about 20 years ago. You know, excavations and that sort of thing.
I should imagine that there's a fascinating story that goes with every one of these relics.
Some of them have a legend, yes, Margot.
About a pharaoh's curse, perhaps? Or an evil spirit?
Margot's been reading too many horror stories, Doctor.
No, she hasn't, Lamont. I myself have seen too many examples of strange misfortunes that have befallen the defilers of certain tombs to treat that statement lightly.
Oh, really? Well, I was only kidding, you know, Doctor.
Well, I personally have been exposed to one of those ancient curses.
Say, I've got to hear more about this.
Well, it's a very long and I'm quite sure a very dull story, so we'll save it for some other time, shall we? Besides, this is not a night for mystic yarns. See, the moon is too bright and the sky is full of...
What? Someone threw a rock through that window.
Yes.
It just missed your head, Doctor.
Look, look, someone's running across the lawn.
Well, it's too late to catch him, whoever it was. Say, there seems to be a note attached to the stone.
Well,
yes. Perhaps you better read it, Doctor.
Let me see. Listen to this. You remember Egypt, Pharaoh's tomb. He who was dead is returning. When the votes are cast, I remind you of our duty. The signature is a drawing of a spider.
What in the world is it all about?
Do you understand it, Doctor?
Perfectly. He who was dead is returning. Lamont, that story I said I'd tell you some other time.
Yes?
I'll tell it to you now because it concerns this note I just received. Do you mind?
Mind, I should say not.
Well, about 20 years ago, 3 other scientists and myself, all of us young and ambitious,
were working on the excavation of a tomb on the upper Egyptian Nile. One day we broke through a hidden wall and came upon a room that was almost crammed to the ceiling with rare and precious jewels. We stood in awe at the entrance to that room, our eyes dazzled by the...
Taylor! Hollister, do you see what I see? Yes. There can't be this many precious jewels in the world. Hey, fellas, what did you find? Oh, you think that was worth digging for, Willoughby? Worth digging for? Worth digging for? For those jewels. For those millions.
Well, what do we do now?
What do you mean?
Do we notify the authorities and turn this over to them?
Why, yes, I guess so, of course.
Why? What? I'm asking why. Why should we give up this fortune?
Yes, but Taylor, that's customary. It's a thing to do.
Well, who would ever have to know about it? Only we four have the knowledge of this hidden room. Now, do we tell the authorities?
Taylor, you're not serious about this? Why, if we were found out, we'd be disgraced, ruined in our profession.
Wouldn't a few $1 million compensate that ruin?
Taylor's right, Hollister.
Of course I'm right. All we have to do is keep quiet, and we're millionaires. Millionaires! Why, we could buy the world!
So you see, Margot and Lamont, 3 of us did keep quiet, but Hollister talked. He told the authorities about our discovery. We were all resentful of what we thought was his disloyal treachery. We even made idle threats on his life. Yes, I was in accord with the others. My only excuse now is that I was very young. However, we soon forgot those threats as we lost ourselves in hard work. And then one day, when our job was almost done, the 4 of us were standing in the main excavation. Suddenly, we heard a shout of warning from the bank above.
Look out! Look out below! The wall is caving in!
Frantically, we scrambled for the opposite embankment. Then from behind us, we heard a cry of distress.
Wait! I twisted my ankle! Help me!
It was Hollister. We turned, started back to him, and then... We were too late. Hollister was buried beneath that avalanche.
Oh, how awful.
Laborers dug for his body all that night and into the next day, but it wasn't found. The next evening, we sailed for the States.
What a horrible death.
No, you're wrong. You see, Hollister didn't die.
What?
We learned later that he reached one of the tunnels before the landslide occurred and covered him. And 3 days later, he emerged from the tomb alive.
Well, that's remarkable. But say, that's part of the message then. He who was dead is returning.
Exactly. Hollister came back to the States today. He's been in Egypt all these years. Done some remarkable work, too.
What does the rest of the message mean? About doing your duty when the votes are cast.
Well, you see, Hollister's name is up for membership in the American chapter of the Royal Order of Scientists. Perhaps he feels that we will blackball him because of our ancient grudge.
Is it quite an honor to belong to the society?
The greatest honor that can be bestowed on a scientist. Naturally, Hollister's anxious to get it.
Then you think this message is from Hollister?
I'm not sure. But he has nothing to fear. Neither Taylor, Willoughby, or myself have any ill feeling toward him.
How does he feel about all of you?
Oh, that's a different story. I've heard reports that he thinks that landslide was a deliberate attempt on his life, which, of course, is not true at all.
Well, that explains everything in the message but the signature.
Oh, you mean the drawing of the spider?
Yes.
Well, that drawing was on the wall of the room that was filled with jewels. The symbol of the spider is an ancient, never-failing Egyptian curse of death. Next member will vote, please. Next, put the ball in the box. Your vote, if you please, gentlemen. Place ball in box. Cast your ballot. Ball in box. Your ballot. Ballot. Mr. Raymond Hollister.
Yes?
Will you stand, please? You have petitioned for membership in the Royal Order of Scientists?
I have.
I regret to inform you, sir, that one black ball having been dropped in the box, your application is rejected.
I knew it. I knew they'd do this to me.
Mr. Hollister, please.
This is their second attack on me. And believe me, this time it shall not pass unanswered.
Lamont, I asked you to come here tonight to help Taylor, Willoughby, and me find Hollister.
I see, Dr. Grant.
Yes, we must find him. We've got to convince him that we were not responsible for his being rejected to our membership.
You say, Mr. Taylor, that Hollister disappeared the day after the voting took place?
Yes, that's right.
Well, isn't there any way of finding out who did blackball him, Dr. Grant?
No. No way in the world, Margot.
No, there isn't any. My, I'm warm. My dinner jacket seems to be a bit too much tonight. Grant, I think you should tell Mr. Cranston about Hollister's threat, too.
Oh, yes, that's right, Willoughby. It seems the secretary of the club told us later that Hollister vowed vengeance against all three of us.
Vengeance?
Yes, that's right.
Well, if he seems to have vanished so completely, I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Well, frankly, I am worried about it, Mr. Cranston. Hollister's crazed brain is liable to seek complete revenge.
Oh, I'm not worried on that score, Taylor. Are you, Willoughby? I say, are you, Willoughby?
Well, he's fallen asleep. Maybe it's the heat in that dinner jacket that did it.
I can't say that I blame him. Such a sultry night.
Willoughby, come on, old man. Wake up.
Wait, gentlemen. The sidelights are poor. Put on that overhead light.
Why? Why, what's the trouble?
There you are.
Willoughby. Willoughby.
What's wrong with him, Lamont?
Willoughby is dead.
Well, Lamont, where are we going tonight? Another explorers get together?
No.
Well, why all the mystery? Just who are we going to visit?
Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, I see. Well, that's it. Mr. Willoughby? He's dead, Lamont.
Yes, I know.
Well, did you plan to meet him at any special place?
Oh, yes.
Under an old tombstone, perhaps?
Oh, no. A much cheerier place than that.
Where?
The morgue.
Oh, well, the what?
I'm very curious to learn just why Mr. Willoughby died so suddenly.
Well, are you going to examine his body?
Well, not exactly, Margot. That's going to be a job for the Shadow.
Well, you're all sleeping peacefully tonight, my pretty. Yes. I like to see that. It shows that we're all friends here. Yes, all friends, yes. This page down. I must open it. Oh, you're rather standoffish, my pretty. Oh, no, you're not too pretty, are you? But you see, I like the lids open so that you all may become acquainted. You're all brothers now, you know. Yes, brothers in debt. Whether you be rich or poor. Hey?
Old man.
Hey, what was that? Did someone speak?
I spoke.
Oh, who are you?
I am called the Shadow.
The Shadow? But I don't see you.
No, my hypnotic powers have clouded your mind, made me invisible to your eyes.
Oh. And that's very clever, yes. Very clever. Yes, you're a remarkable man, Mr. Shadow. Take it on the word of the morgue keeper.
These bodies, all these bodies here, are they in your care?
Oh, yes, of course.
Among these bodies, is there one named Willoughby? He came here last night, died very suddenly.
Oh, that one, yes. He's over there on that table. He was a heart case, you know.
Have you yourself noticed anything unusual about the body?
No different from the others.
If you don't mind, I'd like to examine him myself.
I don't mind if he doesn't.
Now, let me see. Head untouched. No marks on neck. Chest. Say, this gelatin substance on the chest, covering a little red mark. Have you noticed this before?
No. I never paid much attention to those things in a routine case of death.
In the future, old man, you should. Then you'd learn, just as I have, that this man's death was not routine. It was murder.
The morgue?
No. Mr. Taylor and Dr. Grant.
Blind people.
They may not be before we get them.
What do you mean, Lamont?
I just examined Willoughby's body in that undertaking parlor.
And?
Mr. Willoughby was murdered, Margot.
Lamont, how?
I don't know yet.
Then Hollister did carry out his threat.
How'd you go, Margot? Too early to accuse anyone right now.
Have you notified the police, Lamont?
No. I didn't think it advisable yet.
What makes you believe that Mr. Willoughby was murdered?
A red mark that I discovered on his chest. A red mark that was covered with a gelatin-like substance.
Oh, Lamont, come in. I left the door open. Oh, Miss Lane, I didn't realize that you'd come along.
You must pardon my appearance,
Oh,
please.
it's all right, Doctor. I've seen men in their shirt sleeves before.
Come into the study. Taylor's here. I called him. Come along, Margot.
All right.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Cranston. Oh, you too, Miss Lane.
I
Good evening, Mr.
apologize once more for my appearance, Miss Lane. It was so warm.
Oh, think nothing of it, Doctor.
I have a dressing gown around here someplace.
Knowing the doctor as I do, Miss Lane, he won't feel easy until he's properly attired. Here's your dressing gown, Doctor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Taylor. There we are now. What is all this about, Lamont?
Well, Dr. Grant, first of all, I have just learned that your associate, Mr. Willoughby, was murdered.
Murdered? Hollister's making good his threat.
It's too early to accuse anyone yet, Mr. Taylor. Our main concern now is to save both of you from meeting Willoughby's fate.
Oh, is there really any danger?
Yes, I'm sure there is.
But, Lamont, how do you...
Dr. Grant.
Quick, catch him. He's falling.
Dr. Grant, Margot, get that chair over here. Dr. Grant. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is too much. I'm the last one left. I'm going for the police.
Come back here, Taylor.
No, I'm going to protect myself.
Oh, that was a silly thing for... Margot, come here.
Yes?
Look here. Do you see this red mark on the doctor's chest?
Yes.
The same gelatin substance, the same I found on Willoughby. But this time I recognize the mark.
What is it?
It's the bite of a poisonous insect. And unless I miss my guess, that insect is a spider. The ancient Egyptian symbol of death.
What on earth are you doing crawling around the room on your hands and knees?
I'm looking for a very important piece of evidence.
Well, you're also looking very silly.
Well, if Taylor really went for the police, I want to find this evidence before the good defenders of the law overrun the house.
But if you're trying
Margot,
to...
please stand right where you are.
Why?
Don't move. My evidence is on your shoe top.
Oh, what is it?
If I'm not mistaken, it's a deadly, poisonous black widow spider.
Hold it
Get
up.
steady now. There. I've knocked him off your shoe top. Get me that ashtray, quick.
Here you are.
I want to catch it alive.
Oh, you got him. He's under that ashtray. Oh, it's huge, isn't it?
One of the biggest of the species. Margot, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, silly. Hello?
Hello. Is Mr. Cranston there?
Yes? Who is it, please?
This is Mr. Taylor's valet. Would you ask Mr. Cranston if he could come to Mr. Taylor's home at once?
Yes. What's the trouble?
Mr. Taylor has just been shot.
Right this way, sir. Have you called a doctor? The doctor just left, sir. The wound serious? The doctor didn't tell me, sir. In this room here, sir. Oh, thank you.
All right. Is that you, Cranston?
Yes, Mr. Taylor. How are you feeling?
Oh, fair. Just fair. The bullet grazed my shoulder.
Well, tell me, what happened?
Well, I really don't know.
I thought that you left us to go to the police.
Yes, that was my intention, but when I left Dr. Grant's house, I saw someone lurking in a doorway across the street, and I became panicky and came right here to my study, intending to call the police from here.
I see. And then what happened?
Well, when I picked up the phone, something or someone was moving behind that curtain. I replaced the phone, and then the shot was fired. That's all I remember.
I see. You didn't actually see your assailant?
No, but it was Hollister. I know it was. Who else would make an attempt on my life?
And may I see the wound, please?
Well, the doctor said I shouldn't be disturbed.
Oh, is this the coat you were wearing?
Yes. You can see yourself where the bullet penetrated.
The gun must have been fired at very close range, Mr. Taylor. The powder burns indicate that the gun was within a foot of your shoulder when it was fired.
Yes, it was close.
But I thought that you said that you were fired on from those curtains. They're all of 15 feet from the phone.
Well, see here, Cranston, are you doubting my story?
No, not at all, Mr. Taylor. I'm just trying to get the facts straight.
Well, perhaps you'd better come back tomorrow morning. I can think more clearly then.
Yes, that'll give you more time.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Taylor. Not a thing. Good night. Margot, I called to tell you that I'm sending that box containing the Black Widow spider over to you in the morning. I want you to take it to Mr. Taylor's house. You're to seek advice from him as to whether or not it's really poisonous, and pay particular attention to his reactions. In the meantime, the Shadow has a call to make.
You say that you found this spider in Dr. Grant's study, Miss Lane?
Yes, that's right.
Well, why have you brought it to me?
Well, Mr. Cranston thought that you were an authority on such things, and could tell us if the insect is really poisonous.
Oh, this was Mr. Cranston's idea, huh?
Yes.
Well, my laboratory is downstairs. Would you care to come down while I make the examination?
Why, yes, thank you.
This way, please. Would you mind opening that door, Miss Lane? My shoulder, you know.
Oh, yes. How is your shoulder? Is the wound healing?
Oh, yes, very nicely. You first, Miss Lane.
All right. Is there a light?
Yes, right on the wall.
Oh. There we are. I realize that you must have many more important things to do, Mr. Taylor, than just a spider, but Mr. Cranston...
You needn't keep up this pretense any longer, Miss Lane. I know perfectly well why you're here, why Cranston sent you.
Mr. Taylor,
He knows that's a poisonous spider, and I believe that he has a pretty good idea what it was doing in Dr. Grant's study, doesn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
But he did make one mistake. He sent you here alone.
Wait a minute. I'm getting out of here.
How?
What do you mean?
That door that we entered has been locked and bolted. That's the only exit from this room. Oh, and incidentally, I might mention that the walls are soundproof, quite immune to screams.
Well, I don't understand why you're doing this to me.
It's all very simple. You come to me with a curiosity about poisonous black widow spiders. Because of that interest, I am going to exhibit many of them for you by turning them loose in this room.
What was that?
I forgot. We have company. Very distinguished company. A gentleman that you have heard a great deal about.
Who do you mean?
Hollister. The missing Dr. Hollister.
You had him imprisoned here? Then it wasn't Dr. Hollister who committed the murder. It was you, Mr. Taylor.
This is Dr. Hollister.
Oh. In a cage. You have him in a cage like some wild beast.
That's an excellent simile, considering his appearance at this point.
Oh, look at him. His glazed eyes and sunken cheeks.
Yes. That's what comes of not eating for a week.
Why, you inhuman fiend. That man is on the verge of starvation, even death. You must release him at once.
That's what I intend to do. He shall keep you company down here while you both entertain my collection of black widow spiders. You'll be released soon. Oh, so very soon.
What are you doing?
These boxes contain the spiders. I'm going to release the catch. Then I shall leave you both here in their company. They're hungry, too. Even more hungry than Dr. Hollister. All right, Miss Lane. Now, shall we get about it? What was that?
I wouldn't release those spiders if I were you, Mr. Taylor.
Who speaks? Where are you?
I'm right here in this room with you, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I see no one.
Perhaps when I tell you my name, you'll know why.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow? No.
Oh, you've heard of me. Then you know why I'm here, Mr. Taylor.
No, you shan't spoil my revenge. I've waited too long.
Exactly. Too long and too late, Mr. Taylor.
We'll see about that.
Don't open that box.
You can't stop me.
Yes, I can by taking it away from you.
Oh, wait. What happened? Give me back that box.
So you can add to your list of victims. Sorry, Mr. Taylor.
What do you mean?
You've already killed Willoughby and Dr. Grant.
Oh, so you know that, do you? Well, what of it? What if I did kill them?
Why? Why did you do it?
Because I wanted to avenge the wrong that was done me by Hollister. He cheated me out of a fortune. He wouldn't keep quiet about those jewels we found. No, he had to be righteous. And because of that righteousness, I've been a poor, struggling scientist all my life. That's why I killed Willoughby and Grant, so that their murders would be blamed on him.
So, you admit the killing?
Certainly, why not? None of us are leaving here anyway.
Keep away from this box of spiders.
You think your power of invisibility can conquer me, don't you, Shadow? But I know a way to put us on even terms. By putting out these lights. No, stop it! Too late! You're too late, Taylor. I also have the spiders. And when I open the box, they'll destroy you both.
Taylor, don't release those spiders, you fool.
A nice touch. Death in the dark.
They'll get you, too.
No, they won't. I shall wait in here with Dr. Hollister.
Margot, climb to the head of the stairs. You'll be safer there. I'll find that light switch.
They'll find her. No matter where she goes, they'll find her.
No, they won't, Taylor.
Hollister,
You didn't pick a safe place after all.
Hollister! Let go of me! Hollister!
I found the light. Look, the box didn't open, Margot. The spiders are still locked up. You can release Taylor now, Dr. Hollister.
I don't think that will be necessary.
Why not?
Taylor.
So you see, Margot, when I explained the whole case to Commissioner Weston, he agreed that Taylor's death should be listed as accidental.
And how is Dr. Hollister?
Oh, he'll be all right in a week or so.
Lamont, how did Taylor ever get the spider to bite Willoughby and Dr. Grant?
It was a rather ingenious device. Do you recall the gelatin-like substance that I found on the bodies of both men?
Yes.
The spider was encased in a specially prepared capsule, which in both cases Taylor slipped into the clothing of the murdered men. This capsule melted when exposed to heat, the heat of a human body.
Our boy was very clever.
I first suspected Taylor when he chose to be shot rather than be bitten, particularly when the shot was quite obviously self-inflicted.
My boy's pretty clever, too. You know, Lamont, that for the past 3 nights I've dreamt that spiders were crawling all over me.
Well, that's understandable.
This experience has had one regrettable effect on my life, though.
And what's that?
I shall never again enjoy reading about little Miss Moffat.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow
The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs.
Today's drama, The House That Death Built. In a lonely cemetery in New England, 3 men work furiously in a swirling blizzard, opening a huge grave. The headstone lies on one side and reads, Ben Falkenberg, born 1878, died 1948.
Come on. What are you stalling for? Get that coffin clear. Well. All set, Lafferty. Well, get it open, Rusty. Yeah. Give him a hand, Windsor. Right. It's got to be in there. It's got to. I've got to make sure. Will you hurry up? You want to freeze out here? Get it open. Get it open. It's open. Well, he's in here, all right. Let me see him. Go ahead and look. Yes. So old Ben Falkenberg finally died. Good. Splendid. All right, let's go. But you hurry, Lafferty. Don't be a fool, Windsor. We've got to get to Falkenberg's house before dark. There's $100,000 waiting in there, and nothing can stop us now.
Lamont? Don't tell me our ski trip wore you out that much, darling. You haven't said a thing for the last 10 minutes.
I was just wondering, Margot.
Would it be smart to stop somewhere along here for a while till this storm lets up?
This is pretty lonely country.
Well, here's a house at the top of this hill. They make out the entrance to the driveway now.
Yes. Look, there's someone standing out there by the entrance.
We are in luck. Oh, hey there. I beg your pardon.
Could you give us a hand, please?
What do you want?
We don't want to get stuck on the road. Do you think the people in the house could put us up for a few hours?
No.
What?
You know what's good for you? Stay away from that house.
But...
Keep on driving. Get as far away as you can, even if it means getting lost on the road. Get out of here. Get out. Don't ever come back.
The devil, you say?
That's exactly what I do say. The devil's loose in that heap of rotten wood. Now get out of here.
Okay.
What are we going to do?
Drive to the house, Margot. I don't think it can be quite as dangerous as our young friend thinks. It certainly can't be worse than a night in a blizzard.
It isn't a very pleasant-looking place, is it?
No, it isn't.
Looks like a heap of rotten wood. It's all twisty and it looks like an insane architect built it.
Well, if it'll give us shelter for a while, that's the main thing, Margot. Here's the garage. See, there must be a side entrance somewhere.
Good afternoon. I suppose you know you're trespassing.
Who are you?
My name is Lafferty. I'm the butler.
Well,
you want shelter in this house? The answer is no. Most decidedly no. Get back in your car and leave.
That's impossible, Mr. Lafferty.
This house has been closed. It will remain closed until it's burned.
Until it's burned?
Yes, madam. I've been instructed by the owner to burn it because fire is the only thing that will destroy the depth and horror in it. Will you please leave?
You have a telephone?
My dear sir, will you be trivial in the face of death?
Of course you have. I see the wires. Come on, Margot.
Stop.
If I'm going to get out of here, I've got to get a tow car to hold me. I'm going to pull.
Now, don't be a fool. Don't go into that house. If you value your life, don't go in there. Rusty. Rusty.
Coming right up, Lafferty.
What are you doing with that gun, you fool? Put that away.
Just covering that Cranston guy. In case I was holed up in the garage.
You know him?
Who don't? Lamont Cranston, playboy. Pal of the police commissioner. Dangerous girl, Margot Lane. And look, Lafferty, we've got to get him out of here.
But not with a gun, you idiot.
Oh, how?
The way we decided to get rid of intruders before we came here. Frighten them.
Like that line you handed Cranston?
Yes.
You almost had me believing it.
Well, they will believe before we're finished. Now go get Windsor from the gate. I'll have a few bitter words to say to him. He was stationed there to keep people out. Now we'll have to work overtime to get rid of Cranston.
Yeah, but how, Lafferty, how?
Leave that to me, Rusty. Leave that to me.
Ought to lead to the main floor, Margaret. Watch your step.
It's so dark, I won't know the floor if I see it. What is going on in this house?
Not very much from the looks of it.
Butler, Lafferty, and the young man at the key. What are they trying to warn us about?
I don't know, Margot. Wait a minute. Let's try that door there.
This house is twistier inside than it is outside.
That zigzag labyrinth.
Who are you?
I beg your pardon?
Get your hands up and don't move.
Do you mind putting a light on?
I asked you what you're doing in my house. Speak up.
Your house?
Why, the butler said it was
The butler? He said his name was Lafferty.
Who else is outside? Quick.
My dear Miss...
The name doesn't matter.
I think it does, my
Who's
dear.
that? Oh!
Hey!
Speak up. Who is it?
Don't try to shoot again, my dear. You can't see in the dark. I can. If you raise that revolver, I'll blast your hand
Well,
off.
if you don't mind, I think I'll light a match. I'd like to know who's murdering who. Now, it's a charming situation. Margaret, there's a candle on the table.
Right.
We're all strangers, aren't we? Mr. Lafferty claims to be butler of this crazy house, but he's unacquainted with this young lady who claims to own it.
Mr. Cranston.
How do you know my name?
Now, look, mister, I
Going
warned
in at
you.
the gate. What's your name?
Windsor.
And you, young lady?
Jane Archer.
So, we have a spook house and 3 lying strangers. I suppose you all cover each other with your guns while I phone for a tow car and the local police. Must be a phony.
Don't look for it,
Don't
Mr.
move.
Cranston.
Look out.
Very interesting. United front against the police, eh?
What are you people up to in this madhouse?
The green ghost! Windsor! Lafferty! The green ghost!
That was Rusty. Rusty? Well, what in the hall? Put away your guns and come out, all of you. Hold the light a little closer, Margot.
All right.
Good Lord. Oh, this is a mess. This man, Rusty, you called him? Yeah. Shot 3 times in the chest. So I see.
But by what? Who shot him?
I don't know. Wait a minute, look at this. There's a trap in the side of the hall. 3 guns set there like a firing line. And there's a treadle attachment to the triggers. As Rusty stepped on it, the trap swung open and the guns in the wall blasted the life out of it.
But what was he screaming? Something about the green ghost.
I don't know, Margot. Now listen, all of you, and get this straight. We're all of us trapped in this twisted house, and some of you have declared war. My dear Mr. Margot and I are going back to the living room and call the police. I wouldn't try any gunpowder persuasion, Lafferty. Really, Mr. Cranston? Really. I took the liberty of borrowing Rusty's gun while I was examining it. But you wouldn't like to trade shots with me, would you, Lafferty? I see you wouldn't. All right, Margot, let's go. Hello. Hello. It's no use, Margot. The line's dead. Blizzard must have knocked the wires down.
Then we're stuck here.
Right. In a house without light, without a phone, and with 3 maniacs who apparently dislike each other as much as us.
I want to get out of here, Lamont.
I don't know if we can find our way out now, Margot. And even if we could, there's been a murder committed. We've got to find out who's responsible.
But what can we do?
Now, you can sit tight and wait here for me, darling. The Shadow's going to pay a visit.
Windsor. Yes? Step into this alcove a moment. Well? Congratulations, my dear boy. For what? Oh, don't be modest. You were magnificent. How did you manage to make Rusty scream that gibberish about ghosts before you killed him? That was a 2-edged sword. With one blow, you eliminated that little man, and you created an air of supernatural menace that will certainly frighten the others away. You're crazy. You killed Rusty. My dear boy. You killed Rusty for his share of the money. You want to split 2 ways instead of 3. Maybe you only want to split 1 way after you killed me. Windsor, that's ridiculous. I swear that I never killed... Who's that?
Someone who laughs at 2 modest killers. With poison in their hearts and doubt in their minds.
But there isn't anybody I can see.
This is the Shadow.
The Shadow?
What money brought you to this house, Lafferty? Answer with the truth.
Well, $100,000.
Whose money is it?
It belonged to Jerry Crane.
You lied. Jerry Crane was the thief executed for murder 10 years ago.
Jerry Crane tried to bribe the state's executioner with that money to fix the execution so he'd live.
No man can live through an execution, Windsor.
Well, Jerry thought he could. He bribed the executioner, a man named Ben Falkenberg. Falkenberg was caught and dismissed. He built this house and lived here with the money for 10 years. He died about a month ago.
No one found the money, Shadow. No one. It must be here. It's got to be here.
Now, look. Look, Shadow. If you know where it is, we'll split with you. 3 ways. Fair and square.
The fair and square way you split with Rusty?
I didn't kill him, I swear it. You're a liar. Now, if you'll help us find it, Shadow...
You cannot buy truth, Lafferty. You cannot buy justice. And you cannot buy the Shadow.
Lamont, I've been sitting here in this creepy room getting the shakes. Well?
Windsor and Lafferty accuse each other of murdering Rusty.
What are they after?
Money. Fortune hidden somewhere in this house by a former executioner named Ben Falkenberg.
What's Jane Archer after? Maybe she killed her.
Maybe. That's going to be the Shadow's next visit. Do you know where she is?
Well, I thought she was...
That's Jane. She's somewhere down that hall. Come on.
What's the matter?
I don't know. She's in trouble. This is another police boot trap.
She must be further down the hall.
Yes, that same long winding hall where Rusty was killed.
Lamont, I wonder.
Look up. Look up ahead, Margot. See that tiny window? In the door.
That's Jane Archer behind her. She's caught in there. Somebody's coming out. Hurry up! Lamont, that room. Looks like a gas chamber. Like an executioner's gas chamber.
Hold your breath, Jane. Get away from the door. I'll have to shoot the lock. Get back from the door and hold your breath.
Marooned in the twisted house of Ben Falkenberg, who has died and left a fortune concealed in the rotting rooms, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane find Jane Archer, one of the four mysterious people who are searching for the money, trapped in the replica of an executioner's gas chamber. Cranston has just fired the sixth shot into the heavy steel lock.
Look out now, Margot. I've got to use my shoulder.
What's that? Who's doing the shoot?
Give me a hand, Windsor, quick. Get this door knocked in.
Right. Together now.
Once more, does it? Hold your breath.
What's that?
The gas chamber. Help me get the girl out.
Jane Archer.
She's almost killed. Take her on. Steady. Get that door closed, Margot.
Right.
Now get her down the hall here. Jane.
How do you feel, Miss Archer?
She's all right. A touch of methane. Lucky it wasn't cyanide. That kills like a thunderbolt.
What happened, Miss Archer?
I was looking, walked into the room. The door started to close. Automatic. Couldn't stop it.
You just got here in time. Searching for what, Miss Archer?
What?
You said you were looking. Looking for what?
Why?
What were you looking for?
I don't know.
This isn't time for secrets, Miss Archer.
Let her alone.
Well, I thought you two were enemies. You were pointing guns at each other half an hour ago.
I wasn't pointing any gun. Lafferty was doing all that.
Lafferty?
What's the matter?
Where is that? You heard the shots and came running, Winter. Why didn't Lafferty?
Maybe because he set this trap, too.
Where did you leave him, Winter?
Wandering around this rotten honeycomb of a house.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Funny. Sounds almost like drops. Yes, it does.
Come on.
But who's pounding? Why?
Where's it coming from?
Wish we were 20 miles away, stuck in a snowdrift catching pneumonia.
Wait, Margot. Coming from this room.
Lamont!
Windsor, Miss Archer, in here quickly.
What's the matter? What is it?
I found Lafferty. What? Swinging in the air, his heels banging on the wall. He's been hanged. Better get another candle lit, Margot.
All right.
He's dead, huh?
Another murder.
He's very much dead. Lafferty wandered into this room, stepped on that trap, and a spring noose caught him at the neck and whipped him into the air.
Oh.
What's the matter, Miss Archer?
What?
Don't like murder, hmm?
Lamont.
Who are you, Miss Archer? Why are you in this house?
I can't tell you.
Can't you understand, Miss Archer, that Lafferty was right? This house is filled with death and terror. This is the time for the truth.
All right.
Who are you?
Jane Crane.
Crane? Jerry Crane's daughter?
Yes. Jerry Crane, the man who bribed Ben Falkenberg, the man who was executed. Yes. I'm his daughter. I came here to see if I could find that money. The money he stole from the Chase Bond Company the night he murdered the guard. I had a crazy idea it might help clear the name.
What's the matter with you, Windsor?
You're right, Cranston. It is time for the truth. You'll get a kick out of this confession. I work for the Chase Bond Company. Detective assigned to recover that money.
What?
Yeah, I was playing along with Lafferty and his stooge to find the money. Of course, I figured this house would be harmless after Ben Falkenberg died.
He's not dead.
What?
Ben isn't dead. He's somewhere in this house. He was the green ghost Rusty saw before he was killed.
Oh, wait a second. Lafferty and I saw the body.
You didn't see Ben's body. He's still alive.
Wait a minute. He's still alive and in this house setting death traps. None of us is going to be safe until he's caught.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think I better start looking for him. Wait a second, Winston. Now, look, Cranston, it's my
Your
job.
job was the money. Now, forget that. The big thing now is to find the killer. That's my job. You better stay with Jane, Margot.
Lamont?
All right, darling. That's the way you want it.
Now, look, Cranston, you might run into another one of those death traps 2 feet from here.
I'm afraid we'll just have to take our chances.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks. We may need it. Come on, Margot. Careful now, Margot. This is our last candle. Keep it burning. We're going to need plenty of light.
You know where we're going?
Well, every time someone went down this hall, they were stopped by an executioner's trap. Rusty walked down a little way, and he was killed by a firing line of guns.
Yes,
Gene Archer went further and was trapped in a gas chamber.
that's right.
Lafferty went even further and was hung in a noose.
Money's at the end of this hall?
Must be. I'm going to follow every twist and turn until we reach the end.
How many more traps will there be?
Wish I knew, darling.
It's like running the gauntlet.
Around this corner. Shoot the flame.
Stay close to me, darling.
So, slowly. That looks like a flight of steps ahead. Better let me go first.
All right.
Be careful. Lafferty was trying to frighten us off with his spook talk. He told the truth. This house has murder and terror in every corner. There's death. Back for it! That was close.
What was it?
3-foot guillotine knife, sharp as a razor. We'd have been sliced like butter.
Lamont, we're not going to keep on.
Got to, Margot.
Lamont, what'll be next? What'll be next?
I don't know, darling.
Lamont,
Yes?
there isn't much candle left. My fingers are getting burned.
Try to hold out a little longer, Margot. The head of the stairs.
What if one of the traps is solitary confinement for life? What? Oh,
What happened to the candle?
just blew out. There was a draft, a sudden gust.
Get back against the wall.
What's the matter now?
Sudden gust could mean a door open somewhere. Maybe another trap starting. I'll have a look. As much as I can look in this.
No, Lamont, I don't want to be left behind, please. Lamont! Lamont, I'm getting all mixed up in the dark. There's so many doors and corners and turns. Lamont! Lamont!
Good evening, my dear. I've been waiting for you. Come in. Come in.
No,
Come in, please. Come in, my dear. Don't scream, please. It's all right. Ben's your friend. Your dear friend. Now, isn't this nice? Isn't this lovely?
it's the death hall. That's the electric chair.
That's right, my dear. That's right. Now come with Ben.
Ben? You're Ben Falkenberg.
I let them think old Ben was dead, so they'd be company. Friends looking for the money. I've had 3 today. They died well, very well indeed. But not as well as you will, my dear. Now come along.
No.
No. Trust me, my dear. Many's the one that I've coaxed to my chair. In the time.
No, please, no.
Sit down, child. Enjoy your kindness. Great kindness. All right. Now you're entirely ready.
No, please, no. No.
Don't touch that switch, Falkenberg. Who's that? Who spoke?
This is the shadow.
The shadow. There's no shadow in this room. It's all bright light and beautiful current. Stop laughing.
What a fool you are. You love death so dearly that you want to die?
No, I don't want to die. I wouldn't be able to continue it by execution.
But you will die for the murder of 3 people in this house.
Oh, no, not me. There'll be no one to tell. No one will know.
After this pretty girl now dies, no one will live to tell.
The shadow knows, Ben. The shadow knows the truth.
Where are you? Come out and fight.
To be brought to justice, Ben.
I will not.
You'll pay for your crimes, Ben. There is no escape.
I could find you. I'd be safe. I would.
There is no escape, Ben. You'll burn for murder. You'll burn.
Burn. Yes. Yes, burn. I have my own switchboard.
Don't touch those wires.
Parents have saved me all my life. It'll serve me in death.
Stop!
Back there, Coils.
Oh, we're fine, Cranston. Don't worry about Jane.
You seem to be doing all of that, Windsor.
Too bad he hasn't got 3 arms. Looks like he's having trouble holding on to Jane and the money at the same time.
I've got the money.
Uh-huh.
I can't get over old Falkenberg hiding up in that execution chamber with $100,000 all these years.
Faking his death so that people would be lured into his death house.
Well, the scandal of the bribe and his dismissal must have really snapped his mind.
I think the most ironic part was the way he died by electrocution himself.
Oh, he wasn't electrocuted, Margaret.
Wasn't electrocuted?
No.
He was. I saw him die.
Not from electrocution.
He was electrocuted. He staggered against the control panel, grabbed the live wires, and was killed instantly.
Not by electricity. By shock.
What do you mean?
You remember the blizzard? Mm-hmm. The phone and power lines were down. There wasn't any current in the house. Those wires were dead.
But Lamont...
He died from the shock of his own imagination, Margaret. Then Falkenberg was killed by his belief in his own death.
Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs.
Today's drama, The Nursery Rhyme Murders. Brookside Home is a private sanitarium located in a densely wooded area in the suburbs. It's about 8 o'clock in the evening as Superintendent Alfred Foster walks down the corridor on his way to visit one of his patients.
Good evening, Bert. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks, Dr. Foster. I've been waiting for you.
You should be asleep by now, Bert.
Oh, I've been waiting for you to come and read to me.
Well, we can't read to you every night.
But you promised. You said if I ate all my supper, you'd read a story to me. And I ate it all, Dr. Foster. Every bit of it. The cereal and everything. Read to me now, please.
We told you, Bert, that after you'd been here a while, we'd have to stop reading to you at night.
You're not going to read to me?
You're tired tonight. A little feverish, too, I think. Now, just go to sleep, and in the morning...
I won't. You promised to read me a bedtime story. And now you broke your promise.
Bert, you mustn't get excited
You
like that.
broke your promise.
Bert, stay where you are. Don't come any nearer.
You're bad, and I'm going to hurt
Bert,
you.
no. Take
your hands off my throat. Orderly! Orderly!
I'll make you read me one.
Orderly! Hurry! What is it, Dr. Foster? What? Get him off me quick, Andrews. Let him go. Let him go.
There. Now stay over there, Bert. Thank you, Andrews. That was close.
He promised to read to me. He broke his promise.
You want me to get one of the other orderlies, Dr. Foster? No, that's all right, Andrews. Bert just got a little excited. I can handle him all right. I don't know. I think we ought to send him over to the violent ward.
You better not send me away. You better not.
Now, Bert.
You better not try and send me away. If you do, I'll hurt you all. I'll hurt you all bad. Orderly.
Keep quiet, Bert, and go to sleep. 3 o'clock.
I want a drink of water, Andrews. I want a drink of water.
Go to sleep, Bert.
Please, Andrews. Please.
All right, Bert. Just a second. Okay. Here's your water.
I was awful thirsty.
Here you are.
Thanks, Andrews. Thanks. Now, give me those keys. No, you don't. Give them to me. Now, I got the keys. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out.
At home.
Hello, this is Polly Andrews. I'm Harvey Andrews' wife.
Oh, yes. Hello, Mrs. Andrews.
Is my husband there?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Andrews, but he isn't in. All the orderlies are out in the grounds hunting for Bert Eustace. He escaped last night, you know.
Well, that's just it, operator. Our cottage is at the north end of the grounds. I understand Eustace is violent. I'm here all alone, and, well, I'm frightened.
I don't know what we can do. I'll tell Mr. Andrews to phone you when he gets back here.
Well, all right, thanks.
Not at all. Goodbye, Mrs. Andrews.
Goodbye. Who's that? Who's there?
Hello, Polly.
You! No! Don't!
Little Polly Flinders sat among the cinders, warming her pretty little toes. Her mother came and caught her and whipped her little daughter for spoiling her nice new clothes.
Lamont, I know it's presuming on our acquaintance, but I want to thank you and Miss Lane for coming to my office this morning when I phoned.
Not at all, Fred. Glad to be of service.
The fact is, I need your help desperately. You see, Lamont, I'm a psychiatrist, not a criminologist. I don't think it's a case for the police, but I do need help in trying to find this escaped patient.
And the searching party found no trace of Bert Eustace last night, Dr. Foster?
No, Miss Lane. He's still at large. I feel pretty badly about it, too. Bert was showing signs of violence. In fact, he attacked me yesterday. But instead of sending him to the violent ward, I kept him here for observation.
Then you think he's capable of being a killer?
I'm afraid so, Miss Lane.
What kind of a case was this patient, Fred?
Well, not fundamentally a criminal type, but extremely unbalanced emotionally. During his periods of irrationality, he reverted to his childhood and lived in a complete juvenile world.
What do you mean by that?
But he went to bed when it got dark. He ate his cereal faithfully, insisted that I read bedtime stories and nursery rhymes to him.
Bedtime stories
Yes.
and nursery rhymes?
How have you been handling the case?
Trying to find out as much as I can about his background, especially his childhood.
Any luck?
Well, I haven't been able to get much out of Bert himself, but his father has given a pretty good lead.
His father?
Yes. He's a well-to-do but eccentric old man who used to come to visit his son devotedly every week. Recently, he's been coming less and less.
You think Bert has some sort of a father complex? Perhaps his father's been neglecting him lately?
Yes, he's become more and more unbalanced until he reached the breaking point and decided to escape. Yes, something like that, Lamont. Bert is...
Dr. Foster.
Yes, what is it? What's the matter?
Mrs. Andrews. Harvey Andrews' wife was murdered in our cottage last night.
What?
They just found her strangled to death. But the rest of it, doesn't make sense. What doesn't make sense? The killer carried her body upstairs and left it in the fireplace.
body curled up in the fireplace like this.
Very strange resting place.
Yes. Notice one other thing, Fred.
Yes?
Killer took the shoes off the corpse.
But why? Why did he take her shoes off?
Why did he carry her body upstairs and put it in the fireplace? It doesn't make sense.
Contrary, Margot, it does make sense.
What do you mean?
The tortured depths of Bert's mind, he acted with a terrible logic.
I don't think I follow you, Lamont.
Neither do I.
You said this man Bert loved bedtime stories and nursery rhymes.
Yes, that's right.
Well, in my opinion, he killed this woman right out of a Mother Goose rhyme.
What?
Listen to this, Margot. Little Polly Flinders sat among the cinders, warming her pretty little toes.
Lamont, the dead woman's first name was Polly.
Yes, and she sat among the cinders. That would mean the fireplace, Margot.
Yes, and warming her pretty little toes. No wonder the killer took her shoes off.
Precisely. The clues are all in the rhyme. I wonder if it's only the beginning.
What do you mean, Lamont?
I wonder if the killer's going to stop with his first murder, Margot. Because with all the Mother Goose stories there are, death can rhyme many times.
Oh, Lamont, Miss Lane, I'm glad you're here.
Came right out after we got your phone call, Fred. What's wrong?
We haven't been able to locate Harvey Andrews, the husband of the dead woman.
But it's midnight now. You mean you've been looking for him all day?
Yes, Miss Lane, ever since his wife's death. Andrews was out trying to find Bert with the rest of the searching party, and now he's vanished.
The woman is killed and her husband disappears.
Oh, pardon me a moment. Hello?
This is Parks, Dr. Foster. Could you come out to the reception room for a minute?
Yes, of course, Parks. Lamont, Miss Lane, if you'll excuse me for a moment, I'm going out to the reception room. Maybe the searching party has come in.
Yes, of course.
Lamont, do you suppose Bert has killed the orderly as well as his wife?
I don't know, Margot. Strange I haven't been able to locate him yet.
Oh, it's Dr. Foster's phone, Lamont.
Yeah. I suppose I better answer it. Hello?
Listen, Doctor. Little boy Blue, come blow your horn. The sheep's in the meadow. The cow's in the corn. Where's the little boy who looks after the sheep? He's under the haystack, fast asleep.
Who is this? Who is this? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Lamont? Who was that?
Bert Eustace, Margot. Come on, I think we better get outside fast.
Where are we going?
To the farm and back to the sanitarium.
What do you expect to find out there?
Wouldn't be surprised, Margot, if we found Little Boy Blue.
We should be wandering around the grounds in the middle of the night without Dr. Foster.
Dr. Foster will be very glad we left without him, Margot. Hold the flashlight up.
Right.
Isn't there a haystack next to the barn?
Yes, Lamont.
Come on, Margot, but careful. We may be walking into a trap. Here we are. Oh, here's a pitchfork. I'm going to start digging.
Lamont, what do you expect to find?
Killer's given us a clue, Margot. If I'm not wrong. Good Lord.
There's a body under this haystack. It's Andrews. And he's wearing a blue orderly's jacket.
Yes, Margot. Little Boy Blue.
Only this little boy Blue isn't just fast asleep. He's dead. Lamont, listen.
Margot and Lamont, in search of the Nursery Rhyme killer, are at Brookside Hall in the office of Superintendent Alfred Foster.
You say you heard the killer's laugh after you found the body, Lamont?
Yes, we ran after him, but lost him in the darkness, Fred.
First it was little Polly Flinders, then it was little boy Blue. I wonder who Bert will pick next.
I can guess his next victim, Miss Lane.
Who?
Myself.
You?
I'm afraid of the same thing, Fred.
Bert hated me as much as he hated Andrews. As I see it, he went to Andrews' house to kill him and found Andrews wasn't there and killed his wife instead.
And he caught Andrews in the grounds later and killed him and buried him under the haystack.
Yes, and logically, Well, I come next.
Could be right.
I'm afraid I am. Oh, we've got to find this man. We've got to.
The police have a statewide dragnet out for him now.
Yes, they're so busy covering the highways and terminals. I wonder if they haven't given the most logical place a very fast examination.
The most logical place?
Yes, Bert's home. I think we'd better have a talk with Bert's father, Lamont. I wouldn't be surprised if he knew a great deal more about where his son was hiding.
It's a good idea. Come on, Margot.
I'll get my things.
Well, it won't be necessary.
What do you mean?
You're not going with us, afraid it's not safe.
Oh, but
you admitted yourself you're probably next on Bert's list.
Yes,
You're the psychiatrist. I'm the criminologist, remember? We'll phone you here at the office as soon as we've seen old man Eustace.
Well, all right. Thanks, Lamont.
Forget it. Come on, Margot. So, Mr. Eustace, at Dr. Foster's suggestion, we decided to come here to see you.
I see.
I know you're as anxious to find Bert as we are, Mr. Eustace.
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Then, if we could just step inside for a moment, Mr. Eustace, and talk to you?
All right. All right, step inside.
Thank you.
Follow me into the parlor. This way.
Lamont, he really is an eccentric.
Did you ever see anything like this old mausoleum?
No, and I don't think anybody else has for the last 50 years.
Here we are. It's a little dusty. I haven't used the parlor for some time. Sit down.
Thank you. You live here all alone, Mr. Eustace?
Yes. Yes, I do. Lived here all alone ever since Bertram went away. I miss him very much.
And before that, Mr. Eustace?
Before that, it was just Bertram and I. Bertram's mother has been dead almost 40 years.
I see. You know, of course, that Bert left the hospital.
Yes. Yes, I know.
You read it in the papers, I suppose?
No, I didn't read it in the papers. But I know it, though. I know it.
You couldn't by any chance tell us where Bert is now, could you, Mr. Eustace?
I don't know, Mr. Cranston. I don't know. What's that?
What was that noise?
Must have been the cat. She must have knocked something over upstairs.
Those are hardly the footsteps of a cat, Mr. Eustace.
Well, they aren't, are they? Must be someone else in the house.
I think there is.
Then I better find out who.
Come back here, Mr. Eustace. Mr. Eustace!
Quick, Lamont. He's locking the door.
Mr. Eustace!
He bolted it.
It certainly has, Margot. We're locked in.
It looks as though we were too slow.
Yes, while we're breaking out of the parlor down there, both Mr. Eustace and Bert have disappeared. Come on, Margot. We've got to make sure. We'll go down this corridor. Stay close to me.
Don't worry, Lamont. Oh!
What's the matter, darling?
I just ran into another of those darn spider webs.
Spider web won't hurt you.
Maybe not, but there was a spider in the middle of this one. No wonder Bert was unbalanced living in this old mansion.
Yes, with a queer old duck like Eustace for a father. He's certainly... Margot, listen.
Bert, he's upstairs on the floor above us. Lamont!
Come on, Margot, down the end of this corridor here. Must be a flight of stairs there.
Here are the stairs. Lamont, he's up there. Top of the stairs.
Goosey gander.
Listen.
Where shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs, and in my lady's chamber. There I met a man who would not say his prayers. I took him by the left leg and threw him down the stairs.
Lamont, it must be Mr. Eustace. Poor old man.
Wait a second till I have a look.
Here's the flash.
Maybe the old boy is...
What's the matter?
Margot, this isn't Mr. Eustace.
It isn't.
No. It's Bert.
But Lamont, old Mr. Eustace couldn't have just vanished into thin air.
Looks as if he did, Margot. We certainly went over every inch of the house.
You really think we can pick up his trail at Dr. Foster's house?
That's the most logical place to look for him now. Oh, that's Fred's place up ahead. Here we are. After you, darling.
Thanks.
Now, if we can just...
What's the matter?
Well, I saw something in the car headlights.
What?
Figure of a man back there behind the garage. Looked like old man Eustace.
Oh, Lamont.
Margot, I'm going around back. You go into Fred's house. Tell him I was delayed.
The careful, darling. Please, that old man is a crazy killer.
Shadow's going to set a trap, Margot. This time, I think the crazy killer has spoken his last nursery rhyme.
I'm so glad you found us, Lane. The killer has been here.
You've seen him?
Yes. I saw the same figure Lamont saw when I stopped to pick up the mail.
Old Mr. Eustace.
Yes, and he left this in the mailbox.
What is it?
A note. Listen. Dr. Foster went to Gloucester in a shower of rain. He stepped in a puddle up to his middle and never went there again.
Then old Mr. Eustace is here. Lamont did see him.
He must have. It must mean that crazy killer is going to creep into this house and murder me in the night. He's out of his mind. None of us is safe anymore. We're all... Why, this is strange.
What is it?
The killer really is close. Here's another note. Here on my desk. Eustace must have slipped in through the window and left it.
Another note?
Yes. And the odd part about it is, it's addressed to you.
To me?
Yes. Read it.
See, saw, Marjorie Daw. Jackie shall have a new master. He shall have but a penny a day, because he can't work any faster. I don't understand.
Marjorie Daw. It's almost like Margot.
You mean the killer?
I'm afraid he means you, Miss Lane. Margot. Marjorie. Very close, aren't they? Close enough for all practical purposes.
Dr. Foster, why are you looking at me like that?
It's a nice rhyme, isn't it? It has a swing to it. See-saw, Marjorie Daw. Jackie shall have a new master. He shall have but a penny a day because he can't work any faster.
You're the nursery rhyme killer.
Yes, Miss Lane, I am. I love nursery rhymes. Old Mother Hubbard went to a cupboard to get a poor dog a bone.
Stay away from me.
Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating his Christmas pie.
Stay away.
Jack and Jill went up the hill. Peter, Pumpkin Eater. No! These four, Marjorie. What's that? Who's in this room? I don't see anyone. Someone I can't see. Who are you?
You like to hear a little nursery rhyme, Dr. Foster?
Who are you?
I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me. What can be the use of him is more than I can see.
Stop!
Very, very like me from the heels up to the head. And I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed.
Stop it! I'm going mad!
You're mad already, Foster. Your mind has been clouded by the dark shadows you profess to study.
Who are you? Who are you?
The shadow, Foster. The shadow here to see justice done.
Shadow?
You thought you could blame these murders on Bert and then on his father. You became so obsessed with his case that your own mind broke under the strain.
Let me out of here. I've got to get out of here.
No, Foster. The state has a place for you. A place where never again will you be allowed loose among society. A place where you can safely recite nursery rhymes to your heart's content.
Well, that's the whole story, Margot. Foster wasn't a doctor at all. He was just a clever quack who outsmarted himself.
He became so obsessed with abnormal cases such as Bert Eustace that he became unbalanced himself. Is that it?
That's right, Margot. Bert's escape must have been the snapping point for Foster's mind. He went on a rampage, blaming everything on Bert. And when we went to see old man Eustace, Foster was afraid we'd find Bert, get the truth out of him. So he had to get rid of Bert and then shift the blame to the father.
When Foster was the one Polly Andrews saw, and it was his voice we heard on the phone. Both Bert and his father were completely innocent.
That's right, Margot.
I still don't see why he called you in on the case when he was guilty, Lamont.
And that's how he outsmarted himself. He didn't want to risk calling in the authorities, but he did need an outsider to verify his alibis and corroborate his statements. I'm a criminologist. We'd met before, and it seemed like the logical choice.
I see. Well, after that case, there's one thing I'm sure of.
No? What's that, Margaret?
If I ever have to read to a child again, it's going to be from the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Weed of crime. There's bitter fruit.
The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Man Who Was Deaf. In a heavy concrete subcellar of a forgotten warehouse, two men in white lab jackets stand tensely watching a giant mass of laboratory machinery. There is the whine of electric power, the click of a stopwatch, nothing more. An experiment is beginning. 21, 22, 23. Hasn't taken yet, Hendricks.
No, sir.
Double the power for 10 seconds.
Mr. Lash.
Well?
We can't take the chance, sir.
Why not?
If we overload, there's a chance we blow up.
I'll take it.
But Mr. Lash...
This is my research, Hendricks. I know what I'm doing. You don't gamble without taking risks. Step it up.
Yes, sir.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why did you cut the power, you idiot? I told you 10 seconds. What are you trying to do?
The action started. Don't you hear it? Listen.
Heavens, yes. Yes, you're right, Hendricks.
It's going so fast, sir. It won't stop. We've got to get out of here, Mr. Lash. There's going to be a blow-up. We've got to get out of here.
6 o'clock tonight, there was an explosion, Cranston. A dozen people phoned in. Patrolmen checked and found a body in this place. No one ever knew there was a lab down here.
Secret laboratory, a man killed in an explosion? Why call me in, Commissioner West?
Well, in the first place, there were two men. This one, unidentified, killed in the blast. Second, also unidentified, crawled out. Left bloodstains on the stairs.
Well?
Why in blazes did he run away? What were they up to down here?
Well, don't you know?
You're the science expert. You tell me. They say an expert can reconstruct an experiment from a look at the apparatus. Go ahead.
All right. Let's see. High-power condensers. Mm-hmm. Yes, now those terminals go to... Mm-hmm. Now, that debris might be the remains of... Uh-oh. Turn off the lights, Commissioner.
What for?
I want to see if we can see better in the dark.
Are you crazy?
No, I'm worried. Turn them off.
Right. Well?
Keep your eyes open and look.
At what?
Anything.
Holy smoke, I'm seeing things.
Sure?
This whole place is flickering, like a luminous dime.
Right, let's get out of here, quick.
Hey!
Come on, Weston, do what I say. Now, I'll tell you what they were doing in there. Running a wildcat radium experiment.
A radium experiment?
Yes, a sort of super X-ray mechanism that can generate enormous quantities of radium energy. The experiment blew up, saturated the lab with radioactivity. If we'd stayed in there any longer, we might have been fatally burned.
No wonder it was secret.
Commissioner, we've got to locate that man that got away. He's got to be found at once.
Why the rush?
Well, don't you understand? He was caught in the explosion. He's saturated with radioactivity. He'll poison everything and everybody he touches. He's walking dead.
Are you kidding?
I wish I were, Commissioner, but I'm not. We're in bad trouble, and we've got to find the medicine quick.
Roger, what's happened?
Give me a hand, George. Please. Please.
Steady. Come into the dispensary. Easy.
I'm hurt, George, pretty bad. Took me an hour to drag myself to your office.
Now, don't say anything more. Sit right here. That's right. Now, drink this.
Thanks. Oh, it's better.
What happened to you?
George, I'm a dead man. Unless you can help me.
What?
You know anything to cure radiation poisoning? I'm depending on you, George. I'm saturated with Masonic material.
Masonic material?
27 grams were blasted into me. I always had the secret, George. And I went too fast. But now I'm a burning man. Dead.
Roger.
What are you backing away for?
I don't want to be poisoned too, Roger.
Well, you've got to help me.
I can't.
There isn't any cure?
No.
But look, George, I've got a wife and 2 kids.
So if you don't mind, Mrs. Lash, I think the best thing to do now is wait right here until we hear from your husband.
Of course. Of course, Mr. Cranston. Make yourselves comfortable, won't you, please, Miss Lane?
Thank you.
If I only knew how badly Roger was hurt.
Mrs. Lash, maybe you'd better sit down.
I can't rest a second until I hear from him. Oh, this wretched experiment. Roger spent everything on it. All his time, his money, his energy. And now, his life.
Easy now, Mrs. Lash. I'm sure that...
That's Roger. It must be. Hello?
Barbara.
Hello. I hope I'm not late. I had such an awful time getting away. I'm so glad to see you. Oh, I couldn't believe my ears when you telephoned. Oh, I'd given you up for lost when I heard you got married. I said, there goes another good man out of circulation. And you know, Andy, there's only a few of them left. Sit down, Edith. Oh, nice. Nice and cozy. Wanted to see you again. Just because I felt I hadn't been very nice the last time you were here. Oh, the night the play opened. Oh, yes. You know, Andy, I've seen your play dozens of times, and I just love it. Oh, you certainly must have had an awful lot of experience to write a play like that. Sit down, Andy.
Money, I want your money.
Now, listen, mister.
I'm sorry I can't explain. I haven't time. Now, get out of the way.
You keep away from that register. There's only a couple of $100 in there, mister.
That'll do as a starter.
Please, mister, don't take that money. I need it.
You need it. You need it. You don't know what it is to really want money.
You think it'll help if I make a public announcement of the city commission?
I do, Lamont. The entire metropolitan area has got to be alerted to the fact that Lash is still at large. A special broadcast is the quickest way I know to get a warning like that across.
Have there been any more reports on Lash since the first robbery, Commissioner?
2 more in the last hour.
Just in time. Last minute purchase, eh? Billy. Good Lord, what has happened to you? You look as if you'd been burned.
I hope you're not going to give me any trouble. There's a holdup.
Holdup? Helen, Eddie, the porter alarm. Quick, get the police.
Shut up, you fool.
Burn.
Be quiet. You two, get behind the counter with him.
You're not going to get away with it.
Don't try to use that gun, miss. Please don't try. No, you wouldn't you? I told you not to give me any trouble.
Oh, my throat.
I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. You made me.
Margot and Lamont are on the trail of Roger Lash, a scientist who has been violently burned by radiation. After a series of robberies and a brutal murder, the desperate Lash is still at large. Margot and Lamont are discussing the situation in the office of Police Commissioner Weston.
The man's on a rampage. 2 more robberies and now this murder at the jewelry store. Lord knows how many more murders will follow now.
It's almost as though he's getting crueler, Lamont. More vicious.
I'm afraid he is. These final stages, he's getting savage and primitive. He's got to be located, Commissioner.
For the love of Mike, I've got the whole department working. What else can I do?
I've got an idea how we can locate him.
Now, go ahead.
With telephones.
Telephone?
Yes, the city's a network of telephone wires that ride like a web of invisible lines.
Yes.
Lash is radioactive.
Burning man. Mad scientist. Back against the wall before he
City
sees
in
me.
terror as Burning Man commits series of sensational robberies, kills 3. Nationwide alarm sounded as Burning Man spreads fear.
That's me they're talking about. I'm the Burning Man. And the entire city is in terror of me. The whole country is afraid of me. Afraid of the Burning Man. Afraid of me.
All right, Commissioner Margot, draw up chairs and sit down. I've patched this loudspeaker onto the open lines. We're going to start it. When we hear what we're listening for, we'll tell the company. Their technicians will trace the interference in half a minute.
All I hear is a humming.
Let's be patient.
Lamont, it sounds like 1,000 people talking or whispering. Do you hear that?
Yes, that's the city winding up its talk for the day.
Yeah.
Got to hear him soon. Can't walk anywhere in this town without passing a phone wire under the street, overhead, along buildings.
Maybe. I don't hear him.
Wait and listen.
Hey, I think...
Not now.
What?
Listen.
Meanwhile, let's have a little music. Cutting down costly runs with nightly new quick luck scares. When you give stockings their nightly luxury, whether they're silk or nylon, rayon or cotton, you're guarding them.
Roger, it's Barbara. I've been waiting.
Barbara.
Oh, darling. You're so sick, so hurt. Oh, Roger.
I'm not Roger Lash.
Darling, you've got to stop. These terrible things that you've been doing. Robbing, killing.
I'm the Burning Man.
At first it was for me, wasn't it? For your wife and your children. You were afraid we'd starve. But now it's because you like the terror and the fear.
Get out of here. Go away.
I've been waiting and waiting. I knew you'd come this way soon, Roger. I love you, darling. I love you too much to let you do this.
Go away, for the love of heaven, and get out of here.
Believe me, darling, I'm not killing Roger Lash.
You're taking away the soil and perspiration that could injure the fibers. And at the same time, you're guarding their vital elasticity, the quality that lets them stretch and spring back when they're strained without breaking easily into runs. Harsh soaps, cake soap rubbing, rob stockings of elasticity. Then they don't last as they should. Gentle new quick lux keeps stockings new looking longer. Helps you get better wear from every pair.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mr. Lash.
I don't know who you are, but you must be out of your mind coming here.
I've got to talk to you, Mr. Lash.
Talk to me. What have you got to say to the burning man? Well, talk.
The police are outside. This place is surrounded. You haven't got a chance.
Got a chance? Very funny. The burning man, Miss Lane. The entire city, the entire country is terrified of my flame and fire. Why, I could walk out of this lab through a whole cordon of policemen and burn them down as I go. Who's that? Who's laughing?
This is the Shadow, Roger Lash.
The Shadow?
You couldn't burn down a cordon of men, Roger Lash.
Oh, I could. I'm the burning man. I'm fire and destruction. A walking holocaust.
Your flame is dying, Roger Lash. Your power is ebbing.
No. My flame will never die.
Your power is ebbing. Your day is over, burning man.
Oh, no, it isn't. It can't be. I've put the machinery together again. I'll charge myself again with fire and flame. I'll be strong again, strong and powerful.
You're playing with broken bits, Lash. The explosion destroyed your apparatus.
No. I'll bring back my power.
It's useless, Lash.
Check the rheostat, Hendricks. Plug in the connecting coils, Hendricks. That's it. Now bring the current up to 30.105 and set. Ready, Hendricks? Rev it up. Rev up the power, Hendricks. Hendricks.
The power is gone, Lash.
Gone?
Gone forever.
The burning man. Gone forever.
Yes, Lash. Now you can be taken to where medical authorities will do everything possible to save what's left of your ebbing life.
All right, Margot Lights.
Right.
Now, let's see.
What have you been developing, Lamont?
Just making sure that you don't have radiation poisoning.
Oh?
No, you don't. Not a spot of light on the film. You're perfectly safe. Guess we got you out of Lash's place just in time.
Lamont, it was a terrible experience. Lash was really out of his mind at the end, wasn't he?
Completely. What had started out as an honest motive for money to help his family developed into a crazy lust for power. Burning Man. Must have thought he was a god of some sort, spreading death and terror wherever he went.
Commissioner Weston said they'd found Barbara, his wife.
What? She checked out. At what time? 10:30? I see. Thank you. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Cassill's apartment. Oh, don't hang up, Miss Meredith. Tell me, were you expecting a call from Mr. Cassill? Oh, you didn't know, but you hoped. Is that it? Oh, don't worry, Miss Meredith. It happens to the best of us. You see, I've been stood up, too. Good night. Dr. Alexander's office. Oh, good morning, Mr. Cassill. No, she's not here, Mr. Cassill. She just left with Mr. Michael Daly. Mr. Cassill, please, they went to do a broadcast on the radio, the Scientific Forum. Mr. Cassill.
Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learnt a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today we feature the shadow in an adventure out of this world. Early morning. The scene, Lamont Cranston's flat.
It's all right. I hear you. I'm coming. Commissioner Weston.
Good morning, Cranston.
come in. Thanks. What are you doing here this hour of the morning?
I was investigating a case in this building. Just dropped in for some coffee.
All right, come into the kitchen.
Thanks, sir.
What case, Commissioner?
Well, it's a strange business, Cranston. There's been a wave of assassinations hit this city that's got me confused. I don't know where I stand.
Maroon.
Exactly. And do you notice the date on top of it? 33rd lustrum in the 9th sequence of the 6th epoch. What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. The turbitality enemy of Arch Ascension Master, been known as Fraser Blackburn, was yesterday aided to new life.
Is that English?
The kind of English. The kind futuristic writers claim our descendants will speak in a few centuries.
Well, if this isn't the weirdest thing I've ever come across...
Moment, Commissioner.
Huh?
Oh, good morning, my dear Mr. Cranston. Oh, good morning. Apparently you know my name.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston. I like to know my neighbors. My name is Bland. I am very much afraid you have my morning paper there, Mr. Cranston.
Is this your paper? Look here, Mr. Bland, what's it all about? We're trying to make sense out of it.
It's really quite a simple matter. I happen to belong to a lodge. This is our news bulletin. We write in such odd fashion merely to be different.
Ah, I see. Hey, well, here's your paper, Mr. Bland, only I don't see how anybody can understand it.
Oh, it makes a great deal of sense for those who know how to read. Good morning, gentlemen.
Commissioner, did you happen to see inside his flat?
No, I was concentrating on the paper.
It was weird. From what I could see, the furniture and decorations were something definitely not of this world.
Now, Cranston,
I tell you, I caught a glimpse of photographs on the wall.
Hey, look out, the coffee's boiling.
And those photographs could not have been taken anywhere on this earth.
Now, forget about it, Cranston.
And you heard that music, didn't you? That weird, unearthly, inhuman music.
Oh, it's probably all something to do with his lodge, Cranston. Now, don't let your imagination run away with you. There's your phone. All right, I'll answer. Probably the department. They know I'm here.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner.
Hello, this is Weston. What? Not again. All right, I'll be right over there. You want to exercise your imagination on something real, Cranston? Well, get your clothes on and come with me. There's just been another of those assassinations. Hey, this is it. Room 824.
Today's drama, Stakeout. It is almost midnight. In a rundown section near the waterfront, two dark figures stand in the shadows of a lonely alley.
He said you had Cranston lined up for a kill, Duke. Where is he?
Take it easy, Joey. Got him staked out, but we've got to handle it careful.
And where is the rat? Promised my brother Silky I'd take care of Cranston for putting a finger on him. I waited long enough. Now, where is he?
He went up that alley just before I called you. Ain't come out yet.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
Okay, come on.
Don't be too good a target, Joey. That guy Cranston can handle a rod, but good.
Yeah, but he's used to the trigger end. I'm going to give him a dose of the business end.
Hold it. I think I saw him.
Where?
Up there near the end of the alley. See him?
No, where?
Right. I lost him in the shadows.
Come on. He can't get out of the alley without passing us. Yeah, must be hiding behind that pile of junk at the end of the alley.
I guess
was too bad.
Joey, look out. There he is. What? Joey. Joey, can you hear me?
Sid. Chucky's gonna be awful mad at Cranston for knocking off his kid brother. Yeah. Awful mad.
Stop the fight, Margot. Poor kid Lewis hasn't got a chance.
The referee's raised his hands, Lamont. He is stopping.
Oh, good. That boy's taken enough punishment for one night.
The winner, Larry Walker, by a technical knockout. The time, 2 minutes and 4 seconds of the third round.
Oh, I hope the next fight's more evenly matched, Lamont.
No, it will be, Margot. In fact, that's the one we've come to see. Should be a classic. Well, look who's here. Hello, Monty. How's my favorite fight manager?
Hello, Mr. Cranston. Hello, Miss Wayne.
Hello, Monty.
Ain't been around a long time, seems like.
Oh, hasn't been a fight worth coming out to in a long time, Monty.
Ain't it the truth? They don't make 'em like Dempsey McClellan anymore.
That's right.
Brain fuzz, that's what they are, like I always say.
That's it. Oh, yes, son. What is it?
What phone call? I'll take it.
Oh, excuse me, folks. Take good care of Margot, Monty. I'll be right back.
Great fellow, that Mr. Cranston. Miss Wayne, he ain't no jam, is he?
Jam? What do you mean?
Well, it's just when I hear around. I mind my own business, but I hear things.
What kind of thing?
Well, I hear he's hot for shooting.
For a shooting? What?
And now the stellar presentation of the evening. In this corner, weighing 187 1/2, wearing black trunks, Mike Taub of Brooklyn.
Sonny, Lamont should be back by now. This is the fight he wanted so badly to see.
Well, maybe he got delayed. You want I should go see?
I'll go with you, Monty.
And in this corner, weighing 197 pounds, wearing purple trunks, Bobby Marcus, the Bridgeport farmer.
Monty, he's not in any of the phone booths. Where could he have gone?
Well, maybe the doorman's seen him. Hey, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
You see Mr. Cranston come back here?
Mr. Cranston, yeah, he just asked me to flag him down a hack.
Leela? But that's impossible. He wouldn't go home without telling me.
He didn't go home, lady. Gave the hack a joint named the Silver Slipper on Water Street. It ain't home.
Silver Slipper, that's a tough dive. Hey, where you going, Miss Wayne?
To the Silver Slipper, Monty. I'm old-fashioned. I like to go home with the man who brought me.
Okay, so, sir, what'll it be?
I don't think I want anything, thanks. I'm looking for a man.
So's a million dames. So you're looking someplace else, will you?
Oh, you don't understand. The man I'm looking for came in here.
Yeah? What's he look like?
Tall, dark, good-looking.
Oh, him.
You mean he's here?
Yeah, he's here. See that blonde at the corner table?
Yes.
Ask her. She knows where he is.
Thanks. I beg your pardon. What did you do? Oh, I'm looking for Mr. Cranston. The bartender said you'd know where he was.
Sorry, sister. He don't want to be disturbed. But look, he's with his lady friend. Now, be a good girl and blow, huh?
His lady friend? What? That's impossible.
Oh, there. Shot, and it came from the back room. That's where Carl and Cranston are. Come on.
Lamont! He shot her. He shot Carl. He's still got the gun. For heaven's sake, Lamont, what is this?
I can't explain now, Margot.
Don't let him get through that window. Stop him.
Never mind him. How about Carla?
Carla? Carla, can you hear me? Holy mackerel, she's dead.
Attention, all police. Lamont Cranston wanted for questioning in the murder of Carla Devons, cabaret entertainer. When last seen, Cranston was wearing...
That's enough of that.
Commissioner Weston, you can't believe Lamont is guilty of that girl's murder.
I'm sorry, Margot. You saw him there yourself with a gun in his hand. He was innocent. Why did he run away?
I don't know. But I do know Lamont. He couldn't be guilty of such a thing.
Margot, I warned him time and again. I kept telling him that if he kept getting involved in police affairs, someday he'd get in over his head. Well, today was that someday.
What do you intend to do, Commissioner?
What can I do, Margot?
Believe me, I won't enjoy it. But I intend to find Lamont Cranston and book him for murder.
Lamont. Lamont, are you there?
Good girl, Margot. Now, let's get away from here. You don't think Weston suspects you're on your way to meet me, do you?
No.
You sound angry, darling. Surely you don't believe...
What can I believe, Lamont? Why did you run away? Why did I have to meet you like this?
Because I have to stay free long enough to find who did kill that girl. But, darling, how could you believe...
I don't know what I believe. You leave me at the arena and go running off without a
Well,
word?
didn't you get my message? I sent that usher back with word that I had an emergency call that I'd meet you at your place after the fight.
An emergency call?
Yes, she said it was a matter of life or death. She begged me to come to the Silver Slipper immediately. Said her name was Carla.
I know. The blonde girl said you and Carla were old friends.
But that's ridiculous. We just started to talk when there was a shot from the window and someone threw a gun into the room. I was starting out the window after the killer when you and the crowd broke in.
Darling, why didn't you stay?
There was still a chance I could trap the killer before he got down the fire escape.
I guess I believe you, Lamont. Oh, Lamont, get over. That car's trying to pass you.
Hold on, Margot. They're trying to run us off the road. What's it on? You all right?
Yes. They're getting out, Lamont. Two of them.
Oh, Cranston. What is... I don't move. What is this?
The guy wants to see you, Cranston, awful bad.
Well, who are you? What do you want?
You don't know us, Cranston, but you know our boss. His name's Silk. Silky Reeves, remember?
That hoodlum. What's he doing out of jail?
You'll find out, Cranston. When you sent him up, you didn't do as good a job as you did on his kid brother.
What?
You're going to wish you'd gunned Silky, too.
Gun? Wait a minute. I didn't kill Reeves' kid brother.
No. Try telling that to Silky when we get there.
Got him?
Yes, Silky.
Bring him in. Bring him in. Mustn't keep our guests waiting.
Right. Okay, Louis, bring him in.
Well, Cranston. Haven't seen you since you testified against me 6 years ago. 6 years in the pen can be a long time. Why the young lady?
She was with him, Silky. We had to bring her.
How unfortunate for her. Duke?
Yeah.
See that the lady's comfortable and well tied.
Wait, sister.
Get your hands up.
Leave her alone. Wait a minute. I've seen you someplace before.
Yeah, get around. Come on.
Hey, wait. You'll have to pardon this broken-down old shack, Cranston. We've been meaning to get rid of it. We're taking care of that tonight.
Hey, what's this all about?
Surely you must have guessed that I'd resent your killing my kid brother, Joey.
I didn't kill your brother.
Unfortunately for you, there were witnesses. Duke, tell him.
Sure, Silky. Joey followed Cranston into an alley one night. I seen them both go in. There's a shot. Cranston came out alone.
Liar.
Don't call me a liar, copper.
Now I know where I saw you. Well, what'd you do that for, Duke? I want him to know what was happening.
He'll know what's happening, all right, Silky.
This place will go up like tissue paper. You got the gasoline ready?
Right. How about the dame?
Take the gag out of her mouth. Maybe Cranston would like to hear her scream.
Okay, Silky.
What are you going to do?
Give you and your boyfriend a hot reception, baby.
No, you can't. Lamont. Lamont.
You wake up, baby. It's time. Okay, Louis, set the fire.
Right.
There she goes. We better get out of here. This will go faster than we thought.
Lamont. Lamont, can't you hear me? You've got to hear me. You've got to.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are kidnapped by gangsters. The old frame building where they're being held is set afire as Cranston begins to regain consciousness.
Lamont, for heaven's sake. Lamont. Lamont, can you hear me?
I hear me. Margot.
Lamont, hurry. The whole place is going up in flames.
Second, Margot. What do you think? Where was this rope?
I think I can rip the knot open on this nail. That's hide. Can you walk?
I think so. Found them on up. I think the door's locked. They just slammed.
No, wait a minute. Not that way, Margot. Probably outside waiting. Come on out the back. The wall looks fairly well rotted.
Hurry, John. Hurry.
Now, let's stand back. I'll try to fix the plank through. There, now we can get through. Now, you go ahead, darling.
Haven't got a minute too soon.
Keep down low, Margot. Got to keep out of sight. We're sure they've gone. Oh, there they go. I think it's safe for us to get started.
Where are we going?
I recognize one of those three hoodlums, Margot. The young one named Duke. He was the one who posed as the usher who brought me the message at the arena.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pay a visit to an old friend who may know what's behind all this. Mr. Poindexter, our underworld contact.
Mr. Poindexter's latest headquarters. Quite an exclusive little spot. If you don't mind sawdust and cobwebs.
Not so loud, darling. This is considered the store club at the waterfront.
There's Mr. Poindexter waiting for us.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Poindexter.
Mr. Cranston and the lovely Miss Lane. Be seated. By all means, be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Poindexter. I hated to impose on you, but this is very important to me personally.
By all means, my friend, by all means. I took the liberty of ordering a brief libation. You'll be my guest, of course?
Why, thank you, Mr. Poindexter.
One point, however, it seems I'm financially embarrassed. Oh, just temporarily, of course.
Oh, you must allow me.
No. Most emphatically, no. Well, perhaps just this time.
Yes.
You may bring the order, my untrusting friend. And now at your service.
You read about the girl, Carla Devons, I'm supposed to have killed?
Yes, in my position, one hears such things, Mr. Cranston.
Needless to say, I didn't kill her. I was sent to the scene of the murder by a man posing as an arena usher. He's a hoodlum named Duke.
Yes. Very interesting indeed. You see, Duke was the late lamented Carla's sweetheart.
Oh?
Although one heard rumors of a rift lately.
Rumors? Of what kind?
A new light of love had dazzled the fickle young Duke.
Now it's beginning to make sense. Duke wanted to get rid of Carla, so he shot her and tried to plant the blame on me. But why?
Possibly in retaliation for your supposed killing of Filthy Reeve's young brother. Our underworld is sensitive on such points.
Yes. We had some evidence of that tonight. Well, I've bothered you enough with my problem, Mr. Poindexter. Thank you very much. Come on, Margaret, we've got to run.
Oh, before your libation arrives?
You have ours, Mr. Poindexter.
All three? Very well, but only as an accommodation, you understand. Good evening, my friends. A very good evening to you both.
Where are we going, Lamont?
We're going to see the blonde with the silver slipper who told you I was an old friend of Carla's. I want to know why she lied. Apartment 2B, this is it, Margaret. That's where the blonde lives. I'll knock.
Coming. Don't knock the door down. What do you want? I ain't... You. Thought the cops had you in mothballs by now.
Mind if we come in?
You bet I do. I'm allergic to killing.
Sorry to have to interrupt. I have to talk to you.
Look, I don't know what you two are up to, but if you don't get out of here, I'll yell copper so loud it'll curl your eardrums.
You deliberately framed me, Blondie. Why? I never saw your friend Carla before in my life.
Okay, Bud. If your story for the little woman is that telephone gag, I can go along with it. Why are you doing this? Look, baby, would it convince you if I showed you a picture of him and Carla all lovey-dovey? Why, yes, I guess so. Okay. You asked for this showdown, Cranston. Didn't think I had these pictures, did you? Here it is. Sucker, get your hands out where I can see them.
A gun.
What are you going to do? Call the police?
I'm no stool pigeon. If I turn you over to them, you'll be dead when they scoop you up. Now get out and stay out.
All right. Come on, Martha.
I wouldn't have believed it. I've never seen you cowed so easily. And by a woman.
I hope she thinks the same thing, Margot.
What do you mean?
I mean, now I know I'm on the right track. Blondie couldn't have known about that telephone call unless she was in on the frame-up. You see, Carla had time to tell me she wasn't the one who called.
What are you going to do?
Shadow is going to have a talk with Blondie. I think she'll talk to the Shadow.
Try that number again, will you, operator? I gotta get him. I gotta. What? Who's that?
The Shadow, Blondie.
Shadow?
Has your boyfriend run out on you?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Your boyfriend named Duke?
How do you know about that?
Duke thought he could get rid of Carla. Blame her murder on Cranston. You were in on the plan, weren't you, Blondie?
No.
Weren't you, Blondie?
I called Cranston. Sure, Duke told me what to say, but I swear I didn't know Carla was going to die. That's the truth. So help me. I swear it.
All right, Blondie. Tell me, where's Duke now?
I don't know. I can't reach him. They had a job on tonight. They should be finished now.
After the job, where will they be?
Oh, I don't know.
Where will they be?
At the hideout. It's an abandoned ice house near the bridge. The meeting there to split the takes.
Perhaps the Shadow will join that little meeting. And if you've told the truth, no harm will come to you. But if you've lied, Blondie, you'll answer to the Shadow.
Yeah? Me, Louis Duke.
About time you got here. Silky's plenty thought you've a gun on that watchman. Better get in there. Here's Silk, Silky.
Well, if it isn't Daniel Boone.
Now, look, Silky, I didn't mean to kill your guy. I thought he was going for a rod, so I blasted him.
You've been pretty fast with that rod lately, Duke.
Okay, so I killed the guy. We made it clean, didn't we?
That ain't the point. We're hotter than a 50-cent pistol, and I don't like being hot.
Okay, fellas, if you don't like being hot, I can fix that.
Hey, put up that rear.
You crazy?
No, just accommodating. You two complaining about being hot, I just figured to cool you off a little bit.
Yeah, you kill us with that heater of yours, and the boys will know it was you. You wouldn't last a day.
There's more than one way to cool a guy off in an old ice house like this, Louis.
What are you talking about, Duke? That chamber ain't been used in years.
The ammonia pipes are still there. That's good enough.
You think I'm going to let you...
Those are says, Louis.
That's smart, Silky. Now go on, back up, slow. Further. That's it. All right, Louis, open the door to the ice chamber. Only do it nice and slow like so I can watch your hands. Thanks. Now, boys, after you. Go on inside.
So you think you're going to knock me and Louis off? Is that it, Duke?
You catch on fast, Silky. I'm taking over.
The boys will find us, Duke. And when they do...
When they do, you won't know it.
Hey, you shot a hole in the ammonia pipe.
So long, boys. Happy dreams. I'll see you in church. All right. At the door. Come on, stand. Stand, I can't punch it. Can't punch it. What?
You set a little trap and fell into it, eh, Duke?
Who said that?
This is the Shadow, Duke.
Shadow?
I followed you in and closed the door behind me. I thought it was more polite that way.
Get us out of here, Shadow. This place is filling up with ammonia.
First, I want the truth about the murder of Carla Devons. From you, Duke.
A guy named Cranston killed her.
The truth, Duke.
I tell you, Cranston.
You lie. You killed her, Duke. She threatened to tell the truth about Joey Reeves, and you killed her.
All right. All right, I killed her. All right. Let me out of here, will you?
But Cranston didn't kill Joey Reeves either, Duke. Who did?
Let us out of here, will you? You'll die with it.
I think I can hold out a few minutes longer, Duke. Who killed Joey Reeves? Was it you, Duke? Was it?
All right. All right. I killed him. You killed my brother. You dirty double crosser. I'll get you.
No, you don't. There'll be no more killing, Silky. Now, let's have some air.
Cops! Let's get out of here.
No, Louis. Duke has a story to tell Commissioner Weston. And you and Silky want to make sure he tells the story right.
Well, Cranston, I've straightened it out for you this time. But next time...
There won't be a next time, Commissioner.
No, indeed, Commissioner. I've really learned my lesson this time.
I've heard that before.
I don't understand why Duke went to so much trouble to try to frame you for Carla's murder, Lamont.
Well, he had to kill Carla, Margot. She threatened to tell the truth about Joey's murder. You see, she was the only one who knew Duke was systematically working his way up in the gang.
The first rung of the ladder was Joey. That was the easy one. He had a ready-made fall guy in Cranston. Louis, who was number 2 man in the gang, was slated to go next. And finally, Silky Reeves himself.
It was certainly an ingenious stakeout. You know, for a while, Commissioner, I almost believed I was guilty myself.
So did I. And what's worse, so would a jury.
I'm afraid you have something there, Commissioner. So from now on,
leave police work to the police.
Lamont Cranston, you uncross those fingers.
Weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow
what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs.
Today's drama, Death Coils to Strike. Maria!
Yes, Bill?
You have to keep playing that same record over and over again?
No, Bill.
Well, shut that thing off a second and come in here, will you, baby? I want to talk to you.
All right, Bill. Yes?
Sit down, Maria. Now, over here next to me. That's it. What's the matter, baby? What is it?
Nothing, Bill.
You haven't been acting like yourself since we came to the States, Maria.
I have felt strange since we leave South America.
Yes, I've noticed.
Very strange.
Now, you got to quit thinking about the jungle and all that, Maria. We're not in a South American engineering camp anymore. We're here in the good old USA.
I know.
Well, then try to act more civilized, will you, baby? Don't just lie around like that and listen to that crazy music on the Victrola.
All right, Bill.
And Maria.
Yes.
Do me a favor, will you, baby? Take off those anklets and all that native jewelry. Those coils, they give me the creeps.
The creeps?
Yeah, I don't know. They remind me of snakes. Maria! ask you to stop playing that record. Maria! Maria! Oh. Get yourself locked in that room and keep playing that fool music over and over. Maria! Maria! What are you doing? Quit that, will you? Stop it! Stop that, Maria!
Oh, Bill. I was only dancing.
Well, what kind of dancing is that? Wriggling and slithering around like that. It's crazy, Maria. You've got to stop it.
You're upset. You look at me like something is the matter.
Something's happening to you. I don't know what it is, but it's been coming over you ever since we left South America.
You do not love me anymore. Is that it, Bill?
Of course I love you, baby. Of course I do. It's just that you've been acting so funny lately.
You still love me?
I said I did.
Then come here.
Now, look, Maria.
Come here and kiss me, Bill.
No.
Come here, Bill.
Maria, don't wind your arms around my neck like that. Don't.
Kiss me.
No, Maria, let me go. Let me go.
That's the whole story, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane. I know it sounds a little peculiar, but it is the truth.
It is sort of a new assignment, isn't it, Lamont?
Yes, I don't think I've ever before been asked to help locate a snake.
It's a little more than just that, Mr. Cranston. You see, ever since I've been curator of the zoo, I've tried to build up the reptile house. This morning I received 7 new species from South America. Among them was a small and very deadly snake called the cascabel.
Cascabel?
Yes. And when we took the crates out of the truck this afternoon, we did not find the cascabel.
The snake had escaped.
Yes, Miss Lane. Somewhere between the dock and the zoo is a rather isolated neighborhood. It was there that the driver had to swerve to miss an oncoming car and almost overturn.
And you think that's when the snake slipped out of its crate and escaped?
Yes. Naturally, I sent my assistant Marlin right out to search. But it has been almost 4 hours now, and I haven't heard a word from him.
You think that perhaps Mr. Marlin found the snake and in trying to capture him...
Was bitten fatally? Very possible, Miss Lane. I don't want to call in the police yet. The news that the poisonous snake is loose might cause unnecessary panic.
I think you're right. Now, you'll be able to help us search, Doctor?
Oh, by all means.
Good. Come on, Margaret. It's almost dark now. We'd better get started immediately.
Maria, come here.
What is it, Bill?
I've got to talk to you, Maria. I've got something I have to say to you.
What is it you have to say?
Now, look, Maria. This isn't easy for you or for me. But something's been happening to you. I don't know exactly what it is. I just know why it is.
Why it is?
Because of Billy and the way he was killed.
What do you mean?
That's the reason for this change coming over you. The thing in the jungle that killed our son, that's responsible.
The thing that killed our son is responsible?
Yes.
You promised me we would never have to talk about it.
We know it was a snake that killed Billy. We didn't want to say it, but we know it was a snake, don't we?
Yes, it was a
And
snake.
it's been preying on your mind. You've been thinking about it, brooding about it, haven't you?
Yes.
It's been in your conscience, in your heart.
Yes.
Well, you've got to stop it, Maria. You've got to stop it. It's doing something to you. It's changing you in a terrible way.
No, Bill,
yes,
no.
It is. It's making you act different and look different. Why, it's changing you into it. Doorbell. Get back in your room, Maria. I'll get rid of him, whoever it is.
Bill.
Go back in your room. We can't let anyone see you. Quickly, Maria.
Yes? My name is Marlin. Ralph Marlin.
Yes?
I'm sorry to trouble you, but I wonder if you can help me.
What is it?
I know this sounds odd, but it's about a snake.
A snake?
It's escaped. Terribly negligent of us, I know, but it simply got lost, and we're quite sure it's around here in the neighborhood somewhere.
It is, huh?
Yes, I'm sure it's around here somewhere. You see, it's an import from South America, and...
South America?
Yes. It's called a cascabel. Not a large snake. A female. Soft brown color, even markings.
How did you find out?
What did you say?
I said, how did you find out?
Oh, I don't know what you mean, but there's no reason to be alarmed. The female cascabel is poisonous.
Shut up!
Oh, no.
please, there's no reason to get excited. If you don't have the snake...
But I do have it. But you'll never get it. I thought... Get your hands off my... I don't know how you found out, but you're not going to tell anyone about it. Let me go. Let me go.
Nobody's going to find out about Maria. Nobody. What time is it now, Mr. Cranston?
It's almost 7, Dr. Rittenhouse. I'm searching for almost 2 hours now.
It would be almost impossible to find a small snake now that it's dark, wouldn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Lane. Someone on his block should have seen my assistant, Marlin.
If he had found the snake and had been fatally bitten, someone in this neighborhood would have at least have heard him cry out or something.
Mr. Cranston, I've got to get back to the zoo. I'm going to notify the authorities.
All right, Doctor. Margot and I will look for a little longer.
Fine. Check back with me later on.
Yes, as soon as we find something.
Good night. Thank you both very much.
Good night,
Good night,
Doctor.
Doctor.
What do you think, Lamont?
There's a possibility Marlin will be back at the zoo by the time Dr. Rittenhouse gets there.
If not?
Looks pretty bad. People don't just vanish into thin air.
No. Especially... Lamont,
Sounds like music played on an East Indian flute.
it's coming from that house right there, Lamont.
It's one of the two we haven't been to yet. I don't think we'd better put off visiting this house any longer. Come on, Margot, up the steps.
An East Indian. Well, this is a strange neighborhood, isn't it?
Look at the nameplate on the door, Margot.
R.H. Hassar, personal consultant.
An expensive-sounding fortune teller. Mr. Hassar's undoubtedly a very high-class Swami.
You mean like an East Indian fakir?
Fakir, yes, Margot, probably in more ways than one. Yes. Mr. Hassar? That is correct. We're doing some investigating, Mr. Hassar. A truck from the zoo was carrying some reptiles by here this afternoon when one escaped. A snake escaped? The assistant curator of the zoo was supposed to have been searching this neighborhood for the past 6 hours, but he's disappeared. He's disappeared? Yes. We were wondering if you knew anything about this.
Oh, no, I know nothing.
You haven't seen a man making inquiries around the neighborhood?
I have seen no one.
I see. Mr. Hassar, we heard some music just a few minutes ago. I could have sworn it was an East Indian flute, the kind used to charm snakes.
You were mistaken. I played the music, yes, but I play it only for my own amusement. Now, if you will pardon me,
Mr. Hassar.
I'm very busy. Good night.
Well, that was a sudden exit. What do we do now, Lamont?
I think we'll go next door, Margot. That's the last house on the block. If we don't find anything there, we'll be back to see Mr. R.H. Hassar again.
All right, Maria, help me get him over to the basement door.
You killed this man, Bill?
I had to. He found out.
You shouldn't have done it.
Tell you I had to. He knew about you.
He knew about me? Oh, Bill.
Don't worry, Maria. We're going away. We're going to go where nobody will see you. I'll carry him the rest of the way.
But he will be missed soon, and then the police will start asking questions.
The police will never find this guy. We're going to bury him down here in the basement.
All right, Bill. There is a shovel down here. I will help you dig.
Yeah, I'll put him down here. There. Now, let's see. There's a pick around here somewhere.
Bill.
What's the matter?
Look. There in the basement window.
What are you looking in at us? Come on, Maria. We got to get out of here.
But the man, we cannot leave the body.
We got to. We got to get upstairs and stall him off. Come on, Maria. You can't stay down there. Come on, baby. Upstairs, quick.
door is open, Margot.
Do you think we ought to just break in this way, Lamont?
We know there's someone down here, and yet they didn't answer their front door bell.
Maybe they couldn't hear the bell.
Maybe they don't want people to see what they're hiding in the cellar. Come on, quietly.
They must have gone upstairs again without a sound.
Good chance to look around.
It's as black as pitch down here.
Too bad we haven't the flash.
I don't like this, Lamont. I have a feeling there's something down here. Lamont.
What's the matter?
My foot touched something. Something. Oh!
Good Lord.
It's a man's body.
Yes. Body of a man. Might very well be Marlin, Dr. Rittenhouse's assistant.
What is it?
Something moving down here.
It's a kind of rustling.
Hissing sound.
Coming from that corner. Lamont, look.
I see.
Eyes staring at us. Oh, Lamont. Is it a snake?
Looks like it, Margot. Looks very much like a snake.
A few moments ago, Lamont and Margot discovered the body of the assistant curator of the zoo in the cellar of a house, only to look up into the gleaming eyes of the deadly snake. They are standing in fixed horror when suddenly...
Down quickly, Margot. Someone firing at us.
Oh, Lord.
Running footsteps. Either lost their nerve or just wanted to scare us.
There they go. Look through the window there.
Yes.
Someone running across the lawn toward Mr. Hazard's house.
I see. I'm very anxious for us not to find this body. Did I light a match? Snake, Margot. It's gone.
Is he not down here now?
No, it must have been frightened away by the shot.
Lamont, was it a snake?
I don't know, Margot. All I could see were the eyes. Somehow they looked almost human.
Lamont, what terrible kind of thing have we gotten ourselves into?
Something a lot stranger than we thought at first, certainly. Come upstairs, darling.
What are we going to do?
First, we're going to notify Commissioner Weston that we found Marlin's body. Then search this apparently empty house from top to bottom.
And if we find that it really is empty?
I'm going back and pay a visit to Mr. Hussar. This time as the shadow.
Maria! Maria! Maria, for the love of heaven, where are you?
Here I am, dear.
Oh. I've been looking all over for you, baby. Didn't know whether you were out in the yard or still down in the basement.
I ran away. Someone was shooting.
Yeah, that was me. I saw the two of them in the basement looking at the body.
You shot?
Yeah. I had to distract their attention somehow.
I know.
Got them out of the basement anyway. Now we can go back and get the body. We'll put him in the car and we'll get out of town.
No, Bill.
What do you mean?
I am not going back down there.
Come on, baby. You can't stay here. Somebody's liable to find you.
No.
I said, come on.
Let me go, Bill.
That's the only way, Maria. Believe me.
Let go of my wrist.
I told you to come on.
And I told you to let me go.
Oh, my head. You bit me.
I bit you. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. She bit me. The head.
Who's that? Who's in this room? Who is it? What snake do you wish to charm, Mr. Hussar? The deadly diamond-head cobra of India? Or the precious and poisonous cascabel of South America?
What voice do I hear? Who is speaking?
This is the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Yes, Mr. Hassan. What do you know about the cascabel snake that escaped from the zoo?
I know that it escaped, that is all. I do not have the snake.
No? What about Marlon, the curator's assistant, Mr. Hassan? You murdered him, didn't you?
Murder? No. No, I did not murder him.
But perhaps you know who did?
Well, I talked to Cummings. Bill Cummings and his wife who live next door.
What about them?
I saw this man, this Marlon, go into their house this afternoon. He has not come out.
Why should Cummings murder an innocent man?
I do not know. There have been many strange things going on over there. The girl, she is native of South America. She acts very funny.
How does she act?
She does not go out of house. She never go out since they come here from South America.
Yes?
And she does weird dance.
And you think this girl has something to do with the murder?
Yes, Shadow. Go to them. Find the girl, the strange native girl. The secret of Reptile is with her, I swear.
Very well, Hassan. I will go now. But if you've lied, the Shadow will be back.
Maria. I gotta find her before somebody else does. I think she went this way. Went to the neighbor's garage. I do it now, but better have a look around. Nothing in here. I've got to find her. What was that? Funny. Came from that hamper over there. What's the hamper doing in the garage? Sounded like a snake. Good Lord, could it? Must be Maria. Maria? Is that you? Are you in there? Maria, answer me. For the love of heaven, answer me.
I wish Lamont would come. I hate waiting out here.
There you are,
Oh,
Margaret.
Lamont, where have you been? I've been waiting out here for you for 10 minutes.
I think I've got the answer to this whole wild business, Margot.
You have? Did you see Mr. Hazar as the Shadow?
Yes, Margot, and he may be involved. It's more complicated than that.
More complicated?
I can't explain now, Margot. I want you to wait here for Commissioner Weston. He should be here any minute.
And you?
I'm going to find the killer, Margot, and the missing snake. Unless I'm very much surprised, the Shadow will find them both together.
Maria, are you in there? Maria. Who's that? What are you doing in here, young man? Who are you? What are you doing in my garage? Your garage? Your garage. So you're the one. What are you talking about? You're the one who captured her. You put her in that hamper. You hid her in there. I don't know what you mean. No? There's something in that hamper. It does sound as if there is something in the hamper. You bet it does. And you put her in there, didn't you? Didn't you? But I thought it would be safer. You thought it would be safer, huh? You didn't believe things like this could happen. I had never seen anything like it before. I thought if I put it in the hamper... You thought. You're going to get her out. You hear? You're going to take her out of that hamper. Oh, no. No, I will be beaten. You will be bitten. I've already been bitten. Now open that hamper. Put that gun away, please. Open it. Don't shoot. I said open it. Pop that gun. Somebody knocked the gun out of my hand.
The Shadow, Bill.
Shadow. He was afraid to open the hamper, Shadow. But I'm not.
Bill.
I'll let Maria out. I'll set her free.
Stay away from that hamper.
I'll let you out, little Maria.
Don't touch that hammer, Bill. There's a poisonous snake in there.
There you are, little Maria. I got you
Put it
now.
down before you're killed.
Sweet little Maria.
Put it down.
No. No. You killed the shadow. You killed Maria.
No, Bill. No one has killed Maria. Only the snake is dead. Its poison is gone forever. Now you must extract the poison from your mind.
My mind?
Yes, Bill. The poison that made you believe the terrible things about Maria.
No. It's true. It's true. It's true about Marie. She was changing. I saw it myself. She was turning. She was turning into it before my eyes. She was turning.
No, Bill, it's not true. That picture of Maria was only a terrible distortion of your imagination.
Imagination?
There was only one snake. And it lies there now, dead at your feet.
So it was Maria you talked to after you went to see Mr. Hazard, the Shadow, Lamont.
Yes, Margot. I found her out in the garage. I got most of the story from her.
I don't understand. If Maria was perfectly all right, what made Bill think she was turning into some sort of reptile?
He'd received a terrible shock when his son died, Margot. Young Billy was killed by a poison snake outside their mining camp in South America.
Terrible.
Tragedy twisted Bill's mind. By the time they came back to this country, he began to read snake-like qualities into every act and gesture his wife made.
But I still don't understand just what Mr. Hazard, the Swami, had to do with the whole thing.
Well, Mr. Hussar found the snake in his garage. He hid it in the hamper, hoping to collect a handsome reward for it.
What's going to happen to Bill?
Well, Margot, when the state takes all the facts in Bill's case into consideration, I think they'll hand down a lenient verdict.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows. All evil lurks in the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
In a moment, tonight's episode. Have you tried the delicious charbroiled sirloin steak and all for only...
Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. As the Shadow, Cranston is gifted with hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs.
Today's drama, The Legend of the Living Swamp. Deep in the swampland, a young man stumbles his way blindly, closer and closer to a bubbling patch of black slime known as Devil's Dip. His glazed eyes show no recognition of his father's warning cries in the distance.
Old man, Swamp, you don't scare me. No, sir. Randy Calhoun is going to pay his respects to Devil's Dip right now.
Randy, where are you?
They call you cemetery without tombstones, Devil's Dip, but that don't scare me either.
Randy, come back here.
There she is, bubbling and beautiful in the moonlight. Just a few steps more now.
Randy, you've gone crazy, boy. Get away from that thing.
I'm walking right into you with my chin out, Devil's Dip. Let's see you stop me.
Randy, stop. Out. Can't move. Oh, my leg. Randy, he's gone. My own son swallowed up by Devil's Dip.
Yes?
Mr. Cranston?
This is Lamont Cranston.
My name is Calhoun. Wilmer Calhoun. But I don't expect that you remember me.
Calhoun?
We met 3 years ago when you cracked the Lanning case down here.
Of course. Yes, now I remember. How are you, Mr. Calhoun?
Not so good, I'm afraid, Mr. Cranston.
Something terrible is taking place down here on our plantation.
Oh, it seems to be the trouble.
Well, I know it sounds peculiar, Mr. Cranston, but it's the legend of Limbo Swamp come back. The legend started up again. It'll kill us all if you don't help.
What are you talking about?
My son was killed by it this evening, devoured by the swamp.
What?
While running to his rescue, I was held by a paralytic stroke.
You're sure you're not letting your imagination get the better of you?
The legend has already struck, Mr. Cranston. It will continue to strike until every member of the Calhoun family has been claimed. You've got to help us, Mr. Cranston. You've just got to.
I can see what Calhoun meant now.
What's that, Marty?
This swamp country.
It is pretty depressing, isn't it?
What did you make of that legend business Calhoun was telling you about, Lamont?
Well, as far as I could gather, Margot, a family was being consumed by a man-eating swamp.
Oh, I'm almost ready to believe anything after being down in this part of the country for a couple of hours.
Well, we're almost there, darling. Oh, here's the drive-in road he told me to look for. I see two people on the front porch the swamp hasn't claimed yet.
Oh, yes, a young woman, a young man. They look like something out of Gone with the Wind.
Pretty far gone, if you ask me. I don't think we should expect a very stimulating reception. Thank you, darling.
Thanks.
Well, good afternoon. Is this the Calhoun plantation?
Never heard of any other name in these parts.
I assume you're Mr. Calhoun's son, Quentin.
That's right.
This must be your sister, Lucy.
Yes. You must be Mr. Cranston.
That's right. This is Miss Lane.
How do you do? How do you do?
I don't think you'll care too much for this patch of land, Cranston.
Quentin, is that any way to talk to our guests? Now, take Miss Lane's bag up to her room. Daddy told us you were coming. We've been looking forward to your visit. Thank you.
Your father said there was some kind of trouble, Miss Calhoun.
Oh, poor old Daddy. He's nearly out of his mind after what happened to Randy last night. Then with his paralysis.
Randy's probably the best off of all of us. He don't have to fight the swamp no more.
You sound pretty convinced about this swamp legend, Quentin.
Don't let me scare you, Cranston. Have a look for yourself. But keep your eyes open when you do.
Good heavens, what was that? Daddy. That sounded like Daddy calling.
Go ahead. Just the old boy seeing boogeyman again.
This way. It goes back down the hall here.
Randy, my boy.
Daddy, what is it?
What happened, Mr. Calhoun?
Randy. He walked out of the swamp. He's come back from the dead.
What are you talking about?
That's from the window. And then he walked away into the twilight whistling.
I'll open the window.
There it is.
There is someone whistling.
Oh, it's Eli. Eli, the hired man. There, you can see him now. Eli?
Yes?
Did you tap on this window just a minute ago?
How should I go tapping on folks' windows?
That was you whistling just now.
Ain't no law against whistling, is there?
Oh, then it wasn't Randy. Randy didn't really come out of Devil's Dip after all. Oh, it gave me such a turn. Scared me half to death.
All right, Eli. Go back to your chores.
Yeah.
Miss Lane and I just arrived, Mr. Calhoun. Before something else happens, suppose you tell us what this is all about.
Oh, Mr. Cranston and Miss Lane, I didn't realize that you were here. The shock and the excitement of it all, I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. Well, if you'll pardon me, I'll look after dinner.
Perhaps you'd better begin at the beginning, Mr. Calhoun.
Yes. Yes, of course. Well, this whole crazy business started back with an Indian legend centuries ago, Mr. Cranston.
The swamp is a sort of altar of sacrifice?
That's right.
Yes, I've heard of such legends. What was the basis of sacrifice?
Once each century, an entire family, according to the legend, was to be sacrificed.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It is, my dear. Devil's Dip already has claimed my youngest son, Randy. And the legend says that the youngest should die first.
But couldn't Randy's death have been an accident?
An accident? And I suppose my paralytic stroke was an accident, too?
It's very strange, isn't it?
The doctor's just left. He wasn't very optimistic.
There's been no improvement since last night, Mr. Calhoun?
You think I'd be confined to this wheelchair if I could get around some other way?
Of course not. But now that we're here, Mr. Calhoun, what is it you would like us to do?
Anything, Mr. Cranston. Anything in the world that'll keep that cursed swamp from taking another life.
And you say you talked to the doctor yourself, Lamont?
Yes, he phoned right after dinner. He can't explain the paralytic stroke either. Calhoun is crippled, there's no question about it.
It's fantastic. Why are we taking this path towards the cottonwoods, Lamont?
Calhoun tells me Eli, the hired man, lives by himself in a shack down there, Margot. I think we ought to have a little talk with him. Oh, here's the shack now, I guess. Hello, Eli. Miss Lane and I just dropped in to pay you a visit.
That's all.
Eli, do you believe in this swamp legend as strongly as the Calhoun family?
Ain't the swamp already grabbed Randy Calhoun?
Isn't it possible that Randy might have had a little too much to drink that night?
Randy was drunk on plenty nights. They never headed down with no swamp before. He was drawn down to the swamp, just as sure as if it had a rope around his neck. He was drawn down, pulled under.
What about Quentin Calhoun, Eli? Could he tell us any more about Randy's death?
Gwen's a drinking fool like his kid brother. And we can tell what he'll do next.
And Lucy?
You keep an eye on her, Mr. Cranston. There's a lot more to her than that sweet-talking front you put on for company.
You don't have a very high opinion of the Calhouns.
People who live near the swamp don't trust nobody. Least of all, strangers.
Santa Margot, this flatboat's a little skittish.
I know now how Eli feels about the swamp. Now that we're actually in it.
Yes, I'm beginning to feel it myself.
I still don't see what we're going to learn by poling through the swamp like this.
Maybe nothing, Margot. Not again.
Come up.
What is it?
Something's coming straight at me.
Margot, what happened?
Only an overhanging branch, but it looks like some kind of horrible snake.
It's just your imagination. Wait a second.
What is it?
There are two people talking, yes. Quiet now, we'll stop the boat, listen.
You said you want to talk to me, Quentin?
That's right, Lucy.
Well, why in the world did you insist on coming all the way down here?
Just wanted to make sure we were alone.
I swear I don't know what you're driving at, Quentin Calhoun.
Legend, Lucy.
Legend?
What about it?
Do you believe in it?
Of course I do. Who down here doesn't believe it?
Somebody with a tricky mind could use that legend to advantage and maybe wind up with an inheritance.
Quentin Calhoun, are you suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything, Lucy. I'm just thinking out loud.
Thinking how you might come out on top.
Maybe I am. We're all going to die in this stinking swamp without getting a nickel of that fortune rotting in the bank.
Quentin, what are you aiming to do?
Come along to Devil's Dip and see, Sister Lucy. Come along and see.
Quentin, come back here. Quentin!
Come on, Margot, let's go.
Where to, Lamont?
We're going to tie to the boat. We head over to Devil's Dip. I think we ought to be there when Lucy and Quentin arrive. Come on, Margot, we're almost there.
I'm doing the best I can, Lamont, but this brush is so thick.
Listen.
Sounds like Quentin.
Just get this branch aside, we could get through it.
Hurry, Lamont.
That's there. Good Lord, it is Quentin. He's in the quicksand.
Quick, Lamont, we've got to save him.
Maybe it's too late, Mark. Nobody can ever reach Quentin Calhoun now.
Back to the shadow after this message from our sponsor. Special day or any day, a meal at the Black Angus is something special. Authentic Western decor, charbroiled meat right off the Black Angus open fires, and reasonable prices all make the Black Angus the perfect place for lunch or dinner. Try the famous charbroiled sirloin steak dinner for only $1.79. You get a crisp, fresh tossed green salad with Black Angus dressing and hot buttered garlic French bread. Or you may prefer the delicious Southern fried chicken dinner. Plump, juicy chicken, surrounded with the specially seasoned Black Angus batter and fried till it is crisp and golden. And served with potatoes, salad, and hot garlic bread, it is only $1.49. Visit the Black Angus nearest you on Coral Way across from Sears in Coral Gables, on Motel Row, Miami Beach, on Palm Springs Mile in Hialeah, and in South Dade next to Jefferson Stores. Why not make tomorrow a special day for your family? Treat them to a delicious meal at one of the Black Angus restaurants. Black Angus, home of the $1.79 charbroiled sirloin steak dinner. And now, back to tonight's episode of The Shadow.
Clinton! Clinton!
He's gone, Margot. It's no use. Easy, darling.
The legend has come to pass. This rotten black pool is alive, Lamont. It's like a crawling evil thing.
Margot.
Hurry, the 2 drownings in the swamp in 2 days.
Come on, you're going back to the house and lie down.
Lamont, what's it all about? You don't believe that filthy swamp has some weird power, do you?
I doubt it, Margot.
You think someone in the family, Lucy maybe?
I definitely do, after that conversation we overheard between Lucy and Quentin.
But why should Lucy want to kill her own brother? And if she was responsible for Quentin's death, why did Lucy her down with Devil's Dip just now?
Yes, I'd like to ask Lucy those same questions, Margot. In person.
You're going to talk to her?
I am, Margot, and fast. You can find your way back to the house from here, can't you?
I think so.
I'll see you later. After Lucy's had a little chat with the Shadow.
Happy, Lucy?
What's that? Who's in this room?
Song on your lips and murder in your heart. Is that it, Lucy?
Must be mad. Who was that? I hear a voice.
The voice of the Shadow.
The Shadow?
Come for truth. The truth about this legend of the swamp. Is it the swamp that's killing this family off, Lucy?
Yes, it's the swamp.
It couldn't be that some person is responsible for these swamp deaths, could it, Lucy?
I don't know what you mean.
You understood very well when you were talking it over with Quentin near Devil's Dip.
How did you know about that?
The Shadow knows. You killed your brother, didn't you, Lucy?
No, Shadow, I didn't. I swear it. We talked, and then Quentin asked me to follow him to Devil's Dip. He started walking faster and faster. He got ahead of me. I heard a scream. And when I got up to the dip, Cranston and the girl were there, and Quentin was gone on the quicksand.
Was anyone else around at the time, Lucy?
Well, I don't know. I thought I heard someone ahead of us when Quentin and I started for Devil's Dip.
Did you see this person?
There was only moonlight, and the foliage was so thick.
But you did get a glimpse, didn't you, Lucy? Who did you see?
It looked like...
Yes?
Like Eli.
I see. All right, Lucy, if you told the truth, you'll be protected from this deadly swamp curse. If not, your punishment will be harsh. Very harsh.
Mr. Calhoun? Mr. Calhoun?
Yes, what is it?
Lamont Cranston, Mr. Calhoun. I'd like to talk to you.
Come in. Come in, the door's open.
I'm sorry to disturb you this time of night, sir.
It's all right, I couldn't sleep. I've been sitting up in my wheelchair.
I'm looking for Eli. I've searched the house. He isn't in the servants' quarters. Have you seen him at all this evening?
I saw him go down to the swamp about an hour ago, Mr. Cranston.
Go down to the swamp?
Do you think Eli has something to do with this swamp curse? Do you, Mr. Cranston?
It's beginning to look that way.
Is Randy gone? Now tonight, Quentin? I'm afraid, Mr. Cranston, that he'll sneak up to my bed some night or catch me in my wheelchair. You've got to protect us, Mr. Cranston. You've got to.
I'll do the best I can, Mr. Calhoun, the very best.
Thank you, my son. Thank
Just
you.
as soon as Miss Lane comes downstairs.
Miss Lane isn't in the house, Mr. Cranston.
What's that?
She hasn't been back since she left with you.
Hasn't come back?
I'm sure of it.
And the last time you saw Eli, he was headed for the swamp.
Yes, but
I'll see you later, Mr. Calhoun. If anyone wants me, I'll be at Devil's Dip.
Things are getting deeper and deeper into the swamp. I've lost my sense of direction completely. What's that? Who's there? Who is it? Who?
Howdy.
Eli.
Yeah. Oh, dear. Surprised to see me down here by Devil's Dip?
Yes, I guess I am. I was on my way back to the house. I got lost.
Very easy to do with all the willows and foliage. Only the moonlight to guide you.
Well, if you're going back to the house, would you show me the way?
Yes, and I'm going.
What did you say?
I don't think I'm going back to the house. Not just yet, Miss Lane.
I see. Well, then, I guess I'll have to find my own way back.
You don't want to go back to the house for a while, Miss Lane.
But I do. I want to very much.
You're not going back yet, Miss Lane.
Lamont! Oh!
I said you're not going back. You don't know nothing about the swamp yet. We don't know about animals that live down here. The ones that slip and crawl through the mud. They got sucked into Devil's Dip just like everything else does.
Let me go!
It draws you, Devil's Dip does. Draws you down in its black evil belly. Where you can feel a bubbling slime moving around your ankles. Then it creeps up to your waist.
Please.
Then up to your neck.
No.
Then your mouth.
Stop!
Higher. Higher.
Margot!
Who's that?
Margot, is that you?
Over here, Lamont.
What's the matter, Margot? You all right? Yeah.
Mom.
What happened, darling?
Eli. I was trying to find my way back. He stopped me. He's mad, Lamont. He's a mad, sadistic killer.
Which way did he go?
He cut through there, but you'll never find him at this underground.
Well, would you head back to the house and maybe able to nab him?
Can you find your way back?
Pass right over there. Come on, darling. Now we really do have to move fast. Here we are, Margot. Out in the clearing.
Oh, thank heaven. I never want to see another swamp as long as I live.
Now, there's the house up ahead.
And a very welcome sight.
Wait a second.
What's the matter?
You see what I see coming out of the roof?
Smoke. And there are flames. Oh, Lamont.
Looks like Eli really has gone out of his mind.
Help! Help! It's Lucy.
We're coming, Lucy.
Eli set the house on fire. He's crazy, man. Out of his mind.
Yes. Good Lord.
What?
Mr. Calhoun, you can see him up there on the window.
Oh, he can't walk, Mr. Cranston. You've got to save him. You've got to.
Do the best I can, Lucy.
You're not going to try and get him out of that burning building alone.
I'll have help, Margot. Some very able assistance.
Lucy, Cranston, help me. Get me out of here before I burn alive.
Need help, Mr. Calhoun?
Who's that? Who spoke?
This is the Shadow.
Voice coming out of the smoke and fire. It's the devil himself.
No, Calhoun, not the devil, but someone who seeks justice.
I don't know who you are, but you've got to help me. Help a poor old crippled man, please. Don't ask. Help me. Help me, please. Get me out of this wheelchair for the love of heaven. You can't let me die in the flames.
Why don't you help yourself, Mr. Calhoun?
What do you mean?
Why don't you get out of that wheelchair and walk?
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I'm helpless, Shadow.
You're not paralyzed. You're not helpless, Calhoun. It's only your mind that's crippled. Your rotten, twisted mind that conceived a plan to kill your own family.
What are you saying, Shadow?
I'm saying you use this fake paralysis to mask your vicious plot to murder. That you allowed Randy to die in the swamp when you could have saved him. That Quentin met the same terrible death in Devil's Dip at your own hands. That Lucy and Eli were next on your list.
That's not true, Shadow. I've no reason to kill my own family.
They're not your own family, Calhoun. You're only their stepfather. You were determined to keep your avaricious relatives from getting your money, even if it meant killing to do it.
They're lies. All lies.
Are they, Calhoun? We'll see about that. When the fire gets really close, and the flames start licking around your wheelchair when your lungs fill with searing smoke.
All right, Shadow. You win. You win. But you'll never take me. You'll never take me alive.
Go inside window.
I killed my footman.
No, you won't.
Let me go. Let me go.
No. Your life isn't going to end that dramatically, Mr. Calhoun. It's going to come to a very grim conclusion at the State Penitentiary.
I'm sorry, Lamont. I just don't understand it. You mean to say Calhoun wasn't paralyzed at all?
Well, he was paralyzed for a while, but he got over it.
Now I am lost.
Look, darling, let's start from the fact that Calhoun was an eccentric old miser who'd secretly wanted to get rid of his greedy relatives for years. So one night his stepson Randy, blind drunk, staggered toward the swamp. Calhoun saw him go and could have stopped him, but didn't. He was making a futile effort to run for the boy when he was suddenly struck down in his tracks. He lay there, a paralyzed cripple.
What struck him down?
His own subconscious, Margot.
Oh, now, wait a second.
No, it's a fact, Margot, an accepted scientific fact. Calhoun was what medicine calls a psychosomatic case.
Psychosomatic? Oh, yes, I read something about that during the war. Boys who were afraid to go to the front became suddenly and mysteriously crippled.
That their subconscious rendered them temporarily helpless as an excuse or alibi for their guilt.
I see. But if Calhoun was crippled, how did he push Cranston into the swamp?
When Calhoun heard Eli whistling Randy's tune and thought it was Randy back from the dead, the shock broke the psychosomatic condition.
And he regained the use of his legs.
Right. That's when he hatched the plan to kill off the rest of the family. As a paralytic, he had a perfect alibi.
When did you guess the truth, Lamont?
While Calhoun was warning me against Eli, he mentioned Quentin's death in the swamp. Yet he had no way of knowing that his son had died. I would have accused him right then. I hadn't had to get to you at Devil's Dip.
Eli was really out of his mind, wasn't he, Lamont?
At the end, he was, Mom. All the others used the Indian myth for their own greedy, deceitful purposes. Eli really believed in the legend of the living swamp.
Once again, we bring you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Your Red Cross gift provides miracles every day. Give gladly. Help the Red Cross continue these miracles of health-giving and life-saving in our community. With your gift, you rob earthquake, fire, and flood of their distress. You feed the starved. You curb disease. You prevent disease. You give comfort to disabled veterans. You make human miracles possible every day. When your neighbor, a volunteer Red Cross miracle worker, comes to call at your home, unlock your door, open your heart, and let her tell you of the tremendous work done by the Red Cross. Let her show you that your gift will do to help alleviate human suffering. Give now. Give gladly to your 1949 Red Cross Fund. And now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Unto Death Do Us Part. On a stormy March night, 2 years ago, a heavy-set man with a deeply scarred face stands outside the window of a hunting lodge, looking in at a blonde woman dressed in green lounging pajamas. After a moment, the heavy-set man turns and walks to the door of the lodge. A cruel grin plays on his face as his fingers grip the steel handle of the automatic in his pocket.
Who is it?
I was looking at you through the window.
Who are you?
You were expecting somebody, huh, Mrs. Ames?
You know who I am.
Sure. Who
president's wife. Nice star. Too bad Luke can't trust her. Luke goes out of town and right away
You're one of Lou's spies. Get out of here and get...
You gonna ask me in, Mrs. Ames?
Take your foot away from that door.
Yeah. When I finish what I come up here for.
If you don't leave me alone, I'll call the police.
Go ahead, Mrs. Ames. You do that. You call
I'm not joking. Either you get out of here... Why did you do that?
Nice-looking doll.
Why?
Too bad Luke can't trust her. Too bad.
Come on, Vince. Break down. Have one with me.
Lou doesn't like me mixing business with pleasure, Mrs. Ames.
I told you, Vince, it was still Fay to you.
And so you said, Mrs. Ames.
It used to be Fay before.
You're married to Lou now.
Lou. Is that the only word you know? Did you get tired following him around like a dog?
The guy's been good to me, and he's done all right by you, too.
I want to tell you something about Lou.
I'm listening.
I made a mistake, Vince. An awful mistake marrying Lou.
You're breaking my heart, Mrs. Ames. Lou operates the biggest gambling joint in the state. You get everything you want. I don't see you crying over all the things you got.
It's an act, Vince. I'm afraid I'm scared to death.
Of what?
Lou. You know what happened to his first wife 2 years ago.
She had it coming, playing around like that.
Then Lou did kill her.
I didn't say that.
The police couldn't prove it, but now I know he did. I have the letters.
Letters? What letters are you talking about?
They were in his desk in the next room. Tonight I forced open the desk. Those letters were written to Claire, his first wife, from someone named Sid. That's why Lou killed her.
Now, look, Lou was 200 miles away from the lodge when his first wife was
Yeah,
shot.
but he had someone do it for him. Vince, I married a killer.
You're letting your imagination run away with you, Mrs. Ames.
Vince, you gotta help me.
Get your hands off.
Vince, please, if ever I'm in anything, do you... Lou.
Hello, Fay. Hi, Vince. Hi, Lou. You're back from the club early.
Keep Mrs. Ames entertained like I told you to?
I guess I'm not much on entertaining, Lou.
Well, she don't look bored. Had a good night at the club. $75,000.
Well, 75, that's a nice take. Even better...
You can skip it, Vince. Hey, thank Vince for keeping such good care of you tonight.
Thanks, Vince.
It's okay, Mrs. Ames. Good night.
Night. Well, Fay, ain't she going to kiss me?
Oh, sure, Lou. You didn't give me a chance.
What? You little sneak.
Lou, why did you do that?
Where are they?
Lou, what's the matter?
Where'd you put him?
I want to know what you're talking about.
Where are they?
You
don't tell me so. Help me, I'll break it.
Oh, please.
The letters. What'd you do with them?
Lou, I swear I didn't know what
You got those letters from my desk.
No.
Come out of there, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, I did. Only stop.
I told you to stay out of that desk. Why'd you take those letters?
I was just curious.
You get me those letters back right now.
All right, Lou. All right.
From now on, you keep that pretty nose of yours out of where it doesn't belong. From now on, Fay, you just remember this. Curiosity killed more than one cat.
Mr. Cranston, you gotta help me. My husband's planning to kill me the same way he killed his first wife.
Please never prove that your husband did that, Mrs. Ames.
The case is still listed as unsolved, isn't it, Lamont? I know that, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston, I read that you were on the case 2 years ago. That's why I came to you.
When did the incident with the letters occur?
Last Tuesday night when Lou came home from the club. He hasn't said a word to me about it since, but I know what he's thinking. Last Tuesday? That's 5 days ago.
Yes. Why did you wait until now to see me, Mrs. Ames?
Well, Lou hasn't let me out of his sight. I was afraid to phone you. He was called out of town on business an hour ago.
Town on business. It's the same way the night Claire Ames was killed. That was Lou's alibi.
Yes, the same way now. Mr. Cranston, you can believe what I tell you. He did kill her or had her killed. His assistant Vince admitted as much. Mr. Cranston, isn't there some way you can have that case reopened?
Only with sufficient evidence.
Those letters. Maybe there's something in them you could use.
Have to see them first.
I saw him put them in the living room safe when I gave them back. If we can... Come on, Brenda!
James, look out! How's Mrs. Ames, Margaret?
The doctor said it was just a flesh wound, Lamont. Lucky thing you pushed her in time. The doctor gave her a tablet so she'd sleep for a while.
Where is she?
In the library. What did Commissioner Weston say, Lamont?
Naturally, he said it would have been a great thing if I'd caught Mrs. Ames' would-be killer. Weston said I had lead in my shoes.
I'd like to see him do better. What about the bullet slug you took out of the molding?
Weston's having a ballistical check made. Said he'd call me as soon as he had a report. Hello?
Cranston, Weston.
Oh, speak of the devil.
What's that?
Skip it, Commissioner.
I just got the ballistic report on that slug.
Anything worthwhile?
Plenty. That bullet was fired from 45, probably a Colt. And get this, Cranston. It was fired from the same gun that killed the first Mrs. Ames.
Oh.
We're picking up Lou Ames just as soon as we can lay our hands on him. I'll keep you posted, Cranston.
Thanks, Commissioner. Thanks a lot.
Well, Lamont?
Margot, the bullet fired at Fay Ames here tonight matches the bullets which killed Claire Ames 2 years ago.
And that proves she's right about her husband's intentions.
So it seems, Margot. But just as soon as she wakes up, we'll take her home.
Lamont, we can't do that. Lou Ames.
She won't have to worry about Lou. Weston's having him picked up for questioning. He won't try anything now that he's...
Maybe that's Commissioner Weston calling back.
Hello?
Lamont Cranston.
Yes, who's this?
I thought maybe you'd like to talk to me.
Well, what do you want to talk about?
A gun. You interested?
It depends on the gun.
A 45 Colt.
Yes, I'm interested.
It's for sale.
How much?
Especially you, Cranston. The C-note.
Sounds like a real buy. Where's your bargain basement?
Entrance Pier 23. I'll be open for business in 2 hours. 10:30.
Pier 23, 10:30. How will I know you?
You won't. I know you.
Now,
Make sure you come along. Otherwise, I don't ring up the sale. Understand, Cranston?
Oh, Vince, please stay just a little while longer.
I gotta get back to the club, Mrs. Ames.
Well, Lou might come back and try to kill me again.
You're a Lulu, you are, turning Lou into the cops.
But I told you on the phone he tried to kill me. You gotta help me get away from him.
What are you worried about? With every cop in town on his tail, Lou will never get within a mile of this house. Yes, sister, you're a peach. Your own husband.
Oh, Vince, please don't go. Please.
Night.
Vince, wait. Come back.
Hello, Faye.
No. No. Don't. Lou. Please. Lou. Please. Lou. Don't.
Here's Pier 23 just ahead, Margot. Stay way down in the seat.
I will, Lamont.
Anxious to make this transaction, so I don't want to frighten him off.
Good luck, Lamont.
Thanks.
Don't turn around, mister.
I wouldn't think of it. Especially with that pressure I feel in my back.
That's real smart of you. Looking for someone, mister?
Yes, it so happens...
I stepped on time.
So you did. Sorry. Well, to continue, I was to meet a man here who had an item for sale.
You got the fare?
Don't waste any time.
I deal in quick turnovers. The C-note.
Usually do business face to face.
I don't. And 100 back.
You say? You
you are. Okay. It's 100. I believe I'm to receive something in exchange for my money. It was the deal. Yeah, that's right. Deal's a deal. I got it for you right here.
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute. You know, when I see someone in a garden carefully cultivating his tomatoes or something, I can't help wondering what this land of ours would be like if we all were equally careful about cultivating our children. For instance, suppose we inculcated a really deep feeling of sportsmanship in our youth, an attitude which would not tolerate unfair discrimination against minorities, which would demand that every man be allowed to speak his mind anytime, anywhere, within reason, even if his views were not our own. Suppose we brought up our children to consider such things as casting their ballots wisely, serving on juries, and all such civic duties as sacred obligations to their own freedom. How close to perfection would our land become then? And it's not a mere dream, for little by little we approach it. But can our children be taught by words alone? Would those tomatoes I mentioned before grow full and firm merely because they were told to? Of course not. You have to destroy weeds and the worms. You have to take action. And so it is with the teaching of children. We must take action. We have to teach our children how to be good citizens by showing them ourselves, by undertaking all the obligations of good citizenship, by working at being good Americans. Back now to the shadow.
To save the life of Mrs. Ames, wife of a gambling boss, Lamont had gone to a waterfront rendezvous. Margot was waiting in the car when suddenly she hears a shot.
Lamont! Lamont!
Over here, Margot.
Lamont, are you all right?
Yes, Margot.
Thank heavens, that shot, I thought...
This man stopped the bullet.
I'd better call a doctor.
The doctor won't help. It was the man who had the gun for sale.
Who fired the shot?
I have any idea. It came from nearby, and I dropped when I heard it.
He's trying to say something, Lamont.
Yes?
The gun.
Yes, I have the gun.
I wasn't going to cheat you, Cranston. A deal. Deal.
Dead, Mark.
Lamont, could we...
All right, Margot, I'll take you home.
Then where are you going?
First, I'm going to notify Weston, turn this gun over to him. Then I'm going to try to get a lead on Lou Ames' whereabouts.
Where do you expect to find that information?
Lou's gambling club. An idea that Lou's Lieutenant Vince might be very helpful if I dropped in as the shadow.
Hey, Barney.
Yeah?
I'll go to my office. I don't want to be disturbed.
Right, boss.
Hello, Vince. What? I've been waiting for you.
How'd you get in? Hey, where are you?
Keep looking, Vince.
What kind of a gag is this?
No gag, Vince.
I hear your voice, but I can't see.
No one sees the shadow.
Shadow?
Yes, Vince. You and I are going to have a little talk.
What do you want to talk to me about?
Lou Ames. Where is he?
Lou, I don't know.
A man named Roxy was shot to death tonight at the waterfront because he was turning over evidence against Lou. You remember Roxy, don't you, Vince?
Yeah, sure. Roxy used to work here.
Lou killed him.
Hey, you got it wrong.
Roxy had a gun, Vince. And a ballistical test proved that the gun was the weapon which killed Claire Ames and nearly killed Fay Ames. It's Lou's gun. The license number proved that.
You don't know what you're talking about. Lou hasn't carried a gun for years.
Yes, because over 2 years ago he conveniently reported it as stolen. Now tell me, where is Lou Ames?
I don't know.
You're lying.
I tell you got this all wrong. Lou couldn't have killed Roxy or took a pot shot at Mrs. Ames. He's not even in town.
He is in town. Less than an hour ago, he tried to murder his wife in their apartment. A policeman on the beat heard her scream. Lou got away just in time. Now, where is he?
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know.
Hiding a murderer is a dangerous game, Vince. If you're lying, you'll find that the Shadow can play the most dangerous game of all and win.
Where are we going, Vince?
Just for a ride.
Why are you driving so fast?
The way I remember it, you used to like to drive fast, Faye.
Faye. Oh, Vince, it's so good to hear you call me Faye again. Everything's so different when I'm with you. I'm not afraid anymore. Vince.
Yeah?
Do you still feel that way about me? I mean, like before I married Lou.
I guess I do, Faye. I'm a big cluck, but I do.
Oh, Vince, we can go away while Lou will never find us. Where I'll be safe. We just keep
I
driving.
told you before, Lou's my
Oh,
friend.
listen to me, Vince. Just...
I don't want to hear any more of that crazy talk. You understand? No more.
All right, Vince. All right. Turn around, take me back to town.
We're not going back to town. I'm taking you up to Lou's lodge at Diamond Lake.
What?
Lou's waiting there for you. He said to bring you up.
Oh, Vince, you wasn't. Vince, please turn around. Don't take me there. You'll kill me.
Cut it out. I told you it's only your imagination.
Vince, for heaven's sake, don't do this to me. I'll never come back alive.
I said cut it out. I got my orders from Lou. He said to deliver you to the lodge. That's where you're going.
All right, Commissioner, thank you.
Any luck, Lamont?
No, Margot. Weston's men have scoured the city. Not a sign of Mrs. Ames.
She just vanished into thin air.
Sure have, Margot.
Where are we going?
Sometimes murder repeats itself in vicious ways and means. Taking a run up to Lou Ames' mountain lodge.
Not in this weather, huh, Faye? What's the matter? You've been sitting there all morning. Not a peep out of you.
Anything to say, Lou?
Well, sure. Sure, you can say I'm doing a good job cleaning this rifle. Hey, that reminds me, Faye. Today's the 6th of March. Just 2 years ago today, Claire died up here.
I know.
Oh, yeah, I told you about that last night, didn't I?
Yes.
Yeah, just 2 years to the day. Funny thing, they said the weather was bad that night. Just like it is now. Gun's all clean. Hey, looks like the rain's letting up. Should clear off soon. Then we'll go hunting. Faye.
Yeah?
I was thinking if either of us wanted to get rid of the other, it'd be a cinch to get away with her. We'll be out in the woods, not a soul within miles. And boom, a shot, and one of us is dead. An accident. You know what I mean, Faye?
Lamont, that scream.
James, Margot. Come on, this way to the left.
You're right, Lamont. Lou's taking her out into the woods here. There she is again. If we can only get to
Hurry
her.
down this hill. Watch your step.
Right. Oh, there she is, running across that clearing.
Mrs. Ames, over this way.
He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Lamont, look, there's a man coming out of the woods behind
See
us.
him, Margot. It's Lou Ames. He's ducking behind a tree.
Stop him. He's going to... Lamont, look. She's fallen to the ground.
Come on, Margot.
Mrs. Ames. Mrs. Ames.
It's no use, Margot. She's dead. Hunter bagged his quarry, all right.
Okay, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Well, Lou.
Quick, Vince, close the door.
I thought you and Fay were up at the lodge. What are you doing back?
Fay's dead.
What?
She's dead.
How? What happened?
We were out in the woods. I had a gun. She got away from me. I chased after her. She screamed. That Cranston guy was up there. There was a shot. I saw Fay fall. I don't know how it happened. I didn't wait to find out. I just beat it.
So Fay was right.
Right?
I didn't believe her. It's my fault she's dead. I should have listened to her.
Hey, what are you talking about?
You killed her.
No.
Just the way you killed Claire.
No, I swear I didn't.
You rotten louse.
Listen, I didn't do it, but they won't believe me. I haven't got a chance. Cranston spotted me. Now, look, Vince, you're my friend. You're my best friend. That's why I came out here to your place. You can help me get out.
You're not going anyplace, Lou.
Vince.
Some move this gun goes off. It goes off right in your face.
Vince, what are you going to do?
You killed Fay.
Vince, look, I'll give you anything. I'll give you anything.
You killed her.
I'll give you the nightclub, everything.
I'm going to give you something instead, Lou. Exactly what's coming to you.
Vince.
When the cops get here, they'll find you with a couple of holes.
No, Vince.
Yeah, Lou. Yeah, I had to protect myself. I shot. Self-defense. Killing a wife murderer. Yeah, that's a sure way of settling you once and for all. That's really paying you off for what you did to Fay.
Okay,
so long, Lou. This is where we say goodbye.
My head. Somebody shot my...
I told you I'd be back, Vince.
Shadow.
And I told you I could play your game and win.
Shadow, watch Lou. Try to make a run for it.
No, Vince. Lou is through running.
You gotta watch him. He's a killer.
No, I didn't catch
And you, Vince. You were going to murder the murderer. Weren't you?
All right. I was gonna plug him. Fay was a nice kid.
Really, Vince? And why did you kill her?
What?
Yes, Lou, he killed Fay, and he also arranged for your first wife's murder.
That's a lie.
2 years ago, Claire Ames was killed because you wanted Lou out of the way, Vince. You wanted to take over the club for yourself. You planned it so the murder would fall upon him, but it didn't work out. Lou had too good an alibi.
You're lying. You don't know what
You had Roxy pass the murder gun on to Cranston to cinch the case against Lou, and then killed him to keep him quiet. You waited and tried the same thing with the second Mrs. Ames with the same gun, the one you stole from Lou.
You don't know what you're talking about. Fay was shot this afternoon up in the mountains. I haven't been out of this house all day.
You're wasting your breath, Vince. I know when you returned to this apartment.
What?
You got back here from the lodge just a few minutes before Lou did.
And it was him. He did kill Fay.
No, you can't prove
it.
it.
You dirty...
Lou, don't.
My friend, my pal.
Shadow, stop him.
Boy, this, you louse, is for Claire.
Stop.
And this is for Fay.
Stop.
And this is for me. Now, come on, get up.
All right, Lou.
Let this stinking
I
rattle.
said that's enough. Let him go. I'll handle it from here.
Okay's all yours. I just want to see he gets what's coming to him.
Don't worry about that, Lou. Vince will get everything that's coming to him. Every single vote. Well, Margot, Vince made a full confession. He was the one who shot Fay Ames outside the lodge.
And he did kill Claire Ames 2 years ago?
No, but he hired Roxy to do the job for him.
Lamont, what made you suspect Vince?
Well, Margot, we knew that Roxy was killed by a .38 caliber gun. While I waited for Vince in his office as the shadow, I found a .38 in his desk drawer. That, coupled with Vince's being heir to Lou's gambling throne, gave me a solid combination of suspicions.
Well, Lamont, you didn't tell me about the gun in Vince's desk.
Didn't I?
You know very well you didn't. Why did you withhold that information from him, Lamont?
Well, frankly, Margot, I was saving it for the end.
The end?
And, as they say in the storybooks, this is it.
Spring is nearly here, and many of our listeners will be getting out their gardening tools, their overalls or shorts to again try their hands at raising their own vegetables. For most of us, gardening is an enjoyable hobby, and it certainly is a great thrill to see the results of your work come out of the ground right before your eyes. In other lands, many people will also be watching their spring planting grow. CARE, the Cooperative for American Remittances to Europe, proposes to help meet that need with their new vegetable seed package. It contains 28 varieties of vegetables. In order for families in Europe to start planting, you should order the CARE seed package right away. Total cost, with delivery guaranteed, is $4. Send your orders to Nonprofit CARE, 50 Broad Street, New York, and help a family help themselves. Now, again, The Shadow.
copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. All names and places are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Listen again next week, same time, same station, when The Shadow will again demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
The Shadow. Next week, same time, same station, we bring you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The part of Lamont Cranston was played by Brett Morrison, Margot by Grace Matthews. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for Quick as a Flash. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death from the Deep.
Look at the water, Captain. Calm as a mill pond. I tell you, I don't like it.
Now, Mr. McLennan, that's not good talk for a first mate. You sound like a superstitious deck swabber. If the elements feel kindly toward us, let them be.
I know, Captain. But 5 days with the sea as smooth as a skating rink is a bad omen.
Well, Mr. McLennan, perhaps we'll have a good squall tomorrow to restore your peace of mind. For myself, I'll take anything. What's that?
Sounded like the engine room.
That was more than a boiler, McLennan. Hello. Hello down there. I don't answer. Hello.
Captain, we've been...
Hello down there. We've been what?
Captain Jones, look there. Look at that white path on the water coming toward us. It's a torpedo.
We're not at war.
Hold fast, Captain. It's going to hit amidships.
Are all hands accounted for?
Yes, Captain.
Are all lifeboats clear?
All but this one, sir.
And lower away. Hold lively, Ben.
We're just getting away in time, sir.
Hey, what's that nosing out of the water dead ahead, sir?
It's a submarine.
Submarine? So that's what did it. The blackguards?
A man coming out of the submarine's hatch, sir.
He's got a machine gun. He's pointing at it. Stop for the love of heaven.
Another massacre on the high seas. Keep this current down, sir. Order more
Acme Steamship Agency.
I wish to cancel my reservation on the Princess Marie.
But, madam, didn't you...
I'm not sailing, I tell you. Why, it'd be suicide.
But, Mr. Williams, you can ship your goods with us. Our boats are safe.
No boat is safe.
But you'd be insured.
Yes, at 4 times the usual rate. Oh, no. You can cancel my shipment.
Gentlemen of the Maritime Commission, we are confronted with a vital problem. In the past 3 months, there have been exactly 18 ships mysteriously sunk on the high seas. Ships belonging to the United States, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, Japan, in fact, every major power. This series of unexplainable marine disasters has created a panic throughout the nautical world. Passenger reservations are being canceled. Freight shipments are being withdrawn. Crews are deserting the ships. Gentlemen, something has got to be done.
Waiter, some more coffee, Margot?
Yes, please, Lamont.
2 more coffees, waiter.
Now, what were you saying, Lamont?
Just this. 3 months ago, Margot, the first ship disappeared.
A few days later, a second ship was sunk. This time, the bullet-ridden bodies of the crew were found dead, afloat in their lifeboats.
Horrible.
It is. And each succeeding disaster has been increasingly horrible.
And now all shipping is at a standstill.
These atrocities could not have been brought about by international jealousies because each of the ships sunk has been owned by a company in a different country.
But who can be
I'm not
responsible?
sure. But my deduction is it's the work of a pirate.
A pirate? But Lamont, a pirate in the 20th century?
Yes, Margot. And one more callous, more bloodthirsty than any buccaneer who ever sailed the Spanish Main.
Then why isn't he tracked down?
Because not a single person has ever survived these sinkings. Therefore, the pirate has never been seen.
He must be seen sometime.
Not if he has a submarine.
Submarine?
Yes, Margot.
But how could an individual be in possession of a submarine without it being known?
If a man were rich and clever enough, he could have a submarine built in complete secrecy.
There must be some way of finding him out.
There is. Before such a craft could be constructed, it had to be designed. There are very few expert designers of submarines in the world. In the brain of one of them, this pirate craft must have been
But
conceived.
Lamont, a pirate submarine sounds fantastic.
Even more fantastic, Margot, is the motive of the pirate. He's preyed on every kind of ship, from the superliner to the common tramp. He can't be after booty because examination of the sunken hulls has revealed that nothing has been touched.
Why, Lamont?
To
Why?
find an answer to that question is a task for the Shadow.
But how would you proceed?
I've already made a few secret inquiries at the Navy Department in Washington. They told me of one chap who might be worth investigating, a Mr. Joseph Hart, a brilliant designer of naval crafts who was dishonorably discharged from his position.
Where can he be found?
I have learned that he is living all alone in a small house out on Oak Road. The Shadow is going to pay a call on Mr. Joseph Hart tonight.
Will you pass me that bottle, please, Benson?
Certainly.
There you are. Joseph, I'm sorry to see you indulging in liquor. It frequently loosens the tongue. Sometimes makes a man say things that he later regrets.
What do you mean?
Just this. We share a secret, Joseph. A secret which would be most unwise for either of us to divulge.
I haven't said anything. I haven't talked.
Not yet. My fear is what you might say. Your nerve is deserting you, Joseph. You must pull yourself together.
How can I pull myself together when night after night I'm tortured by the vision of a procession of helpless ships sinking down to the murky depths, haunted by the faces of floating corpses, tormented by...
Shut up.
I was a fool. I designed and built that submarine.
A service for which you were well paid.
Yes, with money soaked in blood. I'm responsible for the havoc and the terror that your insane...
Don't say that, you idiot. I'm no madman, do you hear?
Why did you come here tonight, Benton?
Because, Joseph, I've been wondering of late why I permit you to live. You're becoming increasingly dangerous to my interests.
No.
Unless you can prove to me that our secret is safe and that you will aid me in the future.
No, I'll never do that.
No? In that case, I feel that you ought to be my guest on the next cruise of the submarine.
I'd never come back. Is that what you mean?
Quite true. But before you leave us in mid-ocean, you'll have an opportunity to see the splendid efficiency with which your creation, the submarine, operates.
No. I'd rather you kill me right now and have it over with.
And deprive you of witnessing the thrilling spectacle of my accurate marksmanship, to see them leap from the boats in terror like rats? No, Joseph, you can't miss seeing that.
No. I'd do anything rather than be forced to see that.
I thought you would. Maintain that attitude, Joseph, or it may be necessary for me to request that you pack your yachting clothes. A contingency which we should both deeply regret. Good night.
What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what you can do, Joseph Hart.
Who's that?
There's a way to save you from the evil domination of Barry Benton.
Who are you?
I am the voice of one who has come to help you. I am the instrument of your righteous vengeance. I am the Shadow.
The Shadow?
With my assistance, you can compensate for some of the wrong that you have done.
But how?
Tell me the secret that you share with Benton.
Oh, no. I can't. I'm afraid.
More to fear if you remain silent. The Shadow already knows enough to hang you, Joseph Hart.
You haven't got anything on me.
I heard every word that passed between you and Benton in this room.
Oh.
Tell me what I want to know and save yourself. Or perhaps, as Benton so aptly put it, you'd prefer to pack your yachting clothes.
Nothing can save me. What I've done is done.
I can never escape my conscience.
Then your conscience must tell you that it's your duty to do all that you can do to stop Vinton's outrages.
Yes, you're right.
Now tell me the secret.
Very well. Until a year ago, I knew Vinton only by his reputation as a millionaire sportsman. He was famous as a deep-sea fisherman and a big-game hunter. He came to me first seeking a design for a racing boat. I built it for him, and we became friends.
And because of that friendship, you consented to build a submarine.
Yes, but not for the purpose that he later used it. He told me that he wanted for a new thrill. Oh, believe me.
Go on.
Well, the submarine was built in Vinton's private shipyard, out of Carey's Point. Knowledge of its construction was carefully guarded from the world. It was not until the day the boat was launched that he told me his true intentions.
What were those intentions?
Vinton is a lunatic, coldly, murderously mad. He'd always been a killer, but he tired of shooting lions and gaffing marlin. Now his warped brain had turned to what he regarded as a new sport.
Sinking of ships and the ruthless slaying of defenseless men. Now I understand. Why did he keep the submarine?
I don't know.
Are you telling the truth, Joseph Hart?
I've told you everything. Why should I lie now? If I knew where that boat was, I'd blow it to pieces. Myself with it. Myself with it. Wait. Myself. That's the idea. That's how I could fool Barry Benson. Why should I wait to die at his hand? No.
What are you doing?
I'll fool Barry Benson.
Here, put down that gun.
No more tortured, sleepless nights. I see no more screaming headlines. Another boat sunk, and another.
Don't, Joseph Hart, don't.
Barry Benson will never take me on that voyage. I'll fool him, I say, fool him.
Poor Joseph Hart. You've served us both. Now we shall see whom you have served best. Barry Benton or the Shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a moment the Shadow will be back on the air with surprises, suspense, and a thrilling, unexpected climax. But meanwhile, here's something mighty important to bear in mind when you drive a car. Just remember that rainy days make the grass grow greener. They may bring out the best in flowers, but they bring out the worst in roads.
Yes, beware. A road that's plenty safe when dry may become a dangerous skid trap when wet, sending your car skidding, spinning, swerving off the road.
Motorists, why take this chance when you can now get a sensational new kind of tire that will stop you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before? The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown with the Lifesaver Tread. Impartial tests conducted by the country's largest independent testing laboratory against the regular and premium price tires of America's 6 largest manufacturers proved that no tire tested, regardless of price, came up to the new Silvertown in non-skid action. Furthermore, these unbiased tests showed that the new Goodrich Silvertown with Lifesaver Tread gave more non-skid mileage than any of the other tires tested in its own price range. Imagine, the new Goodrich Silvertowns averaged 19.1% more miles before the tires wore smooth, which is the same as saying you'll get every 6th mile free. Yes, many tires cost more than the new Goodrich Silvertowns, but no tire at any price can give you the unequaled skid protection of the Lifesaver Tread, the exclusive blowout protection of the Golden Ply. Keep danger a stranger. Put a set of these life-saving long-mileage tires on your car without delay.
And so, Margot, Hart finished telling me the story, and before I could stop him, he shot himself in the head.
Poor man.
Perhaps it was better that way.
Lamont, now how will you find the submarine?
Joseph Hart told me that it was built at Vinton's shipyard out at Carey's Point. That's the logical place to start my search.
Is that where you're going now?
Yes.
Do be careful, Lamont. Remember, that man's a lunatic. He'll stop at nothing.
The Shadow hasn't anything to fear from Vinton.
Hope you're right.
This is as far as we can safely drive without being seen.
This is a desolate spot. Don't like it. There's a light.
Yes, the shipyard.
Appears to be surrounded by a high wall. It looks like a prison.
Perhaps it is a prison.
for those within its gates. Margot, before we go any further, I'll give you your instructions.
Yes, Lamont.
I've already been in touch with the United States Coast Guard. You've been promised to give me full cooperation.
Yes.
Once I've found the submarine and know Vinton's plans, I shall communicate with you by our private wireless.
And then?
Then you will relay my message directly to the Coast Guard headquarters in Washington.
I understand. Good luck to the Shadow.
The Shadow thanks you.
All right, let it down easy now.
Okay, Phil.
Well, that's the last of the torpedoes, Charlie.
Hey, the sub must be going on a long cruise this time. Taking plenty of supplies and ammunition.
Yeah. Hey, what's that?
It was the wind blowing the door shut. What's the matter with you?
Listen, Charlie, when are we going to get out of this joint? You know, we've been cooped up inside this shipyard for 3 months. It's giving me the creeps.
Now take it easy.
I'd rather be back in prison. There wasn't nothing scary about prison, and you knew when your time was up, you got out.
Maybe we ain't never going to get out of here.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, this Vinton guy's a bug. He ain't even let us read no newspaper since we come here. Stuff about hunting whales with torpedoes, that sounds screwy to you.
Listen, if he don't let us out of here soon,
Here he comes now.
Are all the torpedoes aboard?
Yes, sir. We just sent down the last load.
Very well. Take care of these empty crates. Then you may turn in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Vinton?
Yes?
Well, we was wondering if...
We?
Yeah, me and Charlie here was just talking about the... how we've been in the shipyard here a long time now, and...
what Phil is trying to say, Mr. Vinton, is... could we have a couple of days off on the outside?
I'm afraid that would be impossible.
Oh, but Mr. Vinton, it's been 3 months. I've got a wife and kids.
You're being well paid, aren't you?
Oh, sure. You're giving us plenty of dough, all right, but we ain't getting no chance to spend it.
You will remain here as long as your services are required.
What if we don't want to stay here that long? What if we up and leave?
Yeah.
I wouldn't advise you to attempt that. Do you remember what happened to your associate, Mr. Hadley, when he tried to, as you say, up and leave? He fell from the wall.
You mean that wasn't no accident, huh?
No. He was shot down.
Oh.
So, do you still want to quit? I thought that. Good night, gentlemen.
Looks like we're in here for a long, long time.
Yeah. Maybe you are. But I'm going to figure a way to get out of here, see?
Perhaps I can be of some assistance to you.
Who said that?
I heard it, too.
I said perhaps I can help you if you wish to get out of here.
Who's that talking? Where are you?
Don't bother to look for me. You can't see me.
What is this? One of Vinton's gags or something?
No, I am not speaking for Vinton. I speak for myself.
Who are you?
Men call me the Shadow.
The Shadow? How'd you get in here?
The Shadow is everywhere.
Well, what do you want?
I wish to bargain with you.
Well, what kind of a bargain?
By this time, you must be aware that you are both at the mercy of a madman.
He's right, Charlie.
You will never leave this place alive unless Ferry Vinton is brought to justice.
What can we do about
it? I will promise you your freedom if you will just answer my question.
Wait a minute. What do you think, Charlie?
Well, we're taking a chance. This may be a trick.
It is no trick. You have the Shadow's word.
Well, what do you want to know?
Where is Vinton's submarine?
Right below our feet in a secret underground berth.
When does it sail again?
Tonight, at midnight.
What is its destination?
Well, I heard Vinton say something to the mate about Cape Francis.
Good. Sailing at midnight, Cape Francis. The Shadow wishes him good hunting. Calling Margot Lane. Calling Margot Lane. Proceed as instructed. Communicate the following information to Coast Guard headquarters. Pirate submarine sails at midnight for waters off Cape Francis. Impress on Coast Guard the importance of following directions implicitly if wish to bait the madman who is terrorizing the Atlantic.
What is our position, Mr. Brush?
We are 100 miles due east of Cape Francis, sir.
Are we in the regular shipping lane?
Yes, Mr. Vinton.
Have we enough visibility for clear observation?
The sun is just recent, sir.
Good. I'll take over the periscope now.
Very well, sir.
A fine day for hunting, Mr. Brouch.
Hello, what's this?
Have you sighted something, sir? Take a look. See what you make of it.
There is smoke. It looks like a steamer.
Splendid. Signal the engine room. Full speed ahead.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is a steamer. I can see a funnel.
Full speed ahead.
Ah, this is the life. There's nothing like it. The sighting of fresh quarry on this periscope. The excitement of the chase, the spine-tingling thrill when the torpedo finds its mark. And then the climax, on deck, shooting them down with a machine gun like scurrying rats. Mr. Brouch, stand by the torpedo tubes. We're coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stand by the torpedo tube.
Aye, sir. We'll cut across the bow and swing to starboard. That should give us a perfect shot.
Very good, sir.
Be prepared to rise to the surface quickly. We make a direct hit with the first torpedo.
Very good, sir. Stand by the valve and elevate off.
Aye, sir. We're almost within range. Cut to half speed.
Half speed ahead.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Torpedo tubes number 1 and 2 are loaded, sir.
Look, Brouch. It's a fine, big liner.
Let me see, sir. Why, that's the Orpheus.
The Orpheus.
I remember now reading of her sailing. She has a full passenger list. Several ambassadors are aboard.
Full passenger list, eh? That sounds most promising. Number 1 tube ready to fire.
Number 1 tube ready to fire.
Now, I'll bring her a little more to the starboard. A little more. There. Number 1, fire.
Number 1, fire.
Yes, it's heading straight for its side. No deflection. Should be a perfect hit. Closer. Closer. It's going to hit. Now. Why, failed to explode. It was a dud. Number 2 tube ready to fire.
Number 2 tube ready to fire.
Number 2, fire.
Number 2, fire.
We won't fail this time.
Yes, you will, Mr. Vinson. You've just fired another dud.
Who dared say that?
I did.
Who are you? Come out here where I can see you.
You will never see me. I am the Shadow.
Shadow, eh? I've heard of you.
The torpedo hit, but it failed to explode again.
Reload the torpedo tubes.
That would be a waste of time, Vinton. I've seen to it that all of the torpedoes are dud.
You'll regret this, Mr. Shadow. This is the one time that you've matched wits with a mind cleverer than your own. Blow out the ballast tanks for a quick rise to the surface.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you. I'll sink that boat with my deck guns.
Vinton, you're a madman.
Madman, am I? Very well, I'll show you the full extent of my madness.
Decks awash, sir.
Open the conning tower hatch. Deck crew, stand by to man the guns. Aren't you coming up on deck, Shadow, to witness the kill?
I am already on deck, Vinton.
Devil plague you. How don't you get up here? Show yourself.
That is unnecessary, but never fear. I'll stay near you.
The guns are jammed, sir.
Jammed? Why, that's impossible.
I neglected to tell you, Vinton, that I rendered your guns useless.
Oh, so you think that you've outwitted me, Shadow. But you're wrong. Signal the engine room full speed ahead.
Aye, sir.
Steer directly for that vessel's side.
What are you doing now, Vinton?
The prow of this submarine is equipped with a ramming device. With it, we can sink any vessel afloat without injury to us. You didn't foresee that, did you, Shadow? In a few moments, we will rip open the hull of that liner and send it to the bottom as effectively as with any torpedo. So you don't believe me?
Oh, yes, I believe you. But that liner is completely deserted. It was set adrift there by the Coast Guard. It is a veritable floating mine with enough explosives aboard to blow you to kingdom come.
You're lying.
You'll know soon enough. You haven't far to go.
Reverse engines!
Reverse engines!
Will we stop in time? We're getting closer.
No, we're stopping. We're stopping. We're not going to hit. You see, Shadow, I've outwitted you after all.
No, Vinton. You've maneuvered your submarine alongside the ship just as I planned. All right, up there. Here's your men.
Put up your hands! Put up your hands, all of you!
Coast Guard. It's a trap. It's a trap.
Yes, a trap, Barry Vinton. And this ends your reign of piracy and ruthless murder.
Very smart, aren't you, Shadow? But not as smart as you think you are.
Got him! He's going inside the submarine! He's closing the hull!
Yes, they all think they're so clever. But no one can outsmart Barry Vinton. I'll go to the engine room. I'll maneuver the dive. They'll never get me. I'm master below here. Now check the valve. That's right. I'd love to hear what the Shadow is saying up there now.
He's probably saying it's no use trying to maneuver that dive, Barry Vinton.
You, how did you get here, Shadow?
Why, I merely followed you.
Show yourself, Shadow, and I'll shoot you down in your tracks.
Here I am over here in this corner. Come ahead and shoot, Mr. Vinton.
Well, Shadow? Well?
You just missed me.
Why, you...
Your marksmanship is deplorable, Mr. Vinton.
Who are you?
That does not matter.
Why don't you tell them who you are, you glory seeker?
I seek no glory. My reward is that ships and men can once more safely sail the seas. The Shadow's work is done.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
All the characters and all the persons named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.